3, 2, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
The 1-inch biceps, the power goat. Ah, ha, ha, ha. How about that?
Excellent. And joining us now, you might be wondering why he's joining us after that intro. But we have Mr. Outrageous, Al Burke, with us. And it's very cool to have you here.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Excellent. And a shout out to treacherous Trista Robinson for setting this up.
Oh, most definitely.
She says hello. So first of all, Al, how did you get involved in wrestling?
Okay, this is kind of a long story, but way back in the day, friends of mine knew Hulk Hogan, and he had just finished Rocky III. He was still working for the AWA in Minneapolis, where we were all living at the time, and they invited me over at his apartment to meet him. So he told us where to go to school, how to go about getting in the business and stuff. I remember walking away from that meeting. Well, first of all, when I come in and he walks out of the bathroom, he ducks to come through the doorway.
Right.
Like, damn, dude, you are big. But he told us where to go. I walked away going, no, this is the stupidest thing I could ever do in my life. I can't do this. Well, my other three friends, who all became the Terminators, they went off, traveled the world, had a great time, and they'd always come back. Oh my God, we were just in Hawaii. We went to Japan. We went to, Germany, I mean, all over the place. Like, we work for 10, 20, 30, maybe 50 minutes a night. We're done. We go party all night.
Right.
So for 2 years, I listened to their stories. Finally, I decided, you know what? I got to try it. I did. I outlasted all three of their careers combined at 37 years.
Oh, whoa, excellent. Well, congratulations on that. Now, were you a wrestling fan? Like, I assume you were watching wrestling, or?
I watched wrestling when I was young, and then through my teenage years into high school and stuff. No, it wasn't, not part of my life. So maybe that's part of the reason I thought it was a really stupid idea. And granted, it is a stupid business, but it's a good business.
Yeah. Now, did you need to be smarting up to the business? Did you know, I'm not going to use the F word, but did you know it wasn't, a legit sport?
What do you mean? What the hell you mean?
I don't want to,
Not a legit sport. You want me to come to?
Bill After's going to get mad at us. Yeah.
I was partially enlightened. I was a semi-smart fan, as they call them now. It was one of those things. I mean, I went through karate. I went through boxing. First I went through boxing, then karate, then into pro wrestling. So I was able to move along the ladder really quickly and get my first match where most people weren't allowed to. I was already in the ring. I had ring smarts, and it was a damn good run.
Yeah. So when you get in there, you get in the ring, do you fall in love with it right away? Do you like, oh, this is something that I enjoy doing?
Well, I mean, I had to go, as most of us had to go through a bunch of steps. I mean, you have to decide, number one, are you good enough to be in?
Mm-hmm.
Number two, are they going to let you be in? But then, what's your specialty going to be? Well, even at my size back then, I was, 230, 240 pounds. I became a high flyer. Because of my karate and stuff, I was able to do jump spinning kicks at that size and weight, kicking people in the head.
Mm-hmm.
So then they're like, no, you need to really, focus on this. So I remember one of my first big tests, I wanted to do the slingshot from outside the ring in. It was fun. It was scary. No doubt about it. I bit my tongue so freaking hard. I mean, I had blood all over. I'm right away. I'm like, let's do it again. Okay, I got this. I did it. And actually in WWF, that, the real wrestling, not this WWE bullshit. Sorry.
I like your shirt, by the way.
There you go. Yeah. WWF pandas.
No, I've got to change partway through. I got a surprise for you guys. But anyway, but no, so that became one of my specialties. And I did that with many of the guys. I think I had like 28, 30 TV matches that were actually, I didn't realize until my IMDb, what we use for acting, you check it every once in a while, see if, what's there and, what's missing. I had a whole bunch of credits. I'm like, what the heck? So I started going back when I guess it was WWE at the time, became televised with their TV station. They put all of our matches up. So I ended up with, like I said, 28 or 30 matches just from that. So that was cool. I mean, it's one of those things. A lot of people, were you upset you were just a jobber? People, I was with the biggest, meanest, baddest ass mothers in all of wrestling. I mean, I faced Andre the Giant. I faced, Big John Studd, Ultimate Warrior. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, I faced the biggest, baddest boys in the business. And I was in my learning curve. So I took my whoopings like a man, collected my check, and went on home with a smile.
Yeah. A couple of things there, like you said, you were 230, 240, so you were a high flyer. That's a lot different today because the guy that size is actually pretty big for a wrestler today. Because a lot of the guys are under 200 pounds, that are wrestling on TV, like in AEW.
Wait, you call them wrestlers? No, I mean, the sad part is for us, I was in the monster era. I mean, quote unquote, steroids freaking everywhere. I mean, you got the biggest, baddest, like I said earlier, boys in all of wrestling. I mean, I remember Ultimate Warrior, who, he was never on steroids. He did growth hormone. And he picked me up like I was a 10-year-old kid. I mean, I was getting ready to, base and make sure I didn't fall. Boom, I was up. I mean, Jim was extremely strong.
Yeah.
So, take nothing away from any of these guys. I mean, even like Big John Studd. I remember my match with him. I started off, and at that point, I'm getting a little cocky. Boom, boom, boom. Hit him into the head a couple times quick. Jump to the second rope, turn around, and boom, there he had me. He walked me out with one arm at 240, holding me. Then he slowly started to lose me, put his hand under my ass, and threw me into the turnbuckle. Short ribs in the turnbuckles. Ow. I mean, I'll take it in the shoulders all day. Short ribs, no, frick, I was done. But, the strength of these guys is unbelievable. I mean, the Steiners, guys like that, Road Warriors. I mean, I knew Joe and Mike from Minneapolis from when we all were there and stuff, went to their gym, that kind of stuff. And I remember when they came in, they're like, sorry, this is our come out match in WWF and it's going to be rough.
Did you take the Doomsday device?
I did.
You did? Were you okay after that? Because it did actually legit hurt a few people.
Oh, no. I went home. Well, actually, I flew back at the time. I was basing out of Key West, Florida. I flew back there, went to the hospital to try to get a syringe. They wouldn't give me one. I wasn't going to let them do it. So I rummaged through, what do you call it, cabinets, drawer, found one, like, thanks, guys. Went home, took 34 cc's out of my knee after that.
Oh, wow.
It was, it's a hell of a finish. And, I mean, I was happy to take it. I don't care, bring it. I mean, I'm there to do my job. And part of paying my dues, if I puss out, nobody's going to have any respect for me. So I went, I took it, I smiled, I moved on. I never said a word about my knee. And that was life.
We had Road Warrior Animal on the show years ago when his book came out, and he said he would give the move two different ways. Usually he would flip the guy.
Yeah.
But some of the bigger guys that they want to protect more, he would just fall backwards with them.
Yeah. No, he didn't fall backwards, but this was also, like I said, this was their very
first so they want to make it look, because it did look more impressive when he flips the guy right off.
Yeah, no, it had to look devastating. And like I said, I told him, fuck you, bring it. Like I said, I worked out at their gym, all was good. And afterwards they were happy. I mean, my job is to make them look good. And I think I did a damn good job of that.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, first of all, you mentioned the word jobber. Do you have an issue with that term?
I do not. The funny part is some people do, screw all of you. I paid for my wrestling school in less than a year just by working in the WWF. So, you call it what you want. I don't give a damn. I knew my place. I had to learn the business. very few people get to come out and be right on top. I mean, most people don't know. Hulk Hogan went through, I think it was 3 different identities, or it was his third, being Hulk Hogan, as he was paying his dues, learning the business, moving on up. No, I knew my job there. One of the guys I remember towards the end of my career there, Saba Simba.
Tony Atlas.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if it was a rib or what. We come back and he got in my face and started freaking yelling at me. And
really?
And I got up. I'm like, fuck you. You want to play? Let's fucking go. Well, I had a lot of friends like Ricky Rude, Ravishing Rick. Ricky and I traveled a lot of miles together. I mean, that was heartbreaking losing him.
Yeah.
But he came over later and was like, yeah, way to go. But I wasn't going to back down. And the funny part was he got canned about a month after that, and I was still there. So, coincidence? I don't know. I don't really care. I was there to do my job. I remember when I worked against Warrior, though, Ricky Rude come over to me afterwards. He goes, dude, that was just all wrong. Holy shit. I'm like, hey, Rick, no complaints. I'm here to do my job. I take whatever you guys can give me, and I walk away with a smile, bottom line. And, was it a rough night? Oh, hell yeah. And then the next night I faced Big John Studd. So I was in bed for almost a full week. I mean, I could
not to laugh about that, but
I had to crawl to go take a piss. Right. I mean, I was hurt bad, but like I said, no complaints. That's my job. Stand up, take it, or go push a pencil behind somebody's desk.
We're most of the guys, you said Saba Simba, not so much, but Road Warriors told you beforehand, they might be rough with you. Were the guys for the most part like nice to you?
Most everybody was, but they also knew I came out of Minnesota, so I had Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig, Ricky Rude. I mean, the Road Warriors. I mean, these guys all knew me. I mean, they knew I was legit. They knew I was working hard to be in the business. I was serious about the business. I wasn't, some fly by night, wannabe. My mama told me I could do whatever I want. So I want to be a wrestler. Your mom should be slapped too, because you're a bitch. But no, I took my lumps. I didn't say a word, and I got a lot of respect for that. So, it was all good.
You mentioned Andre the Giant, and I saw you wrestle him twice as the colossal connection with the Haku. I watched one of the matches, and you actually didn't even make it in the ring, which was probably the best part. But yeah.
The best part was the crowd was so mad at me. Oh my God, they were screaming and yelling. They were hating me. So I did my job well. And I was working with a really good friend of mine who was my tag team partner. So, and they didn't show it on the tape, or I think they originally did, and then they re-edited it. But when Haku brought my buddy over, I was like, yeah, not today. So, I mean, that added fuel to the fire. But yeah, the first time Haku took me over, smashed me into Andre's foot. Andre put a huge monster foot of size 16 or 18 up on the rope, hit me there, and I'm like, I'm out of here. Screw that. I scrambled to get over and tag out. Yeah. So, but no, like I said, when you see stuff like that, you realize you're working with a freaking legend. I mean, whatever it is, do it. You hope you don't get hurt, but if you do, I mean, that's part of our business. Everybody thinks, oh, so easy. Everything's choreographed. Oh, hell no. It's rough road out there, and it is what it is. And I didn't want 540 pounds of Andre falling on top of me.
Yeah.
I remember. And Andre knows what he's doing, but Andre was also. I mean, I don't want to say crippled, but he was getting towards the end of his career, so he wasn't real stable. And I think that was right around the time that he faced Big John Studd in one of the main events on, the wrestling show. And Studd hit him so hard, he knocked him out of the ring. I mean, legitimate, just freaking crowbarred him. And as soon as the match was over, Andre went back. I remember we're all watching this, and he goes, Vince, in your office. I'm like, ooh, shit. And, but yeah, Andre was pissed. He got stiffed out there. And I don't know, maybe it was a receipt. I don't know. I don't care. I mean, it's part of our business. And sometimes you're going to get hit hard. And if you're going to cry about it, like I said, go get a desk job.
Right. Yeah, I always remember Dennis Condren, we had him on years ago. He said you can't fake gravity. So anyone who says, like, you're really falling. You're not levitating, above the ground.
Yeah.
Well, I said, Jimmy Superfly Snook. I faced Jimmy a couple times. When he jumps off that top rope, where exactly does he stop before he hits you? Well, I had somebody say, "Oh, he plants his feet first." I go, "No, think about that. Now it's a fulcrum and make him go faster and harder." No, you as much body as you can. And the first time, I remember I was back and I was shaking cobwebs out. I mean, I thought he had landed on my head, and the TV crew was laughing at me like, "No, you want to see it?" So they invited me in the TV truck. They did the replay. I'm like, "Fuck!" And they go, "No, the collision's that hard. You got to train for it." And like a month later, 2 months, whatever it was, I got to face him again. And yeah, I didn't see stars. I was so happy. But I remember the look on Jimmy's face. I thought I had pissed him off and done something because he had fire in his eyes. And, he went to tee off on me, and it was a night off. I'm like, "Fucking, you are a pro." Nice.
From what I understand, the WWF rings were a lot harder at that time.
Somewhere. Boss Man on one of our matches, he slammed me in the corner, and I was in great shape back then. Took my air. Granted, I usually do that. I'm relaxed. I just, but holy crap! I remember I bounced up, and not bounced from the ring bounce me. It was that hard. And Bubba went to pick me up. I'm like, Bubba, give me a minute. I'm seeing silvery bubbles. And he went over and did his thing. Came back, "Better, brother?" And yeah, let's go. Take it home. So, but some of them were really rock hard. Some of them were brand new, so, yeah. But they had rings in every single spot. So, they didn't get a lot of use.
Mm-hmm. Was there ever talks to give you a gimmick or put you under mask or anything? Like, we had Mario Mancini on, and he was always saying that there was a time they were going to make him one of the Doinks, and they went with Ray Odyssey, I believe.
Yeah, I had a couple of dark matches, as they call it. Tryouts. I knew I wasn't big enough. I mean, Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty. Shawn's taller than I am. Marty is about the same size. Now, granted, they were big, babyface, super high flying, all that crap. But they were the smallest guys out there. Now, Shawn got a little bit bigger as he worked out harder, and plus, they started when they were like 17, I think, with WWF. Mm-hmm. But I was a little guy compared to all of them, even at 240. I mean, what am I going to do? And I knew that. So once I finished, or towards the end of my time there, I knew, okay, now it's time to go on. I actually walked into the AWA office to talk to them because at the time I felt, I'd worked for a guy out of Denver for, I think it was 6 years at that point, held a couple championships there. And I thought it was time. And when I walked in, Eric Bischoff was there, and I had known Eric from karate days. And he just said, "No, sorry, dude, they're closing the doors next month."
Yeah, it's nearly a dying day.
No, which was fine. It didn't break my heart, but I knew I wasn't ready before, and I didn't want to do two places as a job. Mm-hmm. So I knew I wasn't going to AWA to just be a jobber. I was there to get a push, and it wasn't meant to be. I moved on, and I couldn't even count how many different promotions I've worked for all over. So no, I've been blessed. I really have.
So I know you wrestled in UWF, and you for a little bit used the Dr. Feelgood name. Where did that come about? Who decided this is a good name for you?
Well, I didn't decide that one. Herb Abrams was. And at the time, I was working in Herb's office and doing a lot of traveling with her. And he wanted to do this gimmick. And sadly, I never got pictures. When Herb died, I didn't go through the stuff, which I could have, because the locker... I had rights to it because I was the one who controlled everything, but I knew that there were problems coming because of Herb. But we had lined up, I think they were both strippers. So, they had no problem being naked. Well, they basically had just little string bikinis. I mean, that was it. And they were my nurses. But Herb wanted that to come out, and we did that at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas in the Garden. So that was kind of cool. Mm-hmm. And Missy Hyatt was my nurse.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Which Missy wasn't happy because she had her boyfriends and wanted to do her stuff with, Rotundos and, whoever all there.
Yeah.
And, and at the time I was kind of new to that whole circuit. So, Sunny Beach and, who was the other one? I traveled with him. I can't even think of his name. anyways.
Yeah, we had Sonny on the show, and I used to watch UWF, when it was on at the time. I liked it, yeah.
No, you know, it's interesting. I mean, Herb was a character, like I said. I mean, I even went to Israel with Herb. I consider myself damn lucky for getting on the airplane before customs came to get us.
Right.
I remember on the way to the airport, the lady from the hotel called, or he called her, or she called him, whatever it was, because I have never in my life had a hotel room trash like you trash. And then he's got it on speaker. He's like, and I'm just scared. I was like, oh, damn, hurry, go to the airport, get there. We got to get on the plane. We got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And we did, luckily. And then it was, then we come back from that. And then Herb decided, I'm going to take, myself and Dr. Death, Steve Williams, to Hawaii with him. So I'm like, oh, cool. And so he gave me an extra ticket. And at the time, I didn't have anybody I wanted to travel with, female-wise.
Yeah.
So I gave him back the extra ticket and went by myself. And Herb had a fight with his girlfriend the night before. So he replaced his girlfriend on the trip with one of his hookers. Heidi Fleiss, one of Heidi Fleiss's girls.
Right.
That was the whole Herb Abrams, my God, what a nightmare along with a dream. So 3 days into the trip, he's like, you got to get rid of her. I can't take her anymore. So, Herb being, the little Jewish asshole that he always was trying to be, here's $50. They want $50 to, change your ticket. Let's see how good you are. You get my money back. So I took her to the airport, told her, and says, you just had somebody die. We figured it all out, got her to the airport. She's crying, I'm crying. And yes, no problem here. You go, oh, no charge. I go back, Herb, you're a fucking bitch. Threw it in his face. But Herb and I, we had a lot of good times. I was very heartbroken when he, did end up dying. And but he knew it was coming. I mean, he was so hooked on drugs, which was so sad. I actually contacted Judge Myra, who was his judge in Malibu, when he flunked his second drug test. Not the first, the second one after he was on probation. Yeah. And his lawyer writes this long letter. Oh, he's on this medication. Blah, 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 blah. And it took the prosecutor a while to go through all of her channels. She comes back and she goes, this is all bullshit. Well, by then he was dead. But I sent Myra a letter just saying, please do not let him slide through the system. He needs help.
Yeah.
He gets to New York, and I'm sure you probably read the article if you're a UWF.
Oh, yeah. And I saw the Dark Side of the Ring episode, and
stark ass naked running down a big hotel in New York City with a baseball bat covered in baby oil.
Mm-hmm.
But
in the Dark Side of the Ring episode, I hate to laugh about it, but they talk about him. That's how they find him when he's dead. He's like covered in baby oil and cocaine. And then they cut to another guy, and he said he died doing what he loved doing. And I was just like,
that's partially true. I mean, so many guys. Louis McCauley, just to bring up a quick one. What a horrible way to die. What kind of legacy are you leaving for anybody you've left behind? I took so many drugs, I puked and I drowned in my own puke. Really, guys? We got to be smarter than this. We really do. Now, I'm no angel, believe me. I mean, I partaked in a whole lot of stuff that I probably shouldn't have, but I was smart enough to know, walk away, don't be stupid. And, but so many of them were, and so many of them are dead now.
Yeah. And Louis was a really talented guy, and you're really young.
And he had a great break. WWF, I think that's just when they were switching over to WWE, was going to give him a run. They were going to give him a spot. And I don't know. I don't understand that mentality out of anybody.
Yeah.
But especially when, you go back to Marty Jannetty. I mean, the poor guy has been just a freaking loser. I mean, half of his dates he doesn't make. He's drunk. I mean, a really good friend of mine, one of my tag team partners, she's really good friends with him. And when he comes to New York, he'll call her. And part of the time she's like, oh, no, sorry, I'm not here. Because she knows if he comes over, he's going to eat everything, drink everything she has, and just be a total mess. And, there again, somebody who is on top of the world, you've got everything you could ever want. And you really?
Yeah. And he was given lots of chances, over the years to even not that long ago when he came back and wrestled Kurt Angle, when he was
like
out of the business for, yeah.
Mhm.
And then he,
I
messed
mean,
that up too. But.
Vince gave him some chances and other people have. And, he's just, he's self-destructing every day, which is really sad. I'm sorry, but sad.
Yeah. No, you said, you weren't an angel, but did you know, like, not to go too far? Were you like aware of, like the pitfalls of partying too much?
Yes and no. I mean, we cross that line a lot. When you're on the road for 20 or 25 days a month straight, what are you going to do every night? Go sit in your hotel room? No, we went and partied. We drank like Vikings. And I was smarter that I didn't do a lot of drugs then. It was more just drinking. But even that, I remember one time leaving LA, having to work in Phoenix that night. And I had a whole bunch of people, and I bought a Suburban, had it all decked out. And, if my Suburban could talk, I had the Iron Sheik, I had Ricky Root, obviously. A lot of people rode in that thing. By the time I made it to the Arizona border, I was already drunk, and it wasn't even noon. And I realized, like, damn, dude, you got to work tonight. You got to stop. You're done. And so, that night we went out and partied hardy, of course, but that was kind of the end and the wake up call. Luckily, I didn't get in trouble, but, no more drinking and driving. And then plus the laws got much tougher. And
it was, it was seen a lot different at that time than it is today. Yeah,
it was. I remember one time, and I had just relinquished the wheel to one of the midgets. So he's sitting on one suitcase, another one behind him. And he's got, reach down, get the pedal, hit the cruise control. He's driving along. Well, he was speeding. I'd fallen asleep, and all of a sudden, like, oh shit, the cops. Well, it was either Oklahoma or Texas. Highway Patrol got him. And I remember I'm looking out my back window, and I see the cop go, "Come here." Wrote him a ticket. He didn't care, but it's just like, how the hell is this little guy driving? But those guys, we had a lot of fun together, I gotta tell you. And, but I won't say any stories because too many of us will be incriminated.
Fair enough. Yeah. Who is your favorite midget wrestler to travel with?
Little Tokyo, because he was just a legend, was fun. But like Karate Kid, I think it was Chris Doobie, if I remember right. Him and I probably got in the most trouble. We actually got in a huge bar fight down in, I think it was outside of Alamogordo, New Mexico. And there was a carnival in town. So all the carnies, and they started picking on him.
All right.
He jumps up on the pool table. So now he's taller than and he's throwing kicks and stuff. And the bouncers come over, and I'm like, hey, sorry guys, we didn't start this. Oh no, we know. We kicked all of them out. You guys are here for the night. Have fun. We're buying your drinks. And, yeah. But Chris and I, we did some crazy stuff, and good times though, really good times. Cowboy Cottrell was one,
You still keep in touch with anybody from wrestling?
A lot of the guys out of Minneapolis I'm still friends with that we traveled with. I became the booker for WWF out of Minneapolis or out of Minnesota. Tom Stone was the main booker, and then he would call and say, I need 10, 20 guys, whatever. And so I would put together the crew, and, so I was in charge of getting the rental vans and stuff. But, it was a fun time. We traveled. We had some pranks going on along the way. We had some really good times, and luckily, nobody got seriously injured. A few people ended up in jail, but that's just the way it goes, and I wasn't one of them, so I was smart enough to stay out of that.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
I had one. Here's a quick story. We were working for the IWA out of Denver. Tom Shade, Tom Reeder was his real name, and we're on tour, and I think we were either in Victorville or Barstow. And we left the bar. Well, the Sheik, Iron Sheik, had to go with the bands because they had the gimmick. So we're driving along. We're all just going to eat. So we're just caravanning. And all of a sudden these cars just go screaming by us. And, I was, feeling no pain myself. And then realized, oh shit, they're all unmarked cars. They all get out, guns drawn. Well, if you remember the movie Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke,
Yeah.
the guy opens the door, smoke is billowing up, beer comes falling out. Hi guys. So they get him out. So I'm standing there, and they got a huge perimeter set up, and I'm behind the guy in front of us by probably at least 20 yards. And all of a sudden, like, don't move. I'm like, sir, I've been standing here for 5 minutes just waiting to get your attention. When you have a chance, I'd like to talk to your supervisor, because one of the guys in there is mine, former WWF superstar, and he just climbed in the wrong vehicle. Supervisor comes over and explained it to him. He goes, get him out of here now, or he's going to jail. Sheik, in my car. Oh, sorry, Mr. L, sorry. As soon as we get back to the hotel, anybody got some gimmick? Like, he tried to take it easy, but one track mind Sheik. But yeah, stuff like that. We didn't get in trouble. I don't know what happened with the rest, because we got the heck out of there.
Do you still keep in touch with Iron Sheik?
I've called him a couple times. I tried to get him on one of my shows here in LA. And at the time, he had just signed a deal with Vince, so he was not allowed to do any TV. That's how Vince locks the boys up, give them a shitload of money, and now nobody can ever use them again. But I remember he goes, sorry, Mr. L, Vince gave me lots of bucks. I can't work for nobody. No problem.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So, but yeah, he was a fun one. He was a character. We did a job in Middle California, and I remember it was I think it was an Army, because it was a Ford. Oh, I don't remember the name, but one of the guys, and this guy was, he made Ultimate Warrior look small. But he wasn't in uniform. He was in civilian clothes, but he was military, because this was strictly a military show. And Sheik's like, America, tooey, and spit right on him. He ended up hurting a whole lot of MPs that night. It turned out he was medical. And and then afterwards, Sheik's like, Mr. Odd, why was he so mad? I'm like, you pissed him off, Sheik. You don't spit on him and tell him America tooey when he's a soldier. He goes, why not? So, but that was one that Sheik really legitimately thought he was going to get hurt. And, this guy was badass. Holy shit. We heard he got called on the carpet, got busted down. He had to fly out the next morning to some other hospital, but, to work. But anyways, the tales we leave behind us.
Right. Yeah, Iron Sheik's the only guest we ever had on the show that hung up on us.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
I was his boss, so he had to respect me.
Yeah.
And I didn't take any shit from him either. Which, as long as they know that up front, then they don't question it and they don't push it, and yeah. Sheik.
I talked to him again a few years ago when his documentary came out, and he was actually a lot different guy. He was very calm and pleasant. Yeah.
Well, I think he's been out of the ring long enough. He's not living that gimmick anymore.
Right.
He's living off of it, but he's not having to fight it every day. It's funny, when he would do his Russian bells or whatever.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm getting old. The bells are getting smaller. Yeah.
Intro questions from the chat room here.
Yes, I have one from Steven Simmons. He wants to know if you ever had any interactions with Jim Cornette.
Only at Cauliflower Alley Club, which is held in Vegas every year now. It has been for probably the last 20 years. I see Jim over there. As far as ring-wise, no, sadly not. But I was very picky on who I went to work for. And like I said, my WWF days were my jobber days and nobody else. So if they weren't going to take me and give me a push, and they had all their own guys, the South and the Deep South and the, all of that, the Atlantic regions, so, I wasn't there to step in anybody's toes. I was just there to make a living and make a name for myself. And, sorry, no Jim Cornette.
Yeah, Oliver Humperdinck used to always want us to go to Cauliflower Club, but unfortunately never have.
You know, for the fans or anybody interested in wrestling, it's kind of cool. We have what they call the gimmick room, and that's usually during the days, and it's free. You can go in, and then if you want to get a picture or autograph something, this or that, you know, those are all for sale. I used to have a booth there. I did it for probably 10 years where, you know, we would have our different belts and taking pictures with people. And, you know, I miss those days because everybody would walk through. And I remember the ones Sergeant Slaughter was walking through and he's looking at the belt. Hey, these are real belts. Yeah, thanks, Bob. You know, and I had worked with Bob in Denver before and stuff. So, but anyways, he says, hey, let's take a picture. I'm like, okay, I don't have to ask you. You're asking me. This is awesome. Because you don't, you know, not sure you want to cross that line of being a mark.
Right.
But now, you know, I don't do that anymore. Our rules are you have to be at the pool by 10 a.m. whether you've slept or not, because cocktails are being served.
Any other questions, Intro? There's a few of them here.
Vic Chavone, he wants to know, how did you make the transition into acting?
Local promoter here in LA, Carl Lauer, calls me up one day, and I had known Carl, and we had done a bunch of things together. And he goes, I got this movie, and he goes, you're perfect for it. I want to get you over the script and check it out. And you're going to play a character named Tex. All you're going to do is beat up, kidnap, and kill Mexicans in East LA. Like, oh, cool, bad guy. I got no problem with this. So I get the script, I go over it and everything. I remember there was probably 10 or 12 of them on this whole panel, you know, behind, you know, like 3-4 tables long. Everybody's sitting there taking notes and all that. And my job was just to go and being interviewed by them. And they said, well, did you read the script? And I said, what'd you think? I go, God, I don't know. Me getting my ass kicked by a Mexican in the end of this movie, it's going to cost you a whole lot of money. And they're all like, kidding. I ended up working with the Mexican wrestlers. We had some great fights. I mean, you know, we had a lot of fun, but that's how I got into acting, was because of Carl. And he had always given me a bad time. He goes, you never paid me back. Well, none of us ever got paid for this movie, even Carl, and he had put money into the movie. So one year at Cauliflower, I says, I got something for Carl, you know. So we did it on Not the Big Night, the Bologna Blowout, which is now the Bockwinkel Blowout night. So I had it all framed, and it was one of my residual checks for 1 penny. And I says, like, you know, you say I never gave you anything, so here's a residual check from a big TV show I did. And I gave it to him, and he goes, 1 penny. I go, don't spend it all in one place. So that was kind of our running joke. But no, thank you to Carl. Carl unfortunately died here, you know, a little over a year ago, but he got me my first movie part. I went out and got an agent after that. I think the interesting part for me, I've never taken an acting class ever. I think my training in wrestling, and especially back in the day when, you know, it took a lot to get through camp, and part of the people never made it through camp, really prepared me for Hollywood. And, you know, that was a big thing. And I'm very happy to make the transition. There again, I kind of fought that because I was enjoying wrestling at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I've got probably close to 30 years in with acting.
You know, you assume that's a lot more longevity for you, you know, unless you got like a agent role or something in wrestling.
Well, wrestling was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Acting, I also do my own stunts a lot of times, so that can also be equally tough. I've stunt doubled a few people, but mostly it's just me because most people aren't my size.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you know, it's been a fun transition. I made a lot more money from acting than I did from wrestling, and I did good wrestling. Don't get me wrong, but acting, I mean, I was just in Arizona, and it was a kind of a crappy payday. One day, $4,000. That's a crappy payday.
Yeah.
So who's complaining? Not me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's let everyone know we're going to do another interview with Al Burke here on Without Your Head, our horror website, that we're going to cover the movies and the horror roles.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Can I change just for 1 second for you
Of
guys?
course, definitely. Yeah. We're getting It's very professional here. I should start doing that. Bring down multiple wardrobes and a little secret. If I do record several interviews in a day, I do switch the shirt so it looks like I did them.
Look at that.
I love it.
Excellent.
That's a great premiere of this. The guy made this up, and I turned like Sin Bodhi was there, who worked as Kazarni, and I'm like, "Hey, anybody here work with this man?" "Oh, nobody." "Oh, I've done twice. Sorry."
This is awesome. By the way, Sin will be on the show here pretty soon as well. Also, thanks to Trista.
No, Sin is awesome. We got a movie coming out that, I pull him over as the motor cop, and, basically we get into it. And it doesn't end so well for me, but, me and Sin had a great fight. It was a lot of fun, and cool times.
Along those lines, we talked to a lot of wrestlers on here, obviously, and then also a lot of stunt people come up on the horse show. And there is a connection there, is both the wrestlers and the stunt actors do the bumps. And it's not, and they always talk about it's not really one big thing that you get injured from. It's the amount of bumps that add up. It
can be. I know one of the things, and I talked to one of my stunt buddies about it, because we had to do a dive into soap suds. They filled the room about 4 feet deep in soap suds. And we had to do a dive blindly, obviously, because it's full of suds, and hit the floor. Well, he's all padded up and he hurt himself. I'm like, dude, I don't have that option. I have no pads. I have to do it right, or I've screwed up. I hit it, boom, done. It's like, okay, boys, let's see if you can match that. But we're so used to falling on concrete, whatever's out there, a wood gym floor. It don't matter. So not cheating it, you think, oh, I'm coming down. Oh, I might get hurt. Oh shit, you're putting these out there? These are fragile, stuff like that. Put your knees down. No, damn. I mean, I did with Legion of Doom, but I'm going like this through the air. I was just happy to get down.
Right. I think, honestly, I think all wrestling fans would agree. I mean, to be able to say, I took the Doomsday device is a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken the Steiners, so many of them.
And I always say, if you weren't watching when the Steiners first came on, I don't think you can really understand how innovative they were, doing the Frankensteiner. And they were the first guys to do a lot of the big suplexes and the crazy clotheslines and stuff, which really very innovative and also influential. It's pretty much, a lot of the modern wrestling is off what the Steiners did.
Sadly, it's gone, in my belief, too far that way. I mean, they're so busy, and I know people who have been permanently disabled are no longer able to wrestle because they were stupid out there. And, I want to do a hurricanrana, blah, 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 and it's like, you're not even ready for that. What are you thinking? I mean, I tell people it took me almost 20 years before I went to the top rope and did a frog splash, because my training told, my trainer in part of my training told me, you go to the second rope, you could hurt yourself. Go to the top rope, you could end your career and possibly your life. The choice is yours. And they were old school. Stay on the ground, wrestle. That's what they want to see. I mean, I just did a whole thing. I had retired and I came back to go up to Toronto, Canada. I met some people up there, and I ended up doing 5 matches up there, where I slowly had to get back in shape and do my stuff and so. And at the end, the very last match, I finished it with a sleeper hold. I think we
never see anymore. Yeah.
I think we had 1 clothesline and a sleeper. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the guys in the locker room afterwards, like, you guys are going out there busting your ass, trying to do every move you've ever seen on TV. You don't have to. Tell them a story. I mean, I had the crowd eating out of my hand at the end. And one of the names, Outlaw Bobby Bass. I don't know if you know him, Toronto area. I kept getting interfered with. Oh, God, go figure. On the matches leading up to the final one. Bobby took this guy's belt off his pants and whipped him with it. He didn't have a shirt on. I stopped my shit just to listen to that and watch him whack this guy with the belt. Like, ow, damn, that's a good one. The crowd went crazy for simple, nothing stuff. You know, you've got to be able to work, first of all, and tell a story, but, you know, you don't need to jump around. And they've got a lot of guys that do all the different moves, but here's the crowd. You know, they don't care. And even their champion was like that. He wanted to fight me afterwards. I'm like, no, not interested. So, you know, it's sad the way our youth have gone now. But, you know, it's the way it is. They're not listening to me or anybody else from my generation or even before. So, you know, good luck to you boys and girls.
I mean, I like modern wrestling. Like, I'm an AEW fan, but over this last few months, like, there's so many guys out injured because, you know, the style. And I know Kenny Omega as the champ was talking about that the guys have to start doing a different style because that's what he did all these years. And, you know, now he can't do it. IWA champion right here. Intercontinental.
That was my very first one.
Oh, nice.
All before our time runs out here.
Oh, sweet.
AWA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, awesome.
That's a very nice title.
Tag team. Yeah.
Wait, did I?
Ooh.
Oh, wait.
Oh, very nice. UWF Pro Wrestling King. I like that. The Excellent. Pro Wrestling King. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't do King of the Ring because obviously Vince took it.
Right.
But that was 16 of us in the ring for the battle. And the winner of each one got their own belt. So I am waiting. I heard that the old mixed tag belts from the IWA out of Denver are coming back to me and my partner, Sabrina Fury out of New York now. So we're waiting to see on that. But yeah, he had somebody break his leg in the ring, sue him, won. So, you know, the owner of that, you know, the day he lost the lawsuit, that company closed. He started a new one. So all the belts were no longer any good.
You ever just put them all on at the same time?
Somebody asked, "Oh, dude, you got them all mounted?" And I go, "No, I throw them all on the floor." Now, when I do a lot of charities all across the world, and I will never wear one of those belts at any charity. Anybody else can wear it. I don't care.
Oh, that's nice. Huh?
But, you know, I wear it for work. I don't need to wear it. You know, this is everybody else's time. And I've done Special Olympics for over 40 years. And, you know, I'll strap it on an athlete and they'll go run and tell their mom. And, you know, their mom could be, you know, a block away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hey, if I lose it, I lose it. It's not that big of a deal because I've already won.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, for them, it's such a big, important time. And, you know, and I realize that. So I'd rather honor them by letting them wear it than you know, me.
Oh, that's great.
Intro, I think there's one here from Stellar Steven.
Yep, Stellar Steven. He wants to know, what do you think about Ric Flair coming out of retirement for his last match?
You know, I mean, I heard he looks like he's in pretty good shape. At some point, we all got to decide enough is enough. I knew when I was doing my Toronto run that I had no business being out there. I trained hard for it, so I was okay by the end, but I still wasn't that good. You know, I had all the knowledge. So, you know, Flair's going to have all the knowledge. The real question will be, can he move? Can he do his stuff? And he might be able to do a signature move here and there. The biggest thing is try to keep from getting hurt. And, you know, as you get up in age, it's like, oh, you twist like this. Oh, my back went out.
Yeah.
So he has a pacemaker, from what I understand. I mean, adds another element to it. You know,
is it worth it? You know, unless you need the money, and I don't think he does. I think he's done quite well with this.
And I think he can do well. You know, doing signings and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just starting on the whole Comic-Con circuit at the end of this year, which I have never done before because I didn't want to be like Mickey Rourke and a freaking loser. But they're giving me a lot of money. So it's like, okay, I guess I could go do this now. But no, good luck to him. I hope he doesn't get hurt. but you know, there's always a chance, and that's the sad part.
Yeah. I just actually earlier before the show, I watched the video where they're building up to it, and it was like super bloody. And there's just I know that's what he was known for back in the day, but I think if you see Flair's last match, it should be something that's fun. Like, I think it'd be fun just to see him go in there and do some chops and those punches and stuff like that. And but I don't really want to see him all bloodied and
you know, the sad part is that was my complaint against the movie The Wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was such a small part. It was, you know, basically the Southeast that would do that every single night, every single match. And it's like, you know, that was their niche. I mean, I got my head busted open only a couple of times, and one of them was 9 staples from a chair. And, you know, I had blood running all over me from that. But I always told somebody, if you're going to hit me with a chair, you better make it believable, because if not, I'm going to rip you a new one. Yeah. And he did. And, you know, so I can't complain about that. I mean, unfortunately, you know, he hit me wrong with the chair and just, like I said, sliced me wide open. But, you know, and the sad part about the whole thing, it was a show for charity of a young girl that I used to coach in softball that got cancer and died.
Oh.
So doing all that, you know, but, you know, the biggest thing is I guess it added a little bit of legitimacy to that match that night.
Yeah.
Anthony Oberstern, are the Bushwackers as crazy in real life as their gimmick portrays?
You know, it was so much fun working with the Bushwackers. The funny part was, while you're in the ring working with one of them, the other one's outside telling jokes. And you're running, you know, like, bam. But yeah, they're just the funniest, craziest people. I mean, I was very happy to work with them. I mean, you know, they were true pros. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was an interesting night.
They kind of go to what you're saying, though, because they had a long run as the sheep herders doing like crazy bloody matches. But most people remember them as the Bushwackers, which they did just a couple years and really just having like fun matches.
Well, but see, it's all in what you're used to watching. I mean, Vince, you know, love him or hate him, he has a heck of a program, and he has for years. I mean, most of the old school guys like me, we're not happy with the way wrestling is right now. We don't consider it real wrestling. But, you know, that's not our call. It's Vince's. And, you know, even though, Vince isn't in charge anymore because he screwed up too. Yeah. But, you know, whatever it is, you know, he's the big dog. I mean, he's got the best TV. I know I would have promoters like, oh, I got a better show than him. I go, quit trying to base it off of him. Just do your best show. But, oh, no, I'm going to do this because he can't do it as good as I can. You completely lost focus on what you're supposed to do. But good luck.
Right. I mean, you know, it's been around decades. You're not just going to start a show and be better than that.
Well, even when I was there back in the 80s, I mean, he has a whole semi loaded with nothing but camera equipment and all the monitors and everything. I mean, who has that? God, you know, that semi alone, you know, got to be, you know, $500,000 easily, maybe $1 million. Yeah, he's top dog. You know, like I said, love him or hate him, don't matter. He's still top dog.
Yeah.
Now, did you wrestle in Japan? I thought I saw that online.
I did do one match over there. It was a break off of one of the other ones I watched. I don't remember, it was Baba or who. The guy tried his own thing. Got the Tokyo Egg Dome, so that was kind of cool. And but we did rounds, so it was a 5-round thing. And I didn't know what I could take. My opponent spoke no English, not one word. So I would have a guy come over in my corner and say, okay, do this, do this, do this. And I'm like, are you sure? Like, don't worry, he don't care. Like, great. So, and one of them was pick him up for a suplex and do a front face suplex. Like, really? Holy shit. You know, and if the guy's not ready for that, I mean, you obviously, you know how to fall. And as you're going face first, it's like, oh, damn, cover the important stuff now. But no, it was fun. It was interesting. I had to give him something to kick, so I gave him my front leg. Not sure what my body could take. I think it was late in the 5th round. He landed a round kick to my head, solid. I didn't see stars or anything, so I was very happy with myself. And at that point, I mean, early on, I knew he probably couldn't hurt me. And so I toyed with him a bit. I did some things in Japan that you're not supposed to do. I started talking to the audience, and it turns out they don't do that over there.
No.
And
they sit quietly and they clap every once in a while.
They do. And at one point I'm like, you know what? All you slant-eyed motherfuckers don't know a thing that I'm saying, do ya? And pretty soon one guy yells, another guy started, and pretty soon I got them all yelling at me. It's like, I win.
Were they mad backstage that you did that if you're not supposed to do that? Or
well, they didn't say anything there. I got in trouble in WWF a few times for talking to the crowd, but in fact, one of the guys here in LA had made a sign saying Al Burke's fan club.
I love it. Yeah.
Cactus Jack's first match in the WWF, he's holding it right there for the camera.
Oh,
so
that's
Cactus
awesome.
is down there. He's holding the sign right next to him.
I love it. That's great.
But yeah, little things like that. But yeah, they weren't happy, and they cut all of our stuff out. I mean, later on when I got better, I would do more with the guys wrestling, and they would just edit it out. So I'm like, shit, I just go out, do nothing, beat me like a stepchild, send me home.
Yeah.
You need the shirt, Al Burke's fan club T-shirt. I think it would be good selling.
Those days are long gone. I did have
I'd wear it. Yeah.
Team Outrageous.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Where did the name come from, Mr. Outrageous?
Oh, I can't tell you that. We could have kids watching.
Fair enough. Where can people follow you, Mr. Burke, if they want to see what you're up to?
Well, there is a Facebook page for Mr. Outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
But probably the easiest place is on Instagram, Al Burke 4782. It started off just my acting with animals, because I do a lot of animal wrangling in Hollywood.
Interesting.
And then all of a sudden I did Billie Eilish's video, Bellyache, as the cop. It was just her and I in the video. And I picked up like 5,000 to 10,000 people just from her. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of cool. And now it's just, I'm putting up all my stuff. I've kind of transitioned it over. I mean, I was just in Arizona shooting, and I had a nice dog over there, the Australian Shepherd. That was my buddy in that commercial. And basically just her and I until the very end. When a driver shows up, I throw money in the back of his truck and he drives away. So it's just me and my dog. So, but probably Instagram is the best way to find me.
All right, very nice. Well, this was very fun to talk with you.
Thank you much for having me. I enjoyed it. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And don't forget Andre.
Yeah, how can you forget Andre? And we'll have part 2 where we're going to talk about your movie career.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Well, you take care. And again, thank you, Trista, out there.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, Mr. Burke.
Good night.
Mr.
Thanks
Outrageous. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. You could take off if you like. We're going to talk about wrestling now.
Okay. Do you need me for any of it, or?
Nah.
I mean,
we're going to talk about current wrestling, so you probably won't want to. But we'll have you back sometime. We'll think of some old wrestling, and we'll bring you back and talk about it. How would that work?
That sounds excellent.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Inchman. Al's very good. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Fun interview. That was good stuff.
I liked him. Very cool. We'll be doing a part 2. Me, Tristan, Troy, and Without Your Head, we're going to talk about his horror movie career. He was in a movie recently with Tristan. Trista recommended him in Sin Bodhi. And Sin, well, I just talked to him earlier. We're going to work it out because he actually teaches a wrestling class while we're normally doing the live show. So we're going to work out a day. We'll probably end up recording it.
Okay. Excellent. That would be great too.
Yeah.
I've never heard any stories about John Studd coming back at Andre. That's the first one that I think I've ever heard.
Yeah. And if you weren't aware, I probably should brought this up in the interview, because 89, that's when, so Studd was gone for a while, and then he came back and he won the Royal Rumble in 89. And so he had a short run as a baby face, John Studd. And at this time, Andre was the heel. You know, before their big feud, it was always Studd was the bad guy with Heenan. and Andre was the big baby face. But this was reversed. The Big John Studd is the baby face, and Andre the heel with Bobby Heenan.
Mm-hmm. Excellent interview, though. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did too. Very fun. Seemed like a good guy, fun guy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Outrageous. Yeah. You can watch him his match. I watched a bunch of his matches on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You can see him versus Saba Simba.
And you gotta check out the first Mick Foley match so you can see the Albert fan club.
Yeah, I kind of remember that now in Mick Foley's first book. I think he might have mentioned that.
Really?
I think he did. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he did.
Awesome.
All right, and what happened on wrestling this week before we take the Zooms?
With Jackie Jones, I've watched just about all of wrestling except for NXT, which, you know, that's a given. I watched the Rampage. I watched the Dynamite, Monday Night Raw, SmackDown. Are you in the know that Jeff Jarrett is also going to be a guest referee for the Usos versus the Street Profits?
I did not know this. Why? That seems like what is his connection to any of that?
I don't know. Maybe because he's working for WWE now. I'm happy that Jeff is in it, but they announced him as the special guest referee, and it's basically they're doing this angle where people kept getting, like, the ref was counting when somebody's shoulder was up in the Street Profits match, and they lost that one, and then the Usos lost, and somebody else had their shoulders up. So they're kind of saying, well, we got to bring in a special guest referee, and they say Jeff Jarrett is the special guest referee. Adam Pearce announced on SmackDown. And I think it just left everybody like, well, we like Jeff Jarrett, but why?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Does he make any appearances on WWE at all?
Hasn't been any yet. I'm sure he's going to probably do
And if I think of Jarrett, like I would never think of the Usos or the Street Profits. Like I don't see his connection to anybody in this.
He needs to be the special guest referee.
Maybe he's going to be a busy guy. He's going to be doing that, and he's wrestling Ric Flair in his final match.
Mm-hmm. Maybe since he's doing the Ric Flair's final match, they want to get him out on television just to show that Jeff is still there.
So I alluded to this on the Al Burke interview. I watched the video where they finally announced the match. The final match is Ric Flair and Andrade versus Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
Now I assume maybe all that stuff with Lethal was all the work, because I assume or maybe that they just had no one that was the last minute. I don't know, but I assume that was all work for this. I watched the angle, and I can't say it was done very well. The thing is, it's very uncomfortable to see Ric Flair getting beat down and bloodied, at 73.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it wasn't done well. It was done well.
And I see what you're saying. Like, you might want it to be kind of a fun match rather than just a blood match, or like a real.
Yeah, it's not really what I want to see from Ric Flair at this point. I know it's probably what he wants to do. Well,
when WWE did his retirement match with Shawn Michaels and he was bleeding in that was pretty emotional. But
yeah, he's like in his 50s.
Yeah, that was a good while ago. But yeah, I guess they just want to make the feud red hot because they haven't really had a whole lot of time to book a big feud because they didn't know who was even going to wrestle him, I guess, or they couldn't figure out anybody who would wrestle him. So they got around to Jeff Jarrett, which I guess that's a hell of an honor for Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal to be taking on Ric Flair in his final match and Andrade.
I'll be honest. I think the match will be good. I mean, those are all guys are good. Who knows if Ric Flair can go, this will be good. But am I interested? Is that like a big match to me? Those four guys? No.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense that's who's going into this match. I mean, like, I know Ricky Steamboat probably would have been like made a lot more sense. And it's also a send off for the Jim Crockett Promotions, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah, none of these guys, I
none
guess
of those guys were really
they're
there
trying to fit in
Flair.
the Jarrett and his father connection to them, like back in, I guess, in the 80s. They kind of had it. They were part of they were part of the NWA, I guess, but they had issues. But I don't know, they didn't explain it very well. But so if you didn't see it, they're like in a parking lot, and Jay Lethal's having he's had a confrontation with Ric Flair and Crockett, and so it leads to Lethal starts beating him up. But it's weird because Ric Flair's cocky to Jay Lethal, and he's supposed to be the baby face here. And I know at the same time we all kind of want the cocky Ric Flair too. But like the cocky Ric Flair when he's like 73 to this guy who actually did help him, I don't really think it makes him like endearing. Yeah. Kind of like you're not really rooting for you. You have sympathy for Flair just because he's Ric Flair and he's older, but you don't really think he's in the right here either.
You don't think he wants to play that role where he is the old guy? He wants to be Ric Flair of old.
I guess, but I don't. To me, he's just sympathetic because he's old in this angle, not because he's like in the right. He's being cocky. I mean, then he was cocky so he beats him up. He's laying there. They're trying to help him up. Jarrett comes in and is actually being a good guy and helping him, and Ric Flair refuses his help and he's saying "F you" to Jarrett, and I don't get it. Like, so why is he being a dick to Jarrett, who's really just trying to help him up? And so then Jarrett's like, well, you saying F me, F you. Then he starts beating him up. So honestly, everyone looks like assholes.
That is strange. I heard that he even used Karen Jarrett's.
She was there. I mean, it's done well. Is like the only thing is I never liked the use of a score in a wrestling angle. So it's got the background music.
Oh, it does.
It's almost like a cinematic deal where because they cut, the cameras are cutting. There's cut, and they have the boom, like the dramatic music. I never care for that. To me, when I'm watching wrestling, I understand what wrestling is, but when I'm watching it, I want it to be presented as like an actual thing that's happening. You know what I mean? When you add the score and it's like a movie, and it's just a different vibe. And I would think too, if you're doing the Crockett, this is billed as a Crockett show, you should really keep it true to the Crockett era. And one of my favorite angles of all time, I mentioned it many times, is when the Four Horsemen track down Dusty, and they explain why the camera's there. They hijacked the cameraman and pay him money to film this, and I love that because it all makes sense. So there's not just a mystery camera that you're supposed to just ignore why it would be there. There's a reason why it's there, and they hire him because they want the people to see them beating up Dusty. To me, if you're billing this as a Crockett thing, that's really the kind of vibe you should go for. And this is the opposite of that with the score and stuff. And so they beat him down, and he does this crazy blade job, but there's just it's uncomfortable to see a 73-year-old guy just bleed, or 74 how old he is, bleeding like crazy. And these two guys, one guy I know, like Jarrett's almost 50 maybe, I don't know, but still he's he's a much younger guy, and these two people beating him up, and the wife's helping him. It's not fun.
I haven't seen this clip. I know it just came out yesterday, but I haven't went around to watch it, but it does sound very strange from what you're explaining.
Yeah, it's very bloody. And so then the blood's all over Karen Jarrett's dress.
Oh, really?
Lethal's wearing a white shirt. It's all over him. So everyone's just covered in Flair's blood, and it's literally pouring out of his head into a puddle on the road. Ew. And it's like, normally I would like this kind of angle, but not with an elderly man.
Yeah. Got some comments in the chat room. Mike B, he says that stuff with Lethal was a bad work. I'm not sure what he means by that, but
I think the stuff where he wasn't booked on the show.
Okay, I see. So Lethal came in saying like, you couldn't even book me on the show, and here I was training you and all that, or something. I haven't seen it, but anyways, Mighty Lexar, he says Ric Flair wants to die in the ring.
I think he does. I know it's a weird thing to say. I understand that mentality. Like I know, but the problem is with that is if that's your goal, you're also putting someone else in the position of they're the person who is in the ring when Ric Flair dies. So it's not just
bad,
you. You're putting other people in a really
bad situation.
Yeah.
Haitian Terrell, is that his name? Hi there, I just got my new TV back. Glad you got your TV. Stellar Steven, I'm sold. He's sold on this whole Ric Flair angle.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Jeff Jarrett is good at beating up old men. See Hogan in Japan. Didn't Jeff face Hogan in Japan or something like that?
Yeah, but Hogan wasn't like an elderly man at the time.
Yeah.
This is beyond like an older guy, an older wrestler. When you're in your 70s, it's like an elderly guy. To me, it's a much different feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I was watching that, just a side note real quick. I'll make it quick. But Hogan was on the Goldberg documentary talking about him facing, and it was his idea to face Goldberg and to lose to Goldberg. So I don't think Hulk Hogan gets enough credit for doing, good things for the business when it's right. Because that was good for Goldberg's career. Because there was no other way.
The follow up, I think, was bad because that was great. I remember getting I recorded the whole show because it was a big deal to me. I know people say it should have been a pay-per-view. I understand all that, but still, it was a big deal to watch it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
The follow-up to me is what the issue was, because after Goldberg beat Hogan, he wasn't in the main events defending the belt. He would be like in the middle of the show defending the belt, and then Hogan and like the NWO guys would still be in the main event. And whenever they've done that with other people, like Rey Mysterio when he won the title. And I'm not saying he would have been the great, but still, whoever's your champion, you got to push as the champion, as your main event guy.
They got to be the center.
And Goldberg, especially. People beved him as the main event guy.
Okay, back to the comments in the chat. Stephen Butler, he says this will be Flair's last match. No more.
Okay,
that's what they're booking it as.
That's what they said. That's what they said about the Michaels match.
Exactly.
And he had a bunch of matches after that. So.
He worked for Impact. He worked for. Did he work for ROH for a little bit? I think. Did he do it? I don't think he did a match in ROH.
Yeah, maybe not. But if he's out there and he enjoys doing this, and he's not hurt, maybe you do not. I don't know.
Mike B goes on to add. He says, "I meant that. I think the work with Lethal was poorly done." So
I think it was poorly done in a way that it made Flair look like an asshole.
Yeah.
If you're gonna work this, Lethal should look like the guy you want to see get beat up.
Mm-hmm.
The way it's done, like he's justified, because I did think if this was real, that's kind of a shit move by Flair not to have him on the show when he's the guy helping him. Obviously, I don't think he should get beat up and beat down. But it doesn't make anyone really look good.
What if Lethal came out and he just said, I was acting like you for all those years just because I think you're a joke. And, and pisses on his whole legacy or something like that. And really build him as the heel in this one. Not let Flair be like.
Yeah, where's Andrade? Another thing that's weird to me, let's say people look back in this match in 5 years or whatever. If Andrade and Charlotte break up at all, it's going to be very odd. You're like, why was Ric Flair's match? Why was he tagging with this guy? What the hell's the connection?
Just stop it. These two are in love.
No, I'm not saying they aren't.
And it's forever, Jack.
Maybe it will be. I hope it is. I don't want them. I'm just saying if they do, if you don't know that that's his son-in-law, like what would be the connection between Ric Flair and Andrade?
Exactly. Yeah.
You see those guys hanging out?
No.
Why didn't he come help him when he's getting his ass beat?
He was in Mexico. He's worked for AEW.
Yeah. I don't want to see old men bleeding all over. That's not an enjoyable time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get your point. It would be better as more of just a celebration kind of match. You got your typical heels, Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett, and then, just have Flair be, all hyped.
I want to see him woo.
Yeah.
Chop his punches, hit a guy in the nuts. I don't want to. Maybe he can drop some elbows. I don't want to see him get thrown off the top rope. I don't want to see him bleeding all over the place either.
Mighty Lex versus Goldberg's only main event at 2 WCW pay-per-views since he became world champion.
Yeah, I mean, even Nitro, he wasn't main eventing. They'd have him like in the first hour, I think, and then they'd have other stuff in the main event. I think a lot of that stuff was the guys that were running, knowing how to manipulate, because he's very green, not just as a wrestler. He didn't know the business that well, so other people know that if he's not main event as a champion, he's not going to look that impressive. He's not used very well, even though he was used well to a certain extent.
He was used well up until when he won the belt, and then they kind of were giving him that half-assed push.
Yeah.
That cools people off, which is always just terrible for wrestling. I mean, you want them strong,
Oh, yeah.
And Goldberg was huge at that time. I'm pro
Goldberg. I was a fan of his. Yeah.
I was playing the Nintendo 64 games, and I wasn't really watching wrestling since when I was a kid. And they kind of familiarized me with the characters. And one night, my buddy was over, and he said, "I'm going home. I'm going to watch wrestling." And I thought, wrestling. Maybe I'll watch wrestling. And that was the night that Goldberg took on Hulk Hogan, and I've been watching ever since. So, if anything, that night made me a fan again, and I kept watching. So, anyhow, but yeah, Ric Flair. Are you? Is it on pay-per-view? I guess. Is it like you?
Yeah, I'm not going to buy it, but
you're not going to buy it.
No, it's very expensive.
Really?
It's like $200.
Is there anything else on the card that looks like?
The card looks good, honestly. Maybe I should pull the card.
Is an FTR on it?
I think you can just get the show itself for maybe $40 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm going to be home. Isn't it this weekend or is it next weekend?
Maybe next weekend.
Yeah, because
ROH show is on Saturday,
I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to be at that,
which is on the 23rd, right?
Yeah, that show's loaded.
No, wait a minute. 23rd is just a few days. Is that?
Yeah, it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday.
So SummerSlam's the 29th. When is this Flair show? Is it on a Sunday?
It's July 31st.
Oh, so it is. It's on Sunday on the 31st. Okay. So that's directly after SummerSlam. SummerSlam's on Saturday of that week. So on the 30th it'd be SummerSlam, and on the 31st it'd be Flair's
it's $35. I don't know. Guess that's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'll see what's happening that day.
Be a lot of wrestling.
I know that's the issue. So the card sounds good to me. So you've got Kerry and Ricky Morton.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky Morton and his son with Robert Gibson, in the corner. And they're wrestling Brian Pillman Jr. and Brock Anderson with Arn Anderson. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I love AEW, but my God, do they book Brian Pillman as just the biggest loser in the friggin' world?
Yeah. I think Conan was talking about
they hate this guy. Like, I don't get it. They make him look like just the complete moron.
I know they're trying to pay a little homage to the Hollywood Blondes by putting him in the varsity team.
Yeah, but the Hollywood Blondes were cool. They weren't like morons who acted like they were 15 or 15.
What I was going to say, it's like, I don't think they probably should have went that route with Brian Pillman. Everybody knows Brian Pillman Jr. Everybody knows he's Brian Pillman.
Just like a Saved by the Bell angle or something.
I think what people would probably want, and maybe he doesn't want to rehash what his father was doing.
No one wants this, though. This is horrible.
Exactly. But I'm saying maybe he didn't want to do that, but I think that's the way they probably should have went. I mean,
this is legit one of the worst gimmicks in wrestling.
It's pretty bad. It's
terrible. And they're always booked to look like idiots and never get revenge on anyone. They're always beat. They're always made to look like fools. They lose their girl, never even try to get revenge. Yeah. When they did have the feud with Black, they got beat every time and always looked like idiots, always did the dumb stuff. They looked like just the two biggest losers on the show.
Do you think it could be a thing where Brian Pillman, even though he does have a famous father, he is new to the Brit business, and some people aren't?
Not that. He's been in there for years now. He's not as new as Jungle Boy, and they treat him well.
Yeah, they do treat Jungle Boy a lot better than
Both him and
MG.
MJF were in MLW. MJS treated like a big time guy.
That's true. That's true. Okay. You got good points. Good points.
He's not Brock Anderson level, who's like not ready for TV.
I think they should be using him better too. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
not even against Griff Garrison. I just against his gimmick. It looks like something from the early 90s, and they're like teenagers and in like a high school gymnasium.
I haven't seen a Letterman jacket like that, and like somebody actually wear a Letterman jacket.
Yeah,
like
that.
Probably
like the 50s or something. They should, if they're gonna do this gimmick, they should really go over the top with it and like have them as heels where you're like they think they're cool. They could take the girl to the malt shop, that kind of stuff. I would actually get a kick out of that, but they're just treated just like complete morons. Like
they can't take the girl to the malt shop because she joined the
she
demon
went with
people.
Yeah, it's true.
She's
before that
person now.
It's bad.
And even that storyline is like they haven't really into that one as well.
No, I really am a big fan of AEW. So people will take this the wrong way, but there is kind of a whole thing about AEW. They keep getting people, which I'm not against, but
yeah,
they got to start doing angles with some of the people. It's like they bring in this guy, that's cool. You got Cesaro, you got this guy, you get this. Start putting them in feuds. They do it with a few guys, like we have Eddie and Jericho and stuff, but start building feuds with other people. Yeah. Like angles with the people.
Oh, they got a ton of talent. I mean,
oh yeah.
See, I was real torn on Claudio because I would tell myself, how could you not hire Claudio? But yet it's like they have so many people that they could be using right
I do
now.
think he's a good guy though.
Oh, definitely. I'm glad he's there, but
I'm really looking forward to that match. I hope he wins. You gotta really have this ROH be a show, and then put some of these guys on there because you have enough talent to have like dual rosters.
Did that one guy get demoted, or was I just confused of who Jonathan Gresham was taking on in the main event?
Yeah, I thought he was. I didn't realize it was like a match on Rampage. This is way better. I'd much rather see him.
This is definitely
that's a pay-per-view style.
A bigger pay-per-view match. I mean,
and I think that was I think it was good turning him heel because he needs a guy to. I actually kind of like this heel stuff.
I think it helps Tully's group because
definitely
he needed more of a recognition with a world champion, the Ring of Honor world champion. So I think that is good for them because I don't know the other guys in his group.
I didn't know the tag team guys. Like I'm not. I think they look cool. I just don't know them.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Cage, I'm not been a big fan, but I did like him on the RH pay-per-view because he wrestled.
He just came out on Rampage, and I was like, he's with them.
Yeah, he just did nothing. He's just there.
He hasn't done a promo or anything with them. I mean, is he not?
They made a big deal about him on the RH pay-per-view when he joined the group.
Okay,
but then that was the last time you seen him. That's the problem with you. I don't think they really should have done any of this RH stuff without a show.
Yeah,
because you just see like bits of it every couple weeks or something on a show, but you gotta have like a show to establish.
Doesn't feel like you have a solidly booked angles going into the show.
No, it's just like some random stuff. Like I think the show is gonna be awesome just because the matches are really good. But
I mean, I didn't even know Claudio was taking on Jonathan Gresham.
I didn't know I didn't know either.
I thought it was the other guy.
I did too, and like I'm sure it'd be good, but it wasn't like a pay-per-view match.
No. And maybe that's what they realized.
Yeah. So back to this Flair thing at StarCast 5. So are they doing StarCast now? Not connected to? I guess they're not connected to the AEW pay-per-views anymore.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think that's
Conrad's getting too big for his britches. I guess. I mean, what are you going to do when Ric Flair's done with his last match, buddy?
Gonna get Kurt Hennig out there to do his last match.
Kurt Hennig?
Kurt Angle and Kevin Nash. You'll have the final match series.
I was like, how are they gonna? That would be a pay-per-view I would order, but I don't know how they're going to get the Kurt
holograms.
That's true. That would suck, wouldn't it? If he comes out as a
So we got the Mortons versus Pillman and Brock. That's a fun match. The Wolves, Davey Richards and Eddie Edwards. Have they teamed together for
it's been a while. I don't know what they're doing on Impact, but they haven't been together for quite a while. And I'm glad that Davey Richards is back.
I am too.
At one time, Davey Richards was considered
it's really crazy.
A very promising talent.
He was considered one of the some people thought he's the best wrestler in the world at the time. Those are really guys that they were at the top of the indies at the wrong time. Yeah. If it would have been a few years later when AEW started, they would have been, top guys. Definitely. But they were top of the indies before NXT started hiring all the indie guys, and before AEW started, it was really not really anywhere to go. You know what I mean? Very unfortunate for them.
Mighty Lexar says Jack hates weekends that is full of wrestling. Well, I mean, it's just a lot of programming, I'm
going to the fucking pay-per-view. I bought ticket to it. I'm going to it.
I think he's referred to the comment you made about SummerSlam and then Ric Flair's pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah, I don't watch all that. I'd probably rather, if they were both just on TV, I'd probably watch this over SummerSlam.
Yeah.
The Wolves versus Motor City Machine Guns. That's a cool match.
That's a good one.
Ray Phoenix and Taurus. So I've not seen Taurus, but I will say he looks cool.
Uh-huh.
He's got a big bullhead. Let me show you a picture of him.
I think I've seen him on Impact, if it's the same guy I'm thinking.
This guy looks cool.
Let's check him out. Yeah. He's been on Impact. Yeah, that's awesome. I like Bandito.
Yeah, versus Laredo Kid and Bandito. That should be good.
That would be a good one.
Then we've got Josh
Allen doing the point to the hand thing, the Motor City Machine Guns.
That I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, I never was doing it on his.
I'll be honest. I never really liked the Motor City Machine Guns, but I recognize that they're good wrestlers.
Finally, you get to see Josh Alexander, the guy who I keep calling the dude from Seinfeld.
Does he have headphones on, or is that like
that's headgear? Oh. That's headgear. Yeah.
Jacob Fatu, I've heard a lot about too, but I've actually never seen him.
Mm-hmm.
He looks cool. I don't know who these people are. Rachel Ellering, I believe that's Paul Ellering's daughter.
It is.
Jordan,
she's pretty good.
Jordan Gray, so she'll be out there showing Chris Benoit how it's done.
Deanna Purrazzo. I like Deanna. She's good too. But yeah, Jordan Gray. I mean, I get like her being upset with Chris Benoit.
Sure.
To say like he wasn't a good wrestler is kind of crazy. But
and he couldn't remember his matches. That's like, to me, that's not a bragging point.
I've never seen like a moment of hesitation in any of his matches.
So. Yeah, and I don't think the idea of that's not a good bragging point that you memorize your matches today and have to go over move by move.
Yeah,
it used to be like a big negative. Guys did it, Ricky Steamboat, Macho Man did it. Macho Man was known for it. DDP was really known for it. But when DDP did, everyone hated him for it.
Now here we got Killer Cross. What is this? Who is that?
Harry Smith Jr.
Yeah, Harry Smith Jr. Oh, Ric Flair's last match. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I was like, is somebody's last match here? These guys are young. Okay, but I'm bitching about Killer Cross here because look at that head of hair he's got there. He was shaving his head. What the hell's up with that? I mean, if you got hair, don't be shaving your head.
Yeah, do it up.
Enjoy your hair.
That should be good.
Don't wish it
I'm
away.
a fan of Harry Smith. I don't know a lot about Killer Cross, but I've heard good things.
I'm a fan of Killer Cross, except for shaving his head when he has hair.
Scarlett Bordeaux, she's pretty hot.
Mm-hmm. They're together.
What? Not until she meets Jackie Jones. By the way, it's 100 degrees over in England. And also, I announced that I booked my flight. I'm going to England in August. Is there a connection? Did they all? Everyone like, holy shit, Jack is returning. The whole country got all hot.
Maybe.
Everyone getting all hot. It just the whole temperature, the whole place rise.
Probably got the Queen's tits a perking.
Whoa.
They're standing attention for Jackie.
I'm gonna be the new king of England when I get back. Maybe I won't
That
get
would
back.
be pretty cool if you were the king of England.
Yeah. She's my sugar mama.
You have like those two soldiers standing beside you the whole show.
It'll be Nikhil and Dobbs. So I'm planning on meeting Nikhil and Dobbs together from the Headyverse. That'll be fun. I'm not going to be there a long time. I'm only going to be there 3 days, but
yeah,
we'll work this out. We'll go over this later. But anyway, Clark Connors versus Ren Narita. Clark Connors is a guy. He's like the budget cowboy. He looks like, honestly, he looks like shit. But he won me. He ended up winning me over on that last show.
Yeah.
Forbidden Door is good.
Oh, excellent.
Ren Narita, I don't know, but I've heard the name.
Yeah,
so
I'm not familiar with him.
Probably good. And then I've not seen the Von Erich kids wrestle, so this is cool. Von Erich versus the Briscoes.
I've seen them. It was a long time ago in Impact when Kevin came in and they had a match there, but their dad was with them at the time. So, yeah, that'll be a good one.
Yeah. And then Ric Flair returns one last final time. All right, so we'll see it.
Quite the card.
Yeah, the hell.
Are they going to get the Briscoes on TV, or are they still keeping them?
I think so. I think we'll see them eventually because they've got a huge match on the ROH pay-per-view too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are they? Is it FTR that they're taking on? It's FTR.
Yeah. So I think we'll see them then.
Yeah, I think they need to get back out there. We need to see the Briscoes. Just don't be saying any more hateful things. Just enough of that, fellas. It's different times.
So we saw new tag champs on AEW. I thought that was a big surprise. And I liked it. I liked the idea where some title reigns will last a long time, which they normally do in AEW. And then this one, the Young Bucks second reign was really short. And I think that's good because it keeps you guessing. Because a lot of times, like, they just won the belt. They're not going to lose it already.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier in that day, I believe the big guy, what's his name? The big guy from Swerve in Your Glory.
Keith Lee.
He, I believe he had like a family member get cancer and he dedicated the match to him. So I think that's probably part of the reason. But that was nice. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of the team. I think they're good. I like the classic team of a big guy and the smaller guy. I was not a big fan of Swerve, but I like him in the team, and I like it. It works. And I think Ricky Starks and Hobbs have really improved both their games, and they're becoming one of the better things in AEW. I really like them.
Yeah, I like them together. Yeah, I think they do pretty good.
Wardlow and Orange Cassidy. I thought this was a really good match. I was I was wondering why you would do this match because I don't know if it was a smart match to do, honestly, because Orange is super popular. Wardlow's very popular. So you're asking the audience to kind of take pick sides. And I don't know, there was some boos for Wardlow, which I don't think he would get any boos fighting just about anybody else. So
yeah,
I would keep him versus heels.
And there's a lot of comedy. I wasn't crazy about. Like I enjoy. I mean, I think it's funny, but I think it's bad for Wardlow's character. I think Wardlow is the monster face right now, and he's out there killing everybody. And just to have like the comedy spots with his match is kind of like it's like putting a wig on Goldberg. Not to that extent. I just think they should avoid that.
I agree. I thought it worked. I always think it works in Orange matches because the way they do it, it's Orange just kind of playing mind games with the guy. Mm-hmm. Where I think some of the other guys like Danhausen, it's more. I don't think it works so much, but I do think it both worked and doesn't work for me. So I think Orange, the way they do it in Orange matches, it works, but I don't think this match was really a match I would have done with Wardlow at this point.
And I can say anything I want about Orange Cassidy because tonight I'm drinking Sunkiss Orange.
I'm a big fan. I don't think this was from what I understand though, both of them are big draws. on the quarter hours and amongst women. I don't really follow this stuff. I don't care, but apparently these are the two bigger guys for the women audience. And apparently the women audience was huge this night. And they're saying because of this match, I guess.
So Wardlow's getting them horny, is he?
Yeah, and Orange too, I guess.
And Orange Cassidy. Oh my goodness. What's the temperature in that building then?
Imagine if I was there as referee.
Watch out, Bryce Remsburg.
Hot in here.
Mm-hmm.
Claudio and Jake Hager. I'm not a big Hager fan, but this was good. And it was, you've got the history with the two.
Yeah.
It was good.
I thought it was a pretty good match.
Yeah.
I thought they did a really good job. Probably one of Jake Hager's better matches.
I agree. It might have been his best match.
Singles. Honestly. I mean, the ones that he's had with all the crew, and all that. That's always been good. But
Christian continues to be maybe the best promo on AEW currently.
Yeah, it's like MJF is gone, who was definitely one of the better promos, the best promo. But with him gone, I think Christian's
and with how Punk's up there too,
yeah, Christian's starting to fill that spot, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he's doing it.
I am too. I'll be honest. I thought he was a huge waste of money, but since the heel turn, I think he's great. I'm legit looking forward. And I think it's smart not having him wrestle because you're looking forward. He's using Luchasaurus as his muscle. It's a very old school angle, using the big guys as muscle. And you want to see eventually Jungle Boy, who I do think they should change his name too. I like the Jungle Jack Perry. I think that's a better way. Jungle Boy, you seem like a low end guy, I think, with the name Jungle Boy.
Yeah,
but you want to see him finally get, eventually get his revenge against Christian. I think it's totally working. It's good.
I heard Disco saying on Keeping It 100 that he feels like Christian is coaching Luchasaurus because Luchasaurus has kind of changed up his wrestling style.
I would agree with that.
He's
doing. I do think they should drop the name.
Yeah, he mentioned that too. Luchasaurus seems to, which I know you've said that before in the past. So
as soon as he turned heel, I think they should have brought him out with the. I don't know what he looks like without the mask. Maybe you could keep the mask, but maybe change it up a little bit. Not so goofy looking, but you can't use Luchasaurus. It just sounds so silly.
It's pretty. Just like a joke kind of name, and if you're going to be a serious performer, I mean, I'm not against the mask guy, but change up a little bit because it's a little goofy looking. What if he's not even a dinosaur anymore? What if he changes his mask?
Yeah, that works. That works.
Switches his mask to something else.
Yeah, that works for me. But this was good. Jericho also really good promo. I'm looking forward to. He did a really good job to build this which. I like the big bloody matches if it doesn't involve like an elderly man, but AEW is really going to town with some blood and guts on their shows. I don't know if that's the best. It's for me as a fan, I like it, but I don't know.
It might turn some people off that are familiar with the
show. I don't know. Maybe put into it. I don't know.
I mean, I like it too.
I do too. Yeah. And especially when it's warranted in a blood, in like a death feud. Like, these are guys that really hate each other. So
Kingston and Jericho.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that.
So it's like all barbed wire match. Like what's that mean? Like
barbed wire everywhere. I don't know.
Barbed wire.
Wrap all the fans in barbed wire. I don't know.
You got fans that are like barbed wire balls.
Yeah.
Just running at them. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I'm interested. Did you hear the comments about Ric Flair being taking some shots at Jericho? A lot of people think that he's upset with Jericho because he's one of the producers on Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, it's hard for me because I love Ric Flair as a wrestler and stuff, but when he starts saying this stuff, it's just like stupid. Like, come on. Like he's saying that. I mean, at this point in time, can you really say Jericho's not like an all-time great?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
I honestly think he's one of the best of all time. And I think the AEW run, especially the first part when he's champion stuff, really cemented that.
Yeah,
Like,
it really
the
helped
top
him out.
guy everywhere.
Yeah. Of course, has AEW pretty much totally dismissed Flair of doing anything with him at this point, or is
I
he
don't
mad
know.
at AEW?
This say probably ain't gonna help.
No, I don't think it will, because I definitely think Jericho's high up there. I mean, he's probably involved with a lot of the creative in AEW, I would think. So, yeah, probably doesn't help his son-in-law either. but
I think people just look
son-in-law.
over a lot of stuff Flair says because he's Flair at this point.
Well, actually, they are married, so it is his son-in-law.
Yeah. But I think Flair, because he's like beloved by and respected, they look over a lot of stuff, within reason. I don't know. I mean, I do myself, so I don't know. This guy, I'd never heard of him before he came to AEW, the Takashita guy, but I think he's great, and Moxley's really good.
He has been having great matches, all the ones that I've seen him in.
I personally think he should have beat Moxley, not for the title, but this was a match where if he won, he'd get a title shot. I think it would have been a surprise, and he needs a big win because he loses quite a bit.
He's lost to Kingston, and now he's lost to Moxley. I mean,
I think a win here actually would have made him a star. And then I'm not saying he wins a title, but he beats Moxley, gets the title title shot next time, and then Moxley beats him. But it would elevate him a lot, I think. I'm
typically not a fan of seeing the champion being beat, but this championship is like interim champion.
And the way they built it, it was if he could beat him, then he gets a title shot. So then at least it would make sense, as opposed to just get why even do a non-title match? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So if you built it that way, do it. Because Moxley does. I mean, I know he's a champ, but he's kind of untouchable at this point. I mean, he's not going to be like a lesser star. You know what I mean?
Well,
but Takashita needs a big win.
Jim Cornette's calling Moxley the worst wrestler ever.
Look, I love Cornette as a manager, but I mean, how can you really take that seriously? Like, maybe you don't like Moxley. I'm a big fan of Moxley. Maybe you don't think he's the best. Okay, but who can really take it seriously to say he's the worst wrestler in the world?
I'll say this: I haven't always been fans of John Moxley's matches as singles, but I would never say worst.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like he's worse than that woman. I mean, come on.
I mean, like I've never even seen him do anything that I thought was particularly bad. I just think some of his matches just aren't as big as what they could be, but I think he's still very good as a wrestler.
Yeah, I'm personally a big fan, but I understand people have different tastes and stuff, and I could see you not liking the guy or whatever. But when you take it to like such a degree that he's literally the worst guy in the world, I mean, come on.
I think Cornette's just blinded by like his hatred for the people who run AEW.
Yeah, I mean, when he gets these biases, it goes to degrees. It's just like, this hatred of Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, and then it becomes like that these guys can't get laid, they can't get blowjobs, even though like they're married, and why this older guy is so obsessed with guys getting blowjobs in the first place, I have no idea, and it's very strange.
I'll listen to him sometimes, and he starts saying, "Oh, twinkle toes," and it's like, why the fuck are we referring to Kenny Omega as twinkle toes?
Yeah, and then I heard a part where he was saying like it's nothing against him, being bisexual, and it's like, well, you can't call a guy twinkle toes and call his move fairy and all this stuff, and then say, oh, it's not about him, maybe being bisexual. It's like, listen to yourself. I mean,
it doesn't sound very.
That's
good.
Another guy. Like, I can understand not liking Kenny Omega, but I just think it's been disingenuous saying like he's a lousy wrestler. I think it's kind of stupid.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
or Kenny even saying the Young Bucks are like the worst tag team. Like they talk about them. If I had never seen them and you just go by them, you think they're just these horrendous guys.
I mean, and then you watch some of their stuff, and you're like, this is pretty entertaining stuff. I really don't know what the hell he's talking about. But.
Yeah, they talk about like that. Everyone hates them. No fans have ever liked these guys, and I mean, honestly, it was part of the reason why the whole promotion got started was Kenny Omega and Young Bucks' popularity, and then Ken and Jericho becoming available, and Cody reinventing himself. That's what started AEW.
I can't understand it. I mean, I thought that, wrestling fans just like good wrestling, but there really is wrestling fans that just want WWE, and wrestling fans that just want, anything but WWE.
And then there's fans that don't want either. They hate WWE with a passion since the 90s, but they also want everything else that happens to die.
Yeah. So I'm really perplexed by people who kind of badmouth AEW.
I get if you don't like this style of wrestling, that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's like no one else could possibly like it. I don't understand.
Yeah. I mean,
I would rather watch his.
I watched the show, and I'm way more.
And I've been at the live shows. It's one of the best. Like, you can feel when you're at a crowd in the crowd. You can feel if they're into it or not. It's really one of the most passionate crowds I've ever been in a wrestling show ever.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've been to lots of I've been to WrestleManias and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get why people want to dog the company.
Yeah, I get. If you just don't like it, then that's fine. But I don't like when people, if they don't personally like it, but then they say no one likes it, and it's like, well, that's not true.
Like I've heard people say that it's boring, and it's like, okay, watch a few shows, kind of get yourself familiar.
And if you don't like it, just don't watch it. I get that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to at least get familiar with a few of the guys before you can be like, oh, this is boring. I don't want to watch it.
I don't understand that there's people out there who say like, no, there's no one who's fans of actual wrestling. People just watch wrestling to see. I don't know what they think they watch. I like goofiness in wrestling, all that stuff, but I also like the actual matches. So the thought process that no one could like wrestling on a wrestling show, it's very strange to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, some people are old school fans, and I think if you watch an FTR match, those matches feel pretty old.
Oh yeah. When I was growing
they got
up,
a lot of old school elements to them.
When I was growing up, I preferred the NWA because I liked the in-ring wrestling more than the goofiness. I watched WWF and I enjoyed a lot of the goofiness, but I really didn't like most of the matches because they weren't good. That's just my personal preference. Now I can't say no one else liked it or anything because they did, but I always liked in-ring wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like the Midnight Express. I thought they were the best tag team I ever seen.
Definitely. Got some chat room comments. Stellar Steven, he wants to see the Killer Cross versus Harry Smith match. He's into that one. Mighty Lexar, Stephen Butler needs to get to the Raw report before midnight, otherwise he'll turn into a bat. I don't think Stephen Butler
like a baseball bat.
That would be strange.
Yeah. By the way,
we just looked over and it's like there's a baseball bat sitting in Stephen.
Pretty
Butler's
sweet.
feet. It's like, oh,
like this shirt.
Oh, this is a good shirt. I like that. Well, what we got on there? We got Macho Man.
It's all macho.
It's all macho. Ooh yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Macho Man. Ooh, yeah. All right, let's bring in
Lexar's
Steven.
got a alternate name for Luchasaurus. He says Wrestle Rex. That's what he wants.
No,
not good.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Butler. There he is.
Boots. Let's put the boots to Butler. Gonna boot him down. Gonna kick him around. Gonna take him down to Beat Town.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Stephen.
Hi there.
Hello, Stephen. Anything on your mind about the world of professional wrestling this week? Anything you want to bring out before we get down to the nitty-gritty Raw report? And if anybody else zooms in, we got to get their thoughts as well.
Well, as far as Ric Flair goes, I think, 73 years old. I was just doing some research there. Like Luthez was 74 in his last match. Bobo Brazil was 69 in his last match. So
what I heard Meltzer talking about, Luthez blew his hip out in his last match.
Oh.
And regretted doing it. Said he shouldn't have done the match.
Did Luthez, was he constantly wrestling all the way up to that match?
I think he had a few years off.
Yeah, not
as long as Flair, but
yeah, he would wrestle infrequently. Like he wasn't a full-time wrestler. He would come out for some special matches, but he would, as he was getting older, he would wrestle. And Bobo Brazil, same thing. I used to watch him back in the 70s, and he was old then.
Yeah, I mean, you hear things about like wrestlers being in wrestling shape, and I would definitely think Ric Flair is pretty far out of it by now because, I mean, he hasn't wrestled in
I think it's like 12 years or something.
Yeah. So.
But it's a good thing he's in a tag match so he can just stand on the ring apron and let.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna be content doing that.
Well, he should.
I agree, but I don't think he will be. I would rather see a fun match. The other guys do the stuff. They tag Flair and he does the chops, the woos, kick him in the nuts, that kind of stuff. That would be fun to me.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him beaten down, blood and bleeding all over the place.
Well, Ric Flair has bled so many times over so many decades that one simple punch to the face is just going to open him up.
Well, every time he puts a picture up, he looks like he's just been bleeding. I don't understand what the hell's the man doing.
Hey, maybe he's like bladed himself to keep his skin soft, like even
back in the day. I remember watching the Raging Bull Manny Fernandez, and he would just bleed in matches because his head was just all scar tissue and would just, hit him in the turnbuckle, just bust open.
Jeez.
Lexar, I think you should do a blade job on the show sometime. That'd be cool.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, Lexar. Unless he's offering a big time paycheck.
Instead of blood, it should be just water.
No, just cut your head open with a razor blade. Or like a pizza cutter.
I'm pretty sure that'll get us kicked off YouTube, chat.
Just cut out a fucking knife. No, don't do that. I'm just kidding.
I just had to do a pretend blade job and just like bleed water.
Do it for real. Do it. Cut your head.
No, don't do that. I'm not joining that chant.
Not your neck. I didn't say cut your throat.
See, Lexar doesn't take very good instructions.
This is my blade job.
Here he's offing himself.
Fucking dying.
Lexar, what's on your mind about the world of professional wrestling? Any thoughts?
I stumbled into the WWE shop zone and I got a load of a new Miz t-shirt that I'm not sure you could wear in public at all.
What?
Last night on Raw, and he displayed it on TV.
So they got like a big dick on it or something? Cock and balls?
Close.
Worse than that.
Close.
Are you serious?
I don't think it's worse than. I mean, it says I have massive balls, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Balls.
Hello, I have massive balls.
It's not even that you could wear it or anything. Like, who would want to wear that though? Like, I don't want to walk around with a shirt like that.
A person who has massive balls and they want the world to know.
I've got a big giant dick, and sure, but I'm not wearing a shirt. It's telling everybody.
That's your new shirt, Mittens.
I've got a big giant cock. There's like not even like a play on words. It's just I've got a big cock.
With a picture on the back. What if on the back there's like a big chicken?
There you go. Yeah, I guess. I've got a big cock, as in dick, as in I mean a penis. It's just completely spelled out for everyone.
A couple of years ago, WWE had like a DX shirt that says Vince like, and it has like a picture of a rooster, a cock.
Yeah, but we found out he likes, making women blow him, or else they get fired. They didn't want to put that on a shirt, though.
Allegedly. You mean allegedly with that, right?
I don't know if you pay someone $7.5 million if it's alleged, but I guess.
Just to be careful,
Right. I'm not
yeah.
seeing the shirt. I see new Asuka shirt.
Is it? He had it on the show. I don't know if it's like if it's actually being sold, Lexar? Are they selling that on?
I stumbled on a shop. It's like, is this a new Miz T-shirt? Massive balls T-shirt.
You want that for the strip club, don't you? So you can be going into the strip club. I have massive balls.
Yeah,
you want them to be like,
I see it. This is like, who the hell would wear this? Like, it's not like, it just looks like you just look like an idiot. Like, would you walk around with that? Hello, my balls are massive.
It's a thing. B-Miz, it's a thing. My balls are massive.
If I see that shirt in Madison Square Garden next Monday, I'm probably gonna gag.
I don't know. I think if Lexar wore that to the strip club, they might pay him for the lap dance.
But the thing is, you don't want big giant potatoes and like little meat. You want big meat over it. It's more important. Like, you just have big giant balls, they're gonna like get in the way. You'll sit down and like, oh shit, I sat on my balls. I bumped my balls.
Like that guy who had to carry his around in the milk crate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you have big balls, you also have to the big steak, is what I'm saying. You don't want giant balls and a little tiny, dingling hanging there.
Like the flaming yana.
Exactly. That the meat is the most important part.
I don't know if you take some pills and like it will grow.
What pills are you taking to grow your weed?
BlueChew.com.
I think this game makes it hard. It doesn't, make it bigger.
Are they paying us money? I am not shilling this shit unless they're
Promo
paying
code
us.
insurance. You 15%.
They need to be paying us before I shield that one out. All right.
Wasn't it Vince McMahon had a penis pump all those years?
They should do that. They should put out a Vince McMahon penis pump.
There you go, pal.
Should he put out merchandise to like try to cash in on all
of the
stuff
alimony
that's going on? Yeah.
Would it speak while you're using it? And he's like, what a maneuver. Would you look at that?
Would you use a Vince McMahon fleshlight that talked?
He would just bitch at you while you're doing it. How do you fuck you, asshole?
Yelling in your ear, like when you're in commentary.
Lexar, you got anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to Raw next Monday night.
No,
Excellent.
Where is it?
New York City, the Garden, Madison Square Garden.
I didn't know. It's
Seattle, Washington.
Celebrating 20 years of Rey Mysterio in WWE.
That's right.
Fuck
yeah.
Rey Mysterio.
Who the fuck?
Come on, Jack. It's not all his fault. It's Vince McMahon calling the shots and stuff.
I forgot to post a question. What's your favorite matches and memories of Rey Mysterio and WWE for 20 plus years?
I like the Dominic on the pole match.
You mean the ladder?
Was it a ladder?
It's like they had
Just thinking about having him on his pole.
They had like a custody match with Dominic.
When I was watching Raw, my thoughts was like, why do they not have this man under a mask? I mean,
I've been saying that ever since he came on the show.
Yeah, it's like it seems like such a natural that Rey Mysterio's son would be under a mask.
Yes, and he wouldn't look like a little child. You could sell the mask. Mm-hmm. It's all positives. There's no negatives to it. Put the man under, but it's too late now.
And now we're supposed to give a fuck about him joining Judgment Day? Like,
well, he didn't.
They booked him like a complete fucking dweeb.
You should go join the Varsity Blondes.
Well, you'd have two sons in the group.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe they could turn on Griff or whatever, since he's not, second generation of any sort. Did you know that Goldberg's dad was a gynecologist?
What?
What?
That's what he said on that documentary on A&E. I was like, he's a gynecologist.
Oh,
So yeah. And I think he said his mom was like a music teacher or something like that, or I don't know. I'm not sure what his mom was, but it was very, very. And
He was a patient.
and it was like he said. So how it was produced from those two is just beyond me. I don't know how that. Anyways, Lexar. Anything else, my man? No.
Just waiting for a log.
I think Stellar Steven was next up, if he has any thoughts on his mind about the wrestling world. Stellar Steven.
I love seeing old men get bloodied up.
What? You better hide, Vic. Vic and Steven.
Oh, Vic's a young man. Don't be taking shots.
He's got that. He's got that white hair. Really, the blood would show in there.
He does have that.
Now I'm rethinking it. Forget Alexar doing the blade job. We gotta see Vic beat down.
No, I can't see that with Nemo in the background.
I have no issue with Vic.
Fish who may resemble a famous Disney character. Legal.
Although Lexar is wearing a white shirt, maybe Lexar could bloody up Vic, and then he smears his blood all over his shirt. This is a good Headyverse angle.
No.
It would win. It would help. It would help. The Headies next year, they'd win Feud of the Year.
Well,
You gotta think of that, man.
If they really want it. I mean,
I don't want to beat up Vic Schiavone, though. He's a good person.
How do you know it's a foregone conclusion? Vic may hand you your own.
I've always thought he's got a seedy underside.
Mm-hmm. He has like a pocket full of sand.
It does suck. I walk the beach a lot, and it does suck getting sand in your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get out. You dump the shoe out afterwards, and there's still some left in there.
So you like the
getting out of my
angle?
eyes.
Did you like the angle, Stellar Steven?
Yeah, I think Lethal and Jarrett were very justified in what they did in the parking lot.
Yeah, but they're the heels. So what? Why would the heels why should they be justified? So that you want to go? You're not buying the show to see old man Flair get his ass beat. That's not the point of it. That's the opposite of what they're trying to do.
I want to see Jarrett put the turtle on his back again like he did the parking lot.
The turtle?
Yeah, Ric Flair's a turtle.
Yeah, he couldn't even get up. I just watch it and feel sad and depressed, but this guy's like a psycho. This is forget Stellar Steven, psychopath Steven. He wants to see his old man beaten, then he can't even move.
Well, you were telling Vic to Blade earlier. I mean,
yeah, but that would just be that was just that a jest. I don't really want to see Vic laying in a pool of blood and not being able to get up. I'd be like, this is good shit, pal.
So I love Flair went down to his back and he was doing like this.
He literally couldn't get up. I don't think it was a work. He literally couldn't move. He couldn't get up. He couldn't even get to his knees. He just laying there like, and the blood's pouring out in an actual puddle.
Flair's been stealing.
He may have been dying for all we know.
I know. Steven was loving. He's like, die, old man, die.
There was a video of him lacing up his boots, and he looked about as red as a fucking fire hydrant. Like he struggles to lace up his boots.
It's like the same doctor who was shooting Michael Jackson up, like the doctor who approved Flair for this match. I mean, like, what's the deal with this? What dirty doctor did they get to say he's good to wrestle? Or did any doctor say he was good to wrestle?
I grew up a Ric Flair fan, but he's been hogging the spotlight too long. He's been.
So you want to see him beat down and bloodied and
he's
like
been
dead?
He's been talking too much shit online towards Becky Lynch and Chris Jericho. I want him. I want him on his back.
He's had some comments towards Becky too. I mean,
but I don't want to beat this man down.
So is Charlotte on the outs with Becky or something? Do they not like each other? I mean, like, what's the deal? Those girls have
comment
like
on that.
imploded, like all of them. They all hate each other now. It's just like-
No, seriously, I do like the card, and I think Cross versus Terry Smith is going to be a good match.
Thank you, Steven. We'll look forward to it. I'm sure there will be much discussion here on the show about it.
Oh, also, I'm looking forward to the Simbody interview when that happens.
And if
I know
Ric Flair
Jack mentioned
dies,
earlier.
if Ric Flair dies, I'm blaming Conrad. It's Conrad.
I've heard my friends say, "God bless Ric Flair." God bless Ric Flair twice. Will he bless him a third time? We'll see.
Look at this cincher.
Jeff,
The hell you
looks
want to
like he's
watch for
crying about it.
entertainment?
Yeah. Is that Karen's Hooters back there? Who is that?
Yeah. Incher's both repulsed and has an erection.
I think Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett are gonna drink his milkshake, and there will be blood.
I don't know which
Milkshake.
gets Incher harder, the old man bloodied or the boobs in the back.
Don't forget Jay's in there too. But
Well, yeah.
nonetheless.
Look.
Yeah.
It's like, well, look, there's Al Pacino dying. People are like, hell yeah.
Steal that watch that's on his arm there.
Look, he's only got a strand of hair up here left.
I gotta. This won't ever happen, but I'd love to see David Flair and Crowbar get involved somehow.
Oh, who the that I never thought I'd hear the day. I'd love to see David Flair. You could just end that there, and I'd be like, no. Who the hell wants to see David Flair? I'm nothing against him, man. I'm sure like his family wants to see him, but I don't want to see
It's
him.
more so me being a Crowbar, but I think it would make sense for David Flair to show up.
If I was waiting on my current order from Pro Wrestling Crates, and here comes David in his UPS suit walking out to deliver it, like, thank you, David. Thank you, buddy. Isn't he working for UPS or something like that?
I don't know, maybe.
That's what I thought I heard.
I think you should go attack him and bloody him up.
Sounds good to me.
Incher went to do his own storyline with David Flair. Now he's in the Slammer.
Remember that time you almost got into a fight with like who was a FedEx driver?
It's a FedEx driver. Yeah, I was driving on.
What if that was David Flair?
I mean, I will take responsibility. I was kind of going in between the spaces in a parking lot, but it was a wide open parking lot. Nobody was in it. And it was at the end.
Yeah, but if that was reversed, you'd be wanting to call the cops on the guy, probably. Like you like that's about the level of walking the train tracks.
Jack,
You're calling the cops are on me for lesser.
Jack, you don't know parking lot etiquette. You just don't know it. You're not aware of it.
In all seriousness, I enjoyed the Alan Burke interview and the Gordon Simbody interview. Go ahead,
Stellar. You're welcome, Stellar Steven. But I was driving through the lines. You know, a lot of people do that. And he kind of just comes in and swerves in and just like comes right at me. And then he starts going, I hear obscenities being shouted at me as he's driving by. I'm like, what the hell? I'm not even on the job right now. And this guy is. And he's working for FedEx. He's probably making twice as much as what I make. And here he is cussing me. And so I drove over and I kind of gave him a look like, and he just looked at me. He was like, what? And I was just like, well, it's either I get out of my car and fight this man or I just go on. And I decided just to go on. So I pussed out, I guess.
Yeah.
You would have liked to see an epic battle, wouldn't you, Jack?
Well, not necessarily. I'd really just not an epic battle. I think it would have been fun if he just came out, just got out and like smacked around a little bit. I don't want to see you get Ric Flaired and just in a pool of blood or something.
Doing the turtle, or I'm like,
yeah, and you can't get up and you just have a pool of blood, and Steven's standing there laughing. Not Steven
like
Butler.
that,
He wouldn't enjoy
You'd
that.
have it all over.
Stellar Steven would be loving it.
You'd be like, is it posted on YouTube? How quick can I show this right now?
It probably would get hits on in your head.
World Star.
Would you be upset if so you got beat up in a parking lot, you're all bloody, and then you get online, you're starting to feel a little better, and then you went and looked on In Your Head, and here I had the video up on YouTube?
At this point, it wouldn't be any surprise. I'm like, yeah, I figured that was happening.
It'd be pretty fun, I think. Nah, I don't want to see you hurt. Just humiliated. No, I'm kidding. And I don't want to see you in pain. Physical or mental or emotional, I want to see you pain-free.
Oh, bullshit.
Vic, you got anything?
Yeah,
Oh,
bless
guys,
Vic.
people think I'm some asshole or something.
I think Jack's right. I think maybe the blood on the white hair would be a nice.
Yeah. Telling you.
But
You're like Kevin Sullivan or something, Jack. You're talking people into stuff. Look at you. You're like,
I thought you're like Kevin Sullivan. You framed Benoit for the murder.
well, who knows what you're capable of?
Let's get Jordan Grace to investigate.
Jordan Grace is on the case.
Starcast could become Dark Side of the Ring. I see it happening.
So what's on Vic's mind besides getting bloodied?
well, this will be a lead in to the Raw report, but I watched the Raw highlights, and even at $25 a ticket, I'm not motivated for one match at SummerSlam.
I don't even know what they are, honestly. We'll look.
Oh, you got the big one, Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar.
What? I've never seen that before in my life. I never thought we'd see the day.
You got the Usos taking on the Street Profits with Jeff Jarrett as the special
That's
ref.
weird.
That's the closest one that I would want
That'll
to
be
see.
a good match, honestly.
You got Becky taking on Asuka, right?
Oh, that'll be good.
No, Becky's taking on Bianca Belair.
Bianca
Oh.
Belair.
Bianca Belair. I'm mistaken.
It'll be good,
I'm
but I just
sorry.
don't. I
I'm
can't
sorry.
get into Bianca.
Yeah,
Seth Rollins versus Riddle.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
a match.
Miz,
that match.
the whole reason we're going is Miz and Logan Paul, so I guess that maybe that match. But
Lexar's a
So
big
she
Logan
talked you
Paul
into
fan.
going, eh? You ponied up the bucks and bought you some tickets.
I hadn't bought them yet, but $25. Even that's not bad for a
It's
lot
not too bad.
for SummerSlam. But
Yeah.
Who do you think has bigger balls, Lexar? Logan Paul or The Miz?
Well, Logan Paul did get in the ring with a professional boxer, so I'd say he has the bigger.
So he has bigger balls in the sense, like, when you say, like, I've got big balls.
Yeah.
Who do you
just
think
like-
physically has bigger testicles?
I have no
don't
idea.
care.
Rest in peace, Paul Mahoney.
I have no idea, Jack.
All right. I don't know how do you measure testicles by
You would have to have.
Diameter?
Weight or inches.
I would think you would have to have one of those. What do they call them? I can't think of the name for it right now. I know what it is. I got one, but it's in the other room right now.
You've got a testicle measurer?
No,
Whoa.
a thing that measures things. I mean, like you can't use like
A
one of these
weight?
deals. I mean, like
Oh.
I mean, that
tape.
would work.
That's
What's
not
the
painful.
Isn't it-
caliper?
Are you using a tape measure to measure your nutsack?
All right, god damn it! I gotta go get it now, don't I? I
You
gotta
have a
go
ball
get it.
sack in another room?
Whoa, that thing must be 10 feet
No,
long.
that
Jelly Beans Bolin says hello. You came in the right time, Jelly Beans. Hello, Jelly Beans. How about Goosey? What's on your mind before we get to the Raw report and Intra's ball sack?
Well, I think everybody needs to batten down the hatches. The biggest earth-shattering wrestling news of the weekend. Fuego del Sol is changing his character.
Yeah, at first they thought he was leaving AEW, which I thought, holy shit. But then it was even bigger. He's changing his name. What's he going to be?
One of your favorite memories of Fuego?
I'm very intrigued.
That one episode of Dark I watch it.
I've never understood why he's even there. They made a big deal. Remember, he lost, and then he signed him anyway. Then he just went on to be a job guy. I don't get it.
He's literally
Nothing
nothing
gets
more
him.
than like a gimmick for Oh, look, Sammy Guevara is Fuego del Sol. Right?
Yeah,
All right, Jack.
shit.
All right. Let's say this is the Miz's balls. All right. One of his balls. So
That's disrespectful to Jason Voorhees.
His balls look like Jason Voorhees.
So you take this.
Oh, that's my nuts.
And then
He must have got stomped on.
Put it in there, and you get it like that.
Holy shit!
And you say that's about 65 centimeters big.
Damn, that's some big balls. You should introduce that to your own balls. See if it hurts.
Did Jason have big balls?
Who's that? Is that a Ron Bass shirt? I can't get it big enough.
I didn't say measure the depth of your butthole. I meant your ball sack.
No, to measure the butthole, you got to use this head.
Oh, you do this right away.
See, you'd have to see how deep that would go, and then you get the reading from here.
Oh, okay.
See,
that's how you man of experience here.
That's how you measure like the depth of a hole. So there you go.
Hey, interest creepy.
And then if you want to,
who's on your shirt? Outlaw what?
Interested hold my beer.
Outlaw pinball.
Oh, man. Fucking pinball shit. I should have known.
I should have known.
Thought it was something cool.
Yeah.
I saw a Cubert hat the other
day. I did the Dave Meltzer there, didn't I?
Yeah. I saw a Cubert hat. I should have bought it. It was like, holy shit, a Cubert hat.
All right.
What the hell is he doing now?
Is this the balls report?
What the hell are you doing?
Yes, Cubert! Now that's real game, and none of this bullshit. You're playing Tecmo Bowl. That's cool and all, but Cubert's the real game.
Cubert, Dig Dug.
Cubert and Dig Dug, my two go-to games.
Galactica.
Don't forget Centipede.
Centipede one. Oh yeah.
I want to do a Slasher Man Human Centipede shirt if I don't get sued.
Hubert.
You're friends with those people, so that they would like to do a T-shirt.
Yeah,
like
I would. I'll be meeting Lawrence in
That's pretty cool, ain't it? This is a prototype.
Very nice.
This is a prototype of Cubert. A full-scale prototype that was
a full scale.
Oh, not full.
What was it for? Like leprechauns?
Quarter. I meant to say.
Jelly Beans Bowling says, "Have a good day, y'all." They're leaving, I think already.
You're leaving? Don't leave, Jelly Beans.
Apparently, they're not enticed by the measuring of one stuff.
Jelly Beans get scared by me.
Mikey B says, "I had this vague recollection of Jack singing to Incha in Songman's voice years ago, but he just kept saying Incha, Incha over and over again. Incha, Incha." I think I probably added something.
I remember you singing that to me at some point, so I do remember that. Inch. There was a song that you had worked up.
Yeah, I know. I actually know it, but I don't want to. But I don't want to get upset.
You're saving my feelings.
Yeah.
Haven't we evolved, Jack? Thank you so much.
No problem. So let's get to the Raw report.
What about Goosey? Did we get Goosey's thoughts?
We did. We talked about Fuego del Sol.
Oh, well, I was looking for my caliper.
Yeah. The Galloper Gourmet over here.
Raw report.
Raw report.
By the way, Jelly Beans Bowling says, "No, I just wanted to say have a good day, but I'm still watching, guys. Watching from the Philippines. Very cool.
Wow.
Hey,
Nice to meet you, Jelly Beans
And
Bowling."
your head's going worldwide.
Does Jelly Beans have a cute cousin?
Maybe. Real quick, before we get to our report, I will be in England August 26th to the 30th for the premiere of my two films, End Zone 2 and the Once and Future Smash. They'll be premiering at one of the biggest film festivals in the world, biggest horror film festivals in the world, Fright Fest in London. It's very exciting. Big news for me and everyone involved. The premiere right after, I believe, Terrifier 2 is also premiering at that show. and it's very exciting. So it's kind of an expensive trip, but I wanted to be at the premiere, so I will be there in London.
That sounds like a good event. I wish I was in London. I would definitely.
I wish I was in the
check it
Philippines.
out. But the Bali song knife originated in the Philippines. So there you go.
So me and directors Michael Epstein and Sophia Casiola will be in attendance.
Oh, excellent.
And stay tuned. There hopefully there will be more. We'll kind of working on an LA premiere and some other festivals in the States. All right. Stephen Butler, the Raw Report.
Raw Report. Raw Report. Raw Report.
Okay, let's get to the Monday Night Raw report. And the Monday Night Raw opens up, coming off the milk cartons for the first time in God knows how long, is WWE Global Ambassador and Warrior Award winner Titus O'Neil. In one.
I was so surprised to see Titus open up Monday Night Raw. I was like, what?
What?
Why is this guy opening Monday Night Raw?
Titus Worldwide?
I mean, you expect to see like Brock Lesnar or Paul Heyman.
Has a guy ever done so much nothing in their career and then like be like this really praised guy, like he's some legend?
It could
Well,
be too good at one of these things.
Shit. He's done
pulls-
never any good. He's never done
he pulls
anything of
Vince's-
note. The biggest
pulls
thing of
Vince's
note is he
arm.
fell.
Yeah.
guy
Vince's
tripped.
arm.
And he's a good dad. That's nice, but I don't give a flying fuck when I'm watching the wrestling show if the guy's a good dad. Sure, a lot of people are good dads.
Stellar Stevens
Well-
mentioning where he spun Vince around, like, and he nearly got fired that night for like.
Oh, he pulled him back.
He just,
Yeah,
like,
all his
grabbed him
most
and spun him
memorable
around.
things are just because he was an idiot. He fell and he spun the guy around and he carried like a keg of beer or something.
He fell when he was carrying the cake.
Yeah, his two thing.
No.
He fell twice and he flipped the guy around.
He
He's
got
not
suspended by
no
Vince.
match he's ever had is memorable in any way. No
Primetime
promo,
players,
no
primetime
angle,
players.
nothing. No one cares
Primetime
about the
players.
primetime players. You remember some great primetime players matches.
Yes.
No, you don't. Now you're just
Yeah.
lying.
And then against
This
those
is
ones
this
was-
is like Nikhil level stuff. Your favorite primetime players match.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, Lexar. Nobody cares.
When he pulled Vince McMahon back, I was intrigued.
Let's go around the horn. Who cares about the primetime players? Jack?
No.
Myself? No. Steven? Vic?
Well, they had a run for about 2 minutes.
Millions of dollars.
Stellar Steven?
Pass.
He passes. You can't pass. You
Well,
gotta
I think
go.
he's saying he's not. Pass.
Can't confirm or deny.
You can't confirm or deny. He's not trying to upset.
That's a
Lexar.
no.
So he's over here tickling Lexar's tits. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
What he's doing.
Whoa.
I liked when he
Goosey.
pulled Vince McMahon back on stage.
Lexar is presenting them. Goosey.
who?
Exactly. Lexar. You're the only one except for
Lexar is like
What do we
he's
got?
just the ultimate WWE mark.
a fair
And he
count.
would say like he's a big Highlanders fan.
I'm
He's
just a
big fan of
nonconformist.
anyone that's ever been alive in the WWE.
A fair count. It was 3 against 4. Steven's a little iffy, but I'm going to say he's on Lexar's.
La Resistance.
Who?
La Resistance? That has nothing to do
Oh,
with
I like
it.
them better, honestly.
I really don't have a primetime player's favorite match. I just want to be nonconformist.
No.
Shout out to John Cena and Ronda Rousey from the Jelly Bean. All right.
Damn. They'll appreciate that.
I
Jelly
like
bean.
Darren Young when he had Bob Backlund.
I like Darren Young too. I think he
When
was the talented one of the two, and they gave
I
him the
love-
boot.
I love when Bob Backlund was his manager. That's a guilty pleasure.
All right, Raw report.
Anyway,
Raw
Titus, let's get back to Titus. Titus says he accomplished a lot in his career. Why, he was a primetime player. He won a tag team title, but his proudest moment in his entire career was being a WWE ambassador. He talks about how we need to have goodwill. More than ever in this world, we need goodwill. We need to put smiles on people's faces. You know,
It's just code for stop talking about my boss and him diddling all the ladies.
Yeah, this screams Vince McMahon just throwing.
Yes, it does.
What's the smile on my face?
Go out there and make me look good, pal. Because he did bring up that they don't bring up religion or politics or anything. They just want
Muhammad
everybody to
Hassan.
have
They
a good
don't.
time.
Well, didn't
That's what
Vince
they're
McMahon
saying.
wrestle God?
Didn't Mordecai happen?
Didn't he do this?
Didn't Undertaker sacrifice
Mordecai.
someone on a friggin' they crucified a woman?
Yes.
Fear me.
Didn't they during the Gulf War? Didn't they have Sergeant Slaughter defect against America?
Yep.
Well, that's
During the
all,
Cold War, they had a big Russian heel. Come
Well, that's
on.
all.
Didn't
now,
Mohammed
Jack.
Hassan
He doesn't want to
terrorize
bring that
Undertaker?
stuff up.
Yeah, they burn the Hogan the Hogan shirt.
Those
Yeah.
armed goons beat up Undertaker with Mohammed Hassan.
What a bunch of lying assholes.
Oh, but
WWE's never lied to us before. I don't think, have they?
yeah,
No revisionism here.
no. The
Oh,
WWE
Jelly Beans Bowling says, nice voice, Steven.
Oh,
Well, thank you very much, dude.
No,
WWE
it's
is
woman.
a safe
It's a
space
woman.
to
Why did he
ensure
turn into a southern when he did
It's a
that?
woman.
He started like, thank you very much.
Jelly Beans is a damsel, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, let's move on.
Steven's
Welcome
a
to
married
Monday
man.
You want
Night
a green
Raw.
card?
Steven's a married man. Let's not
Yes.
get this started. Let's not get this started. See,
Stellar
he's married.
isn't.
He's married. Stellar isn't, but he's too scared to show his face. He's a little bitch.
Nah, I'm just trying to make it harder for the cops to find me.
I'm sorry, Stellar. I couldn't resist.
All
That's a
good.
Jackie Jones rubbing off on you.
I think so.
All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's get to this Raw report.
yeah.
Okay, so the opening segment of Becky Lynch comes down, and so she's got some.
By the way, happy birthday to Vic's wife, Tina.
Mm-hmm. Most
Yeah.
definitely. Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday, Tina Schiavone.
We need a birthday bear for like some like
Tina
Lexar.
Schiavone, hey.
Lexar, sing for Vic's wife.
I can't sing.
Come
Say
on,
it's your
Lexar,
birthday.
sing for Vic's wife.
How do you
It's not
sing? How do you say happy
birthday, yeah.
birthday in Espanol, Alexa?
Feliz cumpleaños.
See, that was almost music.
Mhm.
Just play the Beatles song.
All right, Raw report.
So Becky Lynch cuts a promo, basically announcing that that the opening match will be Bianca Belair versus Carmella, but Becky will take on the winner at SummerSlam. So we get a rematch with Bianca Belair versus Carmella, but there is a stipulation to this match. If Bianca Belair loses the match by countout, she loses her women's title. So the story of this match is Carmella constantly trying to get Bianca counted out.
Mhm.
But actually, before the match, I think this was before the match. So I'm wondering if this is going to become Carmella's catchphrase. She repeats the same catchphrase that Corey Graves made last week. She gets on the mic and she says, "I'm a badass with a great ass." I hope she comes out every promo and does that.
Yeah, that was a pretty good line. I like it.
Yeah.
I think Carmella does have. She's developed.
She's
in
improved a lot. I
personality.
agree.
Yeah.
So we get the opening match: Bianca Belair versus Carmella for the Raw Women's title. And like I said, Bianca almost, there's a couple of spots where she's like lying dead on the ring floor, and you think she's going to get counted out, and then she magically jumps up at the count. I think it was the count of 9. She slid back into the ring and beat the count. But she quite easily KODs Carmella and beats her, and Corey Graves is freaking out, and Bianca Belair retains the Raw Women's title.
Excellent.
By the way, it's Mali Gayang Bati is happy birthday in Tagalong. That's from Jelly Beans Bowling.
We got Robbie Scar
God bless
joining
you,
us.
Jody.
Robbie!
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, he's looking
Good,
like
double
a 50s, like he's from Greece or something here.
Oh, gee, thanks.
It looks like he's in the Misfits.
Yeah. I like that you got a big full beard and mustache going on too. Looking good.
Oh, thank you.
Good to see you, Robbie. You looking happy, looking healthy.
Thank you.
I see you got a new kitty.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right. Very cool. Well, before we get back to the Raw report, anything on your mind in the world of wrestling?
I saw like a short interview with Ember Moon.
I like her.
Apparently, like
Athena now.
Yeah, apparently, like
I used to have a cat named Athena.
Ember Moon. She was actually supposed to turn heel before they let her go, or before she quit. But when she showed up, decked out, one of the people told her that Vince McMahon was taking her off of TV indefinitely,
unless she did the naughty form,
or no, unless demoted her to being a trainer.
Maybe she denied him.
Yeah,
that sounds like she denied him.
Big penis. And so Ember Moon's like, cancel all my flights. I'm going home. If you don't have anything for me, don't call me.
Good for her. I think she's one of the better wrestlers. So
yep. And she's like, I didn't have a problem having a losing streak, but I wanted to like
to be an active wrestler. Yeah.
Yeah. And so she's like, after I said that, she was like, did I just quit?
Like
I like that.
I mean, she's not very old to be like Trainerville. I mean, good Lord, why would they decide that already? And I do want to make a correction about last week when you had up the roster and you had Aaliyah there, and I said Aaliyah, well, she wasn't there in 2015. She was there in 2000.
I know you were wrong.
I was wrong. I admit it, but I thought she was a lot younger than what she really is. She's older than I thought, and she's from gorgeous. Where Steven's from up there. She's from Toronto.
Whoa!
So, my apologies. She's an old lady.
Dare you put out lies about Steven's countryman woman?
God bless Canada.
She looks like Mia Yim. She looks like she's a young lass, but I lo and behold, she's actually an old maid.
She's an old hag. She's Intra's like, get her out of here.
She confused me. I thought she was
like, we got friggin' John Laurinaitis over here. He's like, she's over 23. Get her the hell out of here.
I'm just kidding. She's perfectly fine.
If she can rent a car, she's too old.
She's perfectly fine. She's doing good.
Let's get John Laurinaitis on the show. I'm sure he'd be down.
He had his
right
brother on.
Yeah, it's true.
You want to hear about Miss Baba?
Alrighty, Steven. I apologize. Are you done? Are you finished?
You just now started.
I think we interrupted Robbie and I was saying, is Robbie done?
I see.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Okay,
we're getting back to the Raw report.
Getting back to the
Raw. Stay here and add to it.
Stay. Add any comments you want.
So we get a recap of the Street Profits and the Usos, and then we get a backstage segment with generic interview girl Sarah. I think it was Sarah somebody So it looks like the long and short of it is we're going to get a rematch, or no, a singles match of Omos taking on Dawkins later on tonight. And Kevin Owens returns. He has the KO show, and his guest tonight is Matt Riddle. So I guess they've kind of dropped this whole, or at least temporarily dropped this whole Kevin Owens Ezekiel thing, because he really didn't.
He mentioned it, but he didn't really go into
right.
it too
Yeah.
much.
Maybe they're taking a break on it because they're going on with other things, but they might return to it later on. But
did you get to the part where Veer just kind of wandered into that promo? And
I think that's with the Miz. There's a backstage interview with the Miz, and this is like again generic interview girl interviews him, but that's later on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Riddle comes out and says, I guess I think it was like
Riddle came out.
Owens wants to form a tag team. Again, I hate these tag team names, but he wants to form a tag team with Matt Riddle and call it Bro KO or something like that. Anyway, Riddle nixes that, which is probably the smartest thing.
The crowd was really getting into it. They seemed like they wanted to see that tag team happen. Yeah, it's kind of strange.
But it's like it's just a repeat of the one with Randy Orton. They said the same thing about RKO, that you had these mismatched. But I think this would be even worse. But anyway, this is what I.
Well, how long is Randy going to be out? So it's like
he could be out for a long time. Yeah.
He should just retire.
Just put him out to stable. Just retire him.
I was getting injured, so
yeah. Vince was trying to get Andre to do matches on his deathbed, but Randy Orton, you're too old. Get out of here.
So this segment ends with Seth Rollins attacking Matt Riddle and giving him a couple of curb stomps and leaving him laying. You'll notice, there's a long period of time between matches here. There's more. Generic interview guy Kevin Patrick has another interview talking segment with Seth Rollins. So again, like a lot of talking. And then we get a singles match, Rey Mysterio versus Damian Priest. And this is like, again, continuing whether or not Dominic is going to turn on Rey and join the Judgment Day. And they were again.
They guaranteed that Rey Mysterio was going to, Dominic Mysterio was going to join the Judgment Day.
In my opinion, Damian's getting better cutting heel promos, but
I'd agree with that on this one. Yeah, he was doing better.
But Finn should not talk. I don't know what it is, but he can't cut a good heel promo. And I just thought, you leave the talking to Damian because he's getting better at it. And Finn I just kind of want to laugh whenever he's cutting his promos.
Is that Robbie Scar's head on Xena's body?
It's Robbie Scar as Xena. He's that's what he went for his Halloween this year.
Robbie, that's not all you, is it?
Yeah, he's got a push-up bra. Pushing up what God gave him.
No, that's not Robbie.
Whatever happened to the club?
To the what?
The club.
Yeah, if that is all Robbie, I'm going to have to like Randy, like on the South Park.
You're getting Randy looking at that?
No, Randy Marsh. What he did to Eric Cartman's rack.
I don't know this story.
I don't want to spoil
the group in NXT.
Oh, okay.
The club.
Steven? Sorry.
Okay, so Damian Priest and Rey Mysterio have a match, and Damian Priest actually breaks out the Razor's Edge. I thought he did a pretty good Razor's Edge on Rey Mysterio.
You and those bullshit tracks, Jack. What the hell? Stay off of them. How many
Man
times
up,
do I have to
Venture,
tell
walk
you?
the tracks with me and Lexar, the real men of the Headyverse.
Why don't you just shut the hell up? Steven's trying to get through the.
I didn't say a word. You were the one who started bitching. I was letting Steven talk.
You're provoking me. That's what you're doing. You're putting up pictures.
I can't help you see the train track and pee starts running down your leg.
He's provoking me, Steven.
Pee of fear.
Steven, I apologize, but he's provoking me.
Inch your peas in fear. Raw report.
Okay, so like I said, Damian Priest delivers a halfway decent Razor's Edge on poor Rey Mysterio. I guess because Rey Mysterio is so tiny that hitting that move on him just looked pretty awesome. Anyway, he beats Rey Mysterio clean 1, 2, 3 in the ring, and then after the match. They're gonna concerto Rey unless Dominic joins the Judgment Day.
They're gonna force him to join.
Yeah,
and it worked.
So
he joined.
So they're gonna threaten the concerto, and Dominic they threaten him, and he says, "Oh yeah, okay, I'll join." And then Damian says, "It doesn't work that way," and then they beat the crap out of both of the Mysterios.
I hated that. I was like, well, why don't they just let Dominic join? I want to see him turn on his dad.
I wish he was an old man.
Huh?
He wants to see old men get beat.
Oh.
Me.
No.
I
hope you guys never get a job at working at a nursing home.
No,
you used to work at a nursing home, Jones.
I know. I'm not the one saying I want to see old men get beat. I'm the one
Yes,
that's
you
against
are.
it.
You're
No,
saying
I'm not,
you just said
dumbass.
it a little bit ago.
No, I
I want to
didn't.
see old men get beat. You're telling Vic.
Do you pay attention to the show? That was the whole point. Is I didn't want to see old men get beat. Not that I want to see.
Now
men
you
get
just
beat.
said you want to see.
Now you're lying. I said that's what Steven just said.
Oh,
And me.
All right. In all seriousness, I agree with Inter. I wish Dominic did join.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Me too.
Jack is raw.
Jack is raw.
Yep.
Time for
Coming.
the Raw report.
Coming to Raw report.
It's actually working pretty good today. Normally it doesn't work very good.
Well,
'Cause I'm
will it
here.
work for me? I wonder if it will work for me. Go ahead, Steven. I apologize.
So we get another rematch, Seth Rollins versus Ezekiel, and I thought this really didn't make a whole lot of sense because last week when they had the 4th of July or that 4th of July match, and Ezekiel's got ketchup all over Rollins.
Doesn't work for me.
Well, immediately afterwards they had a match and Rollins beat him.
Look at. They had a match with who? Sorry.
Forget it.
Forget it.
Hello, shout out to Pepe Petit.
So this week is quite literally a repeat of that whole 4th of July segment because they're doing it again for the same reason. Seth Rollins, and they get the same result. Seth Rollins beats him again. So
eat that ass, I see.
Is that a diaper?
No, fuckhead. It's a fucking bandana.
Oh, I thought it was a diaper.
I could.
I loved when Jesse Ventura wore a diaper.
What? Who's wearing a diaper?
Incher's wearing Depends undergarment.
No, I got my in your head hat. How dare you? How dare
No,
you
he's wearing
say
underwear.
this about our logo, Jack?
I meant in your underwear.
See, you
because you saw the train tracks. You started putting
you
yourself.
flip flopped, and you're trying to join Raw, but I'm still representing.
I am showing my support for Steven and the Raw report. Unlike you, continually interrupts the man while he's trying to give us the report on Raw.
Yeah, don't interrupt him.
I don't like this Robbie guy. He's just butting in, telling me not to interrupt. What the hell? What the hell?
Listen to Robbie. He knows.
I'm just kidding, Robbie. I love you. Steven, and I love you even more because you're bringing it every week with the Raw report. And he's trying to get this thing done in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Okay, so next
I
we get
should have
Omos
told
taking on Angelo Dawkins, and the story of this was Montez Ford, behind the referee's back, was interfering in the match and messing with Omos. So MVP, now this was really dumb because MVP grabs Angelo Dawkins' leg right in front of the referee. This is so dumb. And he gets Omos, loses by disqualification. Well, out comes Adam Pearce. And Adam Pearce does his best Teddy Long impersonation and says, holla, 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 we gonna have us a tag team match. No, I'm just kidding.
Holla.
I'm just kidding. Anyway, but we do get a tag team match. We get the Street Profits taking on Omos and a three-piece suited MVP, complete with $1,000 shoes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah, they just added MVP to the match. He wasn't even dressed to wrestle.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, they have a quick match, and Jack Omos actually does some work in here. He does more than just stand like a tree, and
he started working it.
He started working actually, and not only that, Montez Ford hit one of his worst
frog
splashes, and I thought it was really bad. Anyway, Omos.
He was kind of out of place. Omos was really close to the edge of the rope, so I think he had to shift a little bit to hit him, with it.
Anyway, this match ends in another disqualification when the Jimmy and Jay Uso interfere in the match, and then the brawl. And you'll notice that Omos and MVP take a powder, and then it's just the Street Profits in there with the Usos. And so anyway, this furthers that. And next, okay, Incher.
Yes,
now
sir.
we get generic interview girl Sarah Schreiber. I guess her last name is Schreiber.
Yeah.
So she's going to interview, I guess, The Miz when Veer just shows up for no apparent reason.
I know it.
He just stands there and he doesn't say anything, and it's kind of awkward. And then he just kind of goes, "Ooh."
And then he left.
He walks away.
He kind of did the thing that Bugs Bunny would do. Bugs would just stand there, and before he'd go, "Ain't I a stinker?" and just kind of stare at her. And then he just went boo and then left. And the Miz told Sarah that he thinks that Veer likes her.
Veer me.
Veer me right here, baby.
Anyway,
Veer wants a girlfriend.
Incher still interrupting even when I'm not here, so no one even hear this bullshit that it's me.
Where's your camera, bitch? Where'd you go?
I had to go get a drink.
Yeah, what?
I didn't want to interrupt Steven while he's doing the Raw report.
What?
Bollywood Squares.
What the hell kind of drink is that? What is that?
Strawberry hibiscus sparkling water.
Now, how's anybody on this
So
panel?
it's strawberry and flower flavored sparkling water.
Has anybody else on this panel had that drink before? I swear he's the only one.
I don't drink.
Robbie doesn't drink at all.
It's water. You don't drink any liquids?
Can't you drink water?
Whoa.
That's what this is. I've been in it for years.
Hibiscus? Ew.
Yeah, hibiscus. It's a flower. It's a strawberry and hibiscus sparkling water, unsweetened. Doesn't that sound refreshing?
I guess.
Jackie Jones and his flower drinks. Well, Steven's trying to do the Raw report.
I think Steven would recommend this, wouldn't you, Steven? It's a nice drink to drink while you're watching.
Pushing the daisies.
Listening to Raw.
Yeah, I just drink generic water.
He just drinks water, Jack.
Yep.
I got water here too.
Okay,
But I like something a little more. Need something to pick me up during the show. All right, go on.
So we get AJ Styles and Theory yakking at each other again. You'll notice a lot of wasted time. people just talking, and Theory just basically cuts the same promo he's been cutting ever since he won the briefcase.
He was getting very upset with the Watt chant, though.
Oh yes, but this was entertaining. I really like this. So Theory gets wadded quite a lot by this live crowd, and he starts going back and forth with the crowd, and
he did the exact opposite of what she should do, because they're going to do it even worse after he started like saying, if you guys don't stop saying what, he did not play that very well. That's what he wasn't going for. Like, it would be annoying if you're trying to do a promo and you just got a guy going, what?
Yeah, AJ should have done that. Like he should have tried to, but anyway, yeah. I mean, you should do something with the Watt chance if they're just gonna Watt him week after week after week.
They should get a guy who has like one of those beanbag guns, and like he comes out and just starts shooting the crowd until they stop. Just like, just shoot them with the beanbag. Just like
Injure condones violence. I knew it.
Well, I mean, how are you going to get them to stop saying what? I mean, they're just going to keep doing it unless you threaten them with violence.
That's why the Thunderdome was. That's why the
Oh,
Thunderdome was
God.
better, because you don't have to get them much.
Jeez, Lexar. Oh my God, that's a take that like only you would have. Even Nikhil would be scratching his head at that one, Lexar.
What?
Nikhil
That
would
was
be like,
literally
"No."
the worst time ever in the wrestling business. It was like
the Watt chance.
unwatchable
There was
bullshit.
no Watt chance. There was no Watt chance, so they could do promos in peace.
What?
Without the Watt chance.
Yeah,
What?
Okay.
with no fans to interact. It was terrible.
Just point at the screens.
It was the shits, the absolute total shits.
Awesome.
Only a
event.
complete dumbass would have liked that. No offense.
Please. You liked it too.
I hated it. I think I'm on record hating it. Thinking it was literally unwatchable.
You didn't watch it prior to the Thunderdome.
Yes,
prior
I
to
did
COVID.
a little bit,
No, you
but
don't.
that's literally what
you don't.
led me to never watching it at all.
You hated the product.
You're literally the
before.
only person in the whole world who liked it.
It's awesome. That one and maybe the empty performance center.
Come
And
on,
Harley
you
Davidson.
can't like this shit. You like this total shit.
Daly's place too. So
Yeah, I didn't like that either, except for when they actually started to bring in some people. But when they had no crowds, that stuff was the worst.
who cares? It was
I
cool.
care. The whole point of watching wrestling is the interaction with the crowd.
I thought
It
it was
adds to the show. I don't watch a show in a vacuum.
So you like?
Why do you go to a live show? Because you have all the audience there, and you can feel the atmosphere, and people are chanting, people are cheering, people are booing. That's what makes live wrestling entertaining.
not for
Well,
me.
they could do that with the
Well, you guys
Thunderdome.
are fucked in the head. You guys are stupid.
The
Whatever.
Thunderdome has like.
I like to sit there in silence. I sit there
I
with
love to watch
headphones on.
golf and
I'm like,
tennis
I
and
just want to watch.
Stardom.
I turn it on mute. I'm like Dave Meltzer. I want to watch
I like
wrestling
quiet
on
when I
mute.
watch wrestling.
Dave Meltzer watches wrestling on mute.
He talked about the Hogan Rock match. Is it good if you watch it on mute? Who the hell would watch it on mute unless you're a moron like Lexar and Robbie Scar here?
I'm proud to be a moron.
Yeah, that was one match. That was one match where the crowd was equally as important as the guys in the ring. As
Which one? Which match?
The Theory versus AJ Styles. Is that
No,
you're
the one
talking
that-
about?
what Jack was just talking about.
Oh, okay. Rock and Hogan,
Yeah,
WrestleMania 18.
yeah.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Brother.
Anyway, let's get back to the Raw report. So we have rematch number 4, 5, 6, 6,000 Theory versus AJ Styles, and the silent Dolph Ziggler returns to sit in a big huge chair at ringside.
I can't do. Hold on. Sorry, go on.
So they have another decent match. I mean, I'll say this about these two guys: they at least they have some chemistry in the ring, and they can put on a very good, entertaining match. Even though I can't, I mean, I'm quickly just disliking Austin Theory. I think, I don't know, AJ just easily.
I don't like this guy either. I've seen very little of him, but what I've seen, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, even on the mic, AJ is just outclassing this guy. But Dolph Ziggler just kind of sits there and he doesn't do anything until AJ tosses him out of the ring. And then behind the referee's back, again, they have some of the most blind.
The hat need work, but you know.
WWE referees.
Kind of look like Dr. Monroe from The Simpsons.
Who?
What's that, Dr. Monroe from The Simpsons? The guy who died.
I've never watched it.
I don't know.
Does Enter send out any packages in the mail?
Have I sent out any packages in the mail?
He sent for this package.
Whoa.
Hell, Steven, why are you leading me into that one?
You guys talked about Unibomber on a previous
like a horse
episode.
to water. Enter to my package.
Like a horse to water?
Yeah.
Aren't horses scared of like going across bridges?
Well, they're thirsty,
the
just like Enter's thirsty when he sees me.
Well, whatever.
Raw report. Incha.
We got Steven in overtime.
Okay, so
we gotta pay him double now.
Yeah. So you have all these blind referees who can't see a damn thing. And Dolph Ziggler just comes up, stands up, and super kicks Theory while he's outside the ring. Referee finally can see. He counts out Austin Theory, and AJ wins. Not only does AJ win by count out, but when Theory gets back in the ring, AJ gives him the Styles Clash and leaves him laying. And oh boy, your Money in the Bank winner week after week is just going to get his ass kicked. Until he cashes in the briefcase, and then I don't know. I hope he loses, and I think he will.
Nah, he's Vince's boy. He's gonna win.
Well, if they have him beat either Brock Lesnar or Roman Reigns, I don't know. I mean, he eventually someone's just gonna kick his ass, like just thoroughly. Maybe they'll have a three-way eventually: Reigns versus Lesnar versus Theory. I don't know.
Maybe.
Anyway, next up was another enjoyable segment if you like car crashes, because this whole segment was one hell of a car crash. Alexa Bliss, Dana Brooke, and Asuka taking on Doudrop, Tamina, and Nikki Ash. And what happens in the middle of a 6-woman tag team match, a 24/7 championship matches take place. Dana's in the ring, and first it's Akira Tozawa pins Dana and wins the belt. And the running joke here was
Jack 24/7, baby.
Now I can't remember who the ring announcer is, but the running joke was he couldn't even get out the name of the new champion before there was another new champion. So he tries to announce Akira Tozawa.
Probably more stuff that the Lexar and Robbie love.
Hey.
So in the middle of this match, Akira Tozawa beats Dana Brooke. Then Nikki Ash beats Akira Tozawa. And then before that can be announced, Alexa Bliss beats Nikki Ash. But before that's announced, Doudrop beats Alexa Bliss to win the 24. So this is happening like every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds.
Hey.
Then Tamina beats Doudrop to win the belt. And then Dana Brooke beats Tamina with a roll-up to get the belt back. And then she gets out of the ring and runs away. And she's chased by Tamina outside the ring, leaving Asuka in the ring with, I think, Nikki. I think it was Nikki. By this point, the whole 6-woman tag team match is broken down into nothing, and Asuka wins for the match, wins for her team. and it's only her and Alexa who's left in the ring because Dana's gone. Anyway, that was I don't know. Like I said, it was a car crash. It was your 24/7 segment. I think we get Dominic again, another backstage segment with Dominic Mysterio and Ray. I guess hyping up next week's 20th anniversary celebration of Rey Mysterio.
That's basically what that segment was about.
So our main event segment was an interview segment. They were hyping this last week. It's Miz TV, Miz interviewing Logan Paul. So this whole thing was, again, like Miz wants to be a tag team with, again, it's basically they're repeating the same thing he's been saying for the past few weeks. He wants to tag team with Logan Paul, but Logan Paul doesn't want to tag team with him. So I kind of checked out when this was the main event segment. The long and short of it is, once again, I mean, they're just talking back and forth. I think eventually Logan Paul challenges him to a match and Miz accepts, and Ciampa, again, I can't, like I said, I checked out on this. I mean, Ciampa comes in again, he just appears out of nowhere, he attacks Logan Paul. Logan Paul, I think, makes a comeback. But I'm not really into this. I'm not.
Yeah, it's kind of just like, I think they think they're just going for the big YouTube audience by bringing in Logan Paul, but doesn't people on YouTube kind of hate Logan Paul too? I mean, seems like he's got a lot of negative backlash, but I don't know. The kids could be into him, and the old folks could be against him. I don't know.
I think he should be a heel.
It'll be good for boxing.
Yeah, the boxing crowd knows of Logan Paul, I guess. So, did he start it out as a YouTube guy, or was he a boxer?
YouTube guy.
He was a YouTube guy, then he became a boxer?
He did some acting and some amateur wrestling and some boxing.
Huh. Now he's got a big contract with WWE, so good on him, I guess. But yeah, I'm not into it much either, but whatever. I'll give him a shot, I guess.
I don't want him feuding with The Miz at all.
I guess that's just because they're from the same area. They want to like feud them together or something. I don't know. Both from Cleveland. So.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your Monday Night Raw report. And it's I got it in a little bit late, but it's past midnight, and I've got to get
Steven,
up. Oh.
You're quite the trooper. It isn't too far past midnight, 12:08 here. So
10:08 here.
Have a good show, you guys, and I'll catch you next week.
Sleep well, Steven. Thank you so much.
Good night, Steven.
Good night, Steven.
Jackie Jones is going to ask a bunch of questions, I bet.
We will hear momentarily. Anything else on your minds?
Good night.
Robbie, you're taking off?
Yep.
Nighty night. Sleep well. Take care. He's gone. Vic's dying to speak about something. I can tell. That look on his face. He's like, I gotta talk about something in the world, professional wrestling, or something that Lexar has been up to, or I don't know.
I gotta catch up on New Japan. The G1 Climax is going on. It's gonna be like a 4.
I heard about that. Like Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez was reviewing it the other day. So
yeah, there's a lot going on.
Anything that you've heard about, or you just haven't watched it and you want to catch up on it?
I gotta catch up on it. Like I'm glad that Tom Lawler's in it, Lance Archer, some new people are in it.
Lance Archer. Mm-hmm. We've had him on the show before, back when he was Lance Voigt.
Oh, nice.
Lexar. What do you think about that one, Lexar?
That's me?
Yeah,
That's you, Lexar.
burn it down. You got all the fire behind you.
You should have some stripper legs behind the fire, like because they're like dancing for him. He's
I look like
"Burn it
Seth
down."
Rollins' cousin. Yeah.
Seth Rollins' cousin. Maybe you are related to Seth Rollins.
Could be.
Could
Got
be.
a Spanish last name.
Rollins is
Lopez.
Spanish.
No,
Yeah.
no, his real name.
Black.
Kobe Lopez.
Tyler Black. All right, let's get to these questions. Enough of this foolishness.
Vic had something he was going to say.
Oh, all right. Stellar Stevens here is trying to pick up jelly beans in the chat. He's like, "Hey, baby, well, the Philippines." John Brown, your life is Colin is in the chat. Job's legs healing up. What was Vic
Good to see you,
Giovanni about to say?
I don't know. I keep putting him on the spot.
No, I was gonna break Lexar's heart because
Oh man,
he made one of his questions when we get to it. He made a request, and I don't think I'm going to be able to answer that request. So,
Michael Elgin was arrested in Japan for stealing.
Oh yeah,
Which is a big deal there because like that's not part of the culture. I've known friends who were there and like
Yeah, they're pretty strict.
like it's not even like people just don't do it. Like you can, it's just not part. People there who live there don't steal. So like if you are caught stealing, it's
that's pretty bad.
Because even like on the subway and stuff, like you can, if you just don't have the money that day, you just pay it more the next time. Like it's just like part of the culture that you're just honest. So.
What the hell's up with Japan? Here they're 3D printing guns and shooting people, and now you got Michael Elgin stealing over there.
I know.
Jeez, they're becoming more and more like America. More and more like America. Yeah, how do you like that, Japan?
I love you, Japan.
That's what happened to Oro. He got shot with a 3D gun.
I bought a wrestling keychain from Japan.
Okay.
Janie's got a 3D printed gun.
Who was it? The Great Muta?
No.
Well, who was it?
This is that Dark Side of the Ring dude. Right?
A-Train?
Oh, Anita,
yeah.
Who was it, Lexar?
It's a Pro Wrestling Noah keychain.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Have you ever even watched it?
I'm actually impressed that Lexar has one.
I'm kind of dumbfounded. I don't think he even knows what the company is.
Yeah,
I thought
Pro Wrestling Noah
Lexar's
is a
brain was
Japanese
just ate
company.
up by strip clubs. He's just like strippers.
One of my favorite matches is from
Okay,
Noah
pictures.
Kobashi Masawa from 2003.
I don't know if you know this, Lexar, that promotion that they put two of every animal in the ring.
I know.
Yeah, that's true. And Timothy Thatcher was on the arc too.
Can you see that?
what is that?
Oh, yeah, that's
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 the
like
Noah
a
keychain.
cabbage? Oh, okay.
cool.
Yeah, like Neil said, dumbfounded. They have
Oh,
that.
Pro Wrestling Noah.
That's cool.
Definitely.
And I bought
Lexar-
the last one because I was trying to find another one, and just in case I lost it, but it's the final one, the last one I could find online.
Whoa.
I'm not sure if they
Final
still
one
have it in Japan, because I hear there's like
Both of you are looking around.
I was trying to find. I have my Abdullah the Butcher doll here from Japan, but I'm not sure where it is.
I read there's a store in Japan that sells all kinds of wrestling stuff, magazines, memorabilia, figurines, you name it, it's there.
Where's Abby? I think he's up here somewhere.
Looks like they're going to be selling that to me on eBay at some point.
Now I want to sell it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Just offer him something right now. Just like give you $50.
I won't sell it. It's a keepsake.
I'll give you a quarter, and I'll send you the picture I drew of you.
No.
I'll give you Jelly Bean's email.
I'm just looking for some. Give me a second.
He's looking for something.
You know, speaking of Abdullah the Butcher, I got forked by him once, like at a convention. That's
Oh,
pretty fun.
have you had a blood test?
No, I probably should have. I'm fine.
I don't know. You might not have any symptoms.
Did he say you got forked by him?
Yeah, like I was at a convention that he was at, and he was forking us, and I was smiling. Oh, not pork. I'm not a pork guy. I'm not religious, just not into pork.
Is that not a term people use anymore, getting pork?
I was familiar with it, but I had to make a joke.
So here's this Abdullah the Butcher figure I had. Well, it's a plush doll I got from it's from Japan.
I got a signed fork from him in person.
See, you can get an incher signed fork.
Yeah, I'm a fork mark. I like forklifts and forks.
Maybe you could use that signed fork and stab it onto the doll of the Abdullah the Butcher doll.
I actually have an Abdullah the Butcher signed towel that has his blood on it.
Nice.
I'll bring it down one of these days.
It's aged pretty well.
Maybe you can clone me one of these days.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like a dinosaur.
Exactly. Yeah, Abdullah Park.
Like if they ever like you were investigated for something, Jones.
It's just a house of ribs.
The cops was like going through your house and they found that towel. You think they would be like, this
oh my God, I've turned it into
It's kind of gross looking. It's all brown now.
Yeah.
You know, blood doesn't stay bright red if you put on a towel. I haven't looked at it for a while. I don't know what kind of shape it's in.
They would think it's a doo-doo towel.
Yeah, it does look like poop, really. But
you sure it's not a poop towel?
No, I haven't. No,
well,
I don't know.
What do you think Abby sells his poop towel for?
More than what Shotzi sells.
That's what you should do. The WV undies.
Underoos.
WV undies.
Yeah, you should sell like poop stain undies. Lexar would buy those. He'd like, here's my Noah keychain and my WV underwear about from Incher.
Vic, I think my Jackie Jones insult card has been punched too many times. You want my spot? You can just have it.
Why is that an insult? I was trying to help you make money.
He doesn't even realize what he's doing half the time.
I don't. Why that wasn't an? Did I insult him? I was trying to help you make money.
He's confused what I would be insulted about.
Why would that be an insult? I was trying to help you make some cash.
He's oblivious. He's like Lexar at a strip club.
If I help someone make money, why should they be insulted?
He's glazed over with humiliation jokes. He's just like, I got it.
Lexar thought it was
right now.
I thought it was a smart thing to do.
Cost.
I think it's a good idea.
Where's those questions, you bitch?
What if we sold OIB branded adult diapers in case the WE?
I said, where's the questions, you bitch?
Where's the ribs?
I don't know. Lexar doesn't normally get them. It's me who gets them. Here we go. Lexar wants to know, Bailey has been out of action for longer than a full year. Is this cause for concern? That's a good question, actually. It seemed like in a long time. What did she do? Break her butt?
I hope that's.
I heard she has a crack in it.
I hate you, Jack. I hate you.
Oh, that is a dad joke if I've ever heard one.
It got a laugh from everybody.
Yeah.
Lexar said WrestleMania tickets go on sale to the public next month. Are you excited or is it too early?
We don't know why Bailey's out. We heard she was hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Bailey fan, and I don't like to see anyone hurt, and I hope she does get back.
I bet she'll be back at SummerSlam somehow.
But it seems like when she gets back, it won't even be the WWE.
She's growing her hair long again.
Yeah, she's like, oh man, I'm back. I don't even have to blow Vince anymore.
Or
Allegedly.
or like all her friends are gone. Stephanie's running it. Stephanie wants her to eat at the Y.
I'm all in favor of not that part, but I mean, whatever they want to do. If it's consensual, but I'm I like Triple H running NXT. I hope that's just happening. And
all this is just a thought that's running through my head. Here's Vince out humiliating poor Linda, that she's just sitting by and just being.
She's too drunk to even know what's going on.
You think she ever gets her come up, and she thinks she's getting Ultimate Warrior going up? And what's with Linda? You think maybe
she's banging all the male guys, because look, there's a lot of women over the years. We wonder why are they? What if it's like we've been wondering, why is Happy Corbin getting a push forever? Maybe he's doing the deed for Linda.
Linda doesn't ever want to see the end of his days.
Exactly. It's all alleged. And if it's not alleged, Incher thought it up.
No, it's alleged.
WrestleMania tickets are excited. No. Yeah. Where is it happening?
LA.
Yeah.
I might be in LA, but I don't know if I'll be in LA at that time.
Los Angeles.
Lexar wants to know, Chris Jericho feels sorry for Vince McMahon for what is happening to him. He was also dissed by Ric Flair. What are your thoughts? I think Jericho should just stayed out. If I thought he came off really poor, talking about like feeling bad for Vince.
Yeah, I think
really feel bad for that guy coercing his employees to have sex with him.
I think Jericho has a friendship with Vince, and he just wants to keep on his good side. But I think Jericho should probably stay out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to do yourselves any favors in the world.
Some of these accusations is pretty damn bad. I mean, a lot of them are. I mean, having sex is one thing, but some of them aren't even like. It's kind of pretty much
even the very first one. Find it hard to believe you just had a consensual affair with someone and you paid them millions of dollars not to talk about it. I think there's a lot more to it than that. And the $7.5 million one is not good when you read that was alleged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like all these things that are brought up as allegedly, but
well, I mean, he paid them, so there's something.
Money has been exchanged.
Yeah,
so.
and he owns a company and they work for him. I mean, that in itself is not good. Who is a better working relation with the Saudi prince, Vince McMahon or Joe Biden? I don't think Biden's running pay-per-views out of
I'd say Vince, he got what he wanted from the prince. Joe didn't.
What was Joe trying to get out of the prince?
More oil.
More oil.
Why can't Vince help the states instead of just helping his money, his pocket? We had the basketball player. He went over and talked to the guy in North Korea. Why can't we send Vince McMahon? Yeah, send Vince McMahon over
to North Korea.
No, to help get us away from this.
Vince probably get along with Kim Jong-un. Yeah, let's get some of these girls here. Yeah, I don't ever want to leave this place.
He'd probably run pay-per-views out of North Korea if he'd pay him a bunch of money, but I don't think they have any money. They're eating like grass and stuff. Let's see, Lexar, rapper Lil Scrappy thinks about getting. Who the fuck is Lil Scrappy?
Little Scrappy. You don't know Little Scrappy, Jack?
Is that like a new character in the Scooby-Doo or something?
He's Little Scrappy. Yeah, he's got like.
Is that Shaggy's cousin in Scooby-Doo?
I have no idea who.
The record, the thing.
He's a little scrappy, Lexa.
He's a rapper that back in the late to mid 2000s, he became a huge, like kind of like not huge, but like a mediocre superstar in rap. But ever since like it's declined since about 2010, 11, he's kind of like forgotten in the rap community. So he tried to make himself.
Are you talking about Lil Bow Wow?
No bars.
Is that
No, he's trying to be on reality TV. So that's his plan. And since the show got canceled, he tried to like become a wrestler.
Are you a big hip hop fan?
Actually, all music from early 2000s to late 2010, they were the best.
Wu-Tang for the children.
Huh? Ooh, Wu-Tang didn't come out. 50 Cent, Jay-Z, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh baby, I like it raw. Oh baby, I like it raw. Raw report.
No, that's already over, Steve.
Here's a little Scrappy.
That's him.
Scrappy. All right.
Off the porch.
He's got a facial tattoo. That man.
That's
is
big
insane.
Scrappy.
I've got a few face tattoos. I just cover them up on the show.
You got face tattoos?
Yeah, I've got a couple, teardrops when I murdered people.
I don't know. You're just
Especially the
hardcore
old man.
crazy if you got a face tattoo, I think.
I don't know. I do think you're kind of living back in the day, because I'm not saying I want my face, but
What,
it is fairly common.
You got like somebody you're that's got a face tattoo?
Multiple people.
Really? Do they come and steal everything from your house?
No, that's what I'm saying. You're living in another era. You're like 1950s or something.
I don't know. You
Like
go ahead and
it's
trust
pretty
people
common people having tattoos
on their
Like
face.
Post Malone.
Yeah, it's really not that uncommon anymore.
I think it's super uncommon, and you're crazy.
It definitely isn't. It just isn't. You could not like it or whatever, but it's not really that uncommon anymore. It just isn't.
Crazy. You're crazy, Jones.
You might think they're crazy. That's fine, but it isn't this unheard of thing anymore. Lots of people have face tattoos. I personally wouldn't get them. I'm not saying I like them or nothing, but I'm just saying it's not that uncommon.
Tell those people that I said they're crazy. Tell them.
I think
I'll tell Post
Stellar
Malone
Steven
says
might
that.
have a face tattoo. I don't know.
Stellar Steven,
Maybe
do
that's
you
why
have
I'm
a
not
face
on camera.
tattoo?
Maybe that's why I'm not on camera.
All right. Well, you're crazy, Stellar Steven. You're insane. Certifiable.
You should get like a Atari 2600 over your eyebrow, and sure.
No, I'm not doing that.
Like a Q-Bert right under your lip.
You used to agree with me. The guy with the scorpion on his face, you're like,
Yeah, but
yeah,
this is another era. Honestly, I'm not kidding. I mean, I know people, lots of people.
No,
A guy I make a
Flip-Flopper
movie with has
Jones.
multiple
Yeah,
face
the
tattoos.
Dark
Oh,
Red
I
had a
love
great face.
tattoos. on people's faces.
I'd have no tattoos. I don't have any. It's not for me,
I
but
love
it's not. It's pretty common.
Back
It
in
just
the day,
is.
He was right there with me. He was like, "Yeah, that guy looks crazy."
Yeah, but I'm in modern day now, and it's not uncommon for people to have face tattoos. It isn't. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm getting them, or you can like them or dislike them, but it's not it's not really that uncommon.
Hey, Jelly Beans, do you have any tattoos? And what do you think about face tattoos?
Oh,
Share
You're with these martial artists and stuff. I bet a bunch of them has face tattoos.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of
Yeah, I
tattoos.
mean, it's not that uncommon of a thing. A lot of people in the horror community I know have independent filmmakers.
Crazy.
Hansa Terrell says, I'm a gamer hip hop fan and I'm covered in face tattoos.
Crazy.
Lexar, would you get a face tattoo? Why not?
Although I saw it's like somebody in the other day at a tattoo shop that has like face tattoo.
Yeah, it's not a con.
At a tattoo shop.
Oh yeah, my buddy who was on the WWE the show where he sold them the hedge clippers from the British Beefcake. He's covered and he's got tattoos all over under his neck, on his face.
Oh yeah, well he's crazy.
Got a lot of money. He's buying. He's selling all stuff for tens of thousands of dollars.
Insane.
Insane in the membrane.
Guys pierce their ears today, Incher, and not just women, but men have hair past their neck now.
Women have blue hair now.
You know if you knew this.
Having long hair is not on the same level as tattooing your face. I mean,
it was at one time.
It's like I
remember my brother was
it
when he worked when I was a kid, and he got his first job working at the grocery store, and like you couldn't have hair past like your ear if you were male. I'm just saying times change. Now it's like no one would even blink an eye that someone has long hair.
The times they are changing.
And 10, 15 years ago, it was very unusual. Someone had face tattoos. It's really not that uncommon today.
Oh, you're just such the voice of reason here, Jones.
I'm just telling you the way it is.
Oh, thank
goodness, Jones. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. I'm just telling you that's the way it is.
I'm telling you the way it is. Those people are crazy. Stop condoning their crazy behavior.
I don't care what someone wants to do with their
their body. One of them here on the line. He's going crazy. He's chanting crazy rituals at you. Got tattoos all over his face. Craziness. You're going to come on the show looking like Brody King next week. You're going to be like,
Incher will be scared. He'll think you're possessed by the devil. And
crazy.
He'll get out his crucifix and get out his holy water. Let's see, Lexa, my birthday is this Thursday. Can Vic Schiavone bust out the birthday bear and get Faith Schiavone to dance to it?
Oh no.
She was willing to do it, but she has to work at 7:00 tomorrow, and she's spending the night at her brother's house.
This was good. Stellar Steven Inchers is 90s Bob Backlund.
He never even asked her, Lexar, and I don't blame him.
I think he did. I believe Vic is not a dishonest man, unlike Inchman.
I mean, look at Lexar. He's got a fucking background of strippers back there. You gonna have your daughter dance for him? Look at him.
She's a good sport.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have the bear here.
Here we go.
The heck?
The battery's dead. The battery's dead. I can't hear anything.
I can hear it, but it's very low. Happy birthday!
I heard it a little bit.
Yeah,
I can barely hear you.
Oh man. Talk about dad jokes. Well, let's sing it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Lexar. Happy birthday, dear Lexar. Happy birthday to you.
There you go.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Very nice.
Excellent.
How old are you going to be, Lexar? 22?
The big 39.
39?
39.
Holy shit. Soon you're going to be a man.
Turn the big 4.
Holy shit.
You age like a leader.
Incher's like, what, 52 or something now?
Yeah. And
no, you turned 40 last year, right?
Oh, I'm 41 now. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you get so old?
He's like Arn Anderson. He was born that way.
Yeah, Incher's older than me now. We started out, I was older. Now he's past me. It's weird.
Grumpy old men.
I'm not grumpy.
I'm getting some urges.
I think it's time when you hit the big 4-0 face tattoo. It's the way.
I just painted.
Yo,
I'm gonna get face tattoos just to piss Incher off.
Do it. Do it.
I would do it for that. Yeah.
I'm gonna get the Berserk tattoo.
What would I get? Like Nosferatu on my cheek?
Yeah, I would have never let you in my house, and I'll just play. He's going to steal everything and take it to the pawn shop.
I'm on a bird.
He's gonna steal my blood.
And we're right here, Pepe Poteet in the chat room. He says, I have a tattoo on the left side of my head. That's only visible when I shave my head.
I say good for you. I say good for you, Pepe Poteet. You should do what makes you happy. Don't pay attention to old man Incher here living in the 50s. Do whatever makes you happy. It's your life to live. It's your body to do with it as you
instead of in your head, it's ink your head tonight.
There you go. Ink your head.
No.
I say we should. I think we should do some kind of like a contest where if Incher loses, he's forced to get a face tattoo. If I lose, I'm forced not to get it.
That's Stranger.
There's a really good Wang video on that.
Like, just tattoo my face right here.
Yeah. What about that? If you lose, you have to get a face tattoo. If I lose, I don't get a face tattoo.
That's no good. That's not a good bet.
I think that's fair. Seems reasonable.
No, you gotta either.
I'm dying to get a face tattoo, so if I lose, I can't.
Don't put up.
I like. Oh my god, I can't get one now.
That's a deal. That's a Neil Jones deal. If I ever.
I think like a fair right down the middle.
I don't have to do nothing, and you gotta get a face tattoo. That's
exactly fair right down the middle.
It's the best deal you're gonna get.
We'll work out the details this week.
Best deal you're gonna get.
Lexar wants to know, which match is Jack looking forward to this Saturday night at Ring of Honor?
Claudio.
Let's go over the show. ROH. Death Before Dishonor. So it's going to probably be a long show. So my plan is after the show, I'm going to go to the casino. From what I understand, the Young Bucks go to the casino. So maybe some of these guys after the show are going to end up at the casino. I don't know. I might go to the midnight movie after the show. I don't know. But either way, I'm going to end up the casino.
See, Pepe Poteet says he got it when he was 16 and he's 35 now.
Hell yeah. Good for him.
Can you imagine if you're 16-year-olds like, I got my head tattooed.
You got to get with the times.
You're telling me if you had a child and he came home 16 years old and he's like, I got my head tattooed. I'm fucking Bam Bam Bigelow.
I think that'd be pretty badass.
I think Incher needs a mustache so he could be the Dr. Phil of this show.
Can we get voices of reason here? Good God, you're all insane. Come on, Vic. You know you don't agree with any of this. You're with me, right?
I wouldn't get a face tattoo. No.
I'm not saying I would, but if someone else wants to, that's their own business.
Taking his libertarian stance on this.
No, I'm not. I don't care what someone wants to do with their face.
If I got you alone, he'd be like, yeah, they're fucking crazy.
No, I know many people. It's not really uncommon. I walk around Boston. People have them all the time. It's not uncommon.
Jack's trying to satisfy the face tattooed people. He's just like,
no, I'm just saying it's not an uncommon thing.
Oh, I like them. I think they're really neat. I want to drag it on my face.
I didn't even say I like them or dislike them. I'm just saying it's not uncommon, and what someone wants to do, I don't really care. Don't bother me. Don't affect me.
Tattoo a ball sack on my forehead.
Well, I see nothing wrong here.
Mercedes Mart. No, actually, I don't like people getting tattoos or wearing shirts with like anything like, I'm not saying offensive, but like swears or like sexual things. I don't think that should be like worn around.
See, here's Andrew's horror show. He's like, I have face tattoos.
I know, and I'm making a movie with him. We're co-directing a movie. He's a good guy, and it's not uncommon. He's got multiple face tattoos.
Crazy.
The good dude.
Crazy.
It's not. He's gonna back up. It's not that uncommon.
Craziness.
He's a good man. See, I think he's a good guy. You'd be like, oh, you're gonna burn in Hades.
You're just kissing up.
You
like,
can't be
For what
buried.
reason? Why would I kiss up with
let me
someone?
tickle that tape. I don't care to crap all over Incher. He's.
Why was it crapping over you?
Yeah,
It's all about you. You're crapping over someone else doing what they want to do with their own body and their life.
Jones. You're like, I don't
now you're moving into crazy. You're the one moving in. This is the crazy territory from you. Because somehow what someone does with their own life and their own face is affecting you.
I'm saying they're
crazy. The whole world revolves around you.
Do what they want.
I don't care what someone else does. And I wouldn't say, oh my God, you can't do that because it's going to bother Incher.
It's more weird seeing people without tattoos.
I agree. Honestly, I would say more people. That's part of the reason I don't have any tattoos. I think you actually have more
he's
tattoos.
calling you crazy now.
That's fine. I don't care. But honestly, if I'm at a horror convention or something, I'm in the minority without any tattoos.
Look at you just taking it from this guy. You're just like right over a barrel, and you're like, go ahead, call me crazy. Oh.
Let me show you.
Stellar Steven's trying to scare us. He's worshiping the devil over there.
See, here's Andrew here. He's got the face tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
Got him up here. He's got him on his arms. He's got him up on his head.
He's got 666 tattooed on his arm. That man's crazy.
It's 999. You're looking at it upside down.
Okay. I apologize.
Got Michael Myers on. I think it's cool. It's good.
He's got the mark of the beast on him, Jack.
Yeah, you know what how seriously I take something like that.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just playing with you, Andrew Horror Show. You're a good man.
The good man. Yeah. He is a good guy, honestly. I met him a few times. Well, once. I'll be meeting him again. We're going to be making a short film.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He's a loyal listener to the show.
I'm just messing around. I don't have that problem with what you can do whatever you want with your body.
Man, now who's bending over and taking
I just won't let
we
you
don't
into
talk
my
about religion or politics.
I just won't let you into my house and let you steal all my stuff and take it to the pawn shop.
You're gonna get ripped off because you're gonna see this guy who's like, oh, look, this man. He looks so nice. He's drinking.
What are you gonna do? Like,
he got a tattoo on his body. Why don't you come in and look at all my pinball games while I go out for the day? Oh boy, he's such a fine fellow. Then you come home and your whole house is empty.
So what are you gonna do? Like paint their face all up and then come in and they're like, then they get like a sponge and wipe it all off. And
someone who doesn't have tattoos can be a thief. You think the only way you can be a thief is if you're covered in tattoos.
Well, Michael Elgin, he has all kinds of tattoos.
Kind of hard.
Japan should have saw that coming. I don't know. Does Michael Elgin have tattoos? I don't know.
He's getting the white vinegar.
Steven? What? He's
become a computer.
Put the last one on the door.
All right.
This is no background. Lexar still has a background.
I don't know what Lexar is doing. All right. Where the hell were we? Question. All that over Lexar's report.
Yeah.
Oh, Ring of Honor. The Ring of Honor show. Okay. Death Before Dishonor. So Mercedes Martinez defending the ROH Women's World Championship versus Serena Deeb. Mercedes Martinez. I like Serena Deeb in the ring, but she's really missing like a personality.
I think she has improved. I think she cuts better promos nowadays. I've seen some promos that was awful by her, but
I think she would benefit being part of a group with like someone to talk to.
But she keeps turning on her partners, so she can't do that.
There's a few matches I'm looking for. This match is going to be off the charts. FTR versus the Briscoe brothers. 2 out of 3 falls match for the Ring of Honor World Tag Champions. This is going to be awesome. I would keep it on FTR because I still think eventually Young Bucks get the AEW tag belts back for the 3rd time, and then you build up to the big match, FTR Young Bucks for all the belts.
That'd be good.
Wheeler Yuta defending the Pure Championship versus Daniel Garcia. This will be good. I'm a Wheeler Yuta fan. I like Daniel Garcia too, but I'm rooting for Wheeler Yuta. I really think once the angle where he joined the club there, I think was really made him a star. Samoa Joe defending the ROH World Television title versus Jay Lethal. This will be really good. I'm a Joe. I like both of them, but I'm going with Joe. I kind of think Lethal will win it, though, honestly. Seem like they're doing more with him. That's another guy I really like Joe, but they've not. He came in with a lot of fanfare, not really has done much.
Yeah, like what's his deal? Is he hurt right now? Why is he made like one appearance for this pay-per-view that he's like the main event of?
Yeah.
You think he would do that?
And then the main event is Jonathan. Well, I guess we still have tomorrow night. Maybe he'll do something on that. Jonathan Gresham defending the ROH Championship versus Claudio Castagnoli. Gresham was a guy I think needed personality, and I think turning heel with Tully has really helped him in that department. And I think this will be off the charts in the match as far as the match goes. And I would like to see Claudio win the title.
Same.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, Gresham. I mean, it's just he's not on Claudio's level right now. So, like, to see Claudio lose, I don't think that would be good. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, but Gresham does need something to elevate.
Yeah, it'd be weird to put him with Tully then lose. Which it's good though because we don't know who's going to win.
But I don't think they should be beating Claudio so quick.
Yeah, I agree with both those things.
I guess we'll just have to watch and find out.
Andrew says kind of late to the show tonight. I don't know what I missed. Does anyone think Edge is coming with Bray? Interesting.
I mean, I don't know if Vince is really wanting to bring Bray back.
Yeah, but is it up to Vince now? Maybe Stephanie and Triple H want Bray back.
think Vince is still in control. I mean, but
everyone's saying otherwise now.
Really? Maybe that's what they just.
I think there's kind of people just got to go back and forth.
I think it's Bruce Pritchard just saying, "You guys got to say Vince ain't in control." Because,
well, I mean, they have been, some new people they've signed and stuff. So I don't know. I do think it'll be good. Triple H did, NXT was definitely at its best with Triple H here. Let's see. Aside from slots, what other games will Jack play in the wee hours of the morning at the casino? Honestly, I really just play the slots. I like all those other games, but you got to bring a lot of money if you want to start playing the table games.
Yeah, it goes pretty quick when you do those. Yeah,
I'm not looking to spend a lot of money. Looking to spend
no win to fold them.
Looking to it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right. Yeah. I'm looking to have a good time, hopefully to win. But the thing is, I take public trans up there, and then the next bus is until 6:30 in the morning. So am I just going to wander around for 6 hours? No, I thought I'd go to the casino and spend some time at the casino. I might go to the midnight movie and then go to the casino after. We'll figure out. But I think the midnight movie Saturday is Final Destination 3, which I don't really care about.
Why are you watching it?
Just for something to do. I probably won't do it. I'll probably just go to the casino. But I did go Saturday to the Never Sleep Again marathon, which was very fun. It was from midnight Saturday till noon Sunday. All 7 of the original Nightmare on Elm Street films and the original 35 millimeter.
Mm-hmm.
I brought it up, but I brought it down, but I drank the coffee. I brought it back upstairs when I got I got a free thermos, which was nice. It's red and green, like Freddie's sweater. And they gave out free thermos to everyone who pre-ordered a ticket. And then it was free coffee all night long, so you could stay up to battle Freddie and not fall asleep. It was fun, though. It's very fun. I think it's the first time I watched all 7 in a row like that.
Yeah. So you stayed up the entire time?
I did.
Good man.
I was kind of around 5. I started to like, whoa, get sleepy. Yeah. I have to say, I really, even some of the ones people don't like Dream Child, it's not the best, but I still liked it. But Freddy's Dead, boy, that movie is some stupid.
It's pretty silly, but it's kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, kind of silly. Like, so silly, it's funny in parts.
I like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 a lot better.
You don't like when Carlos had to get his ears cleaned? I mean, come on.
Not a fan.
You don't like that
And then he pulled out a big chalkboard and he was scratching on it. I mean, that's funny stuff. You don't like him as the Wicked Witch of the West? And he told him he was going to.
No, it's too stupid. I do like A New Nightmare. I think it might be my favorite sequel. I think it's most underrated of all the sequels.
Well, it's kind of like not even a nightmare movie. It's just like, it's basically a statement on violence in movies and whatnot.
I mean, there's a lot to it. There's that. There's also, I like the idea of that storyteller. There's 2 things there because it's asking the audience, like, why do we root for and cheer for the villain in these movies over the hero? Because Freddy's more popular than Nancy. But it's also the idea that the storyteller is keeping evil at bay by making these movies. So there's layers to the movie. I think it's a very smart movie and it's interesting. Ask some questions.
I like it. Wes Craven really evolved as a filmmaker from like Last House on the Left to, New Nightmares. I think he really
watching all the Freddy movies in a row is interesting. I mean, everyone knows that they become more comedic as they go on, but the first movie is really brutal. All the kills, probably maybe the best kill in slasher movies is the first kill where she's ripped apart and all over. It's scary and it's weird. It's everything about it. It's interesting though, because a lot of the sequels, like some of the kills are interesting, but none of them are nearly as brutal. The second movie, it's very graphic when Freddy comes out of Jesse, but the kills in part 2 are very lame. It's just like he slashes the back of the coach and he just like slumps over and dies. Like, this pretty lame. Like, I don't think that would kill the guy. Like, it's and he just dies from.
Well, you gotta love that the guy was trying to help him at the pool, and then he just slashes his face and he falls.
Yeah, and everyone just gets hit once, and they just like, I die. It's like a video game. You just hit a guy and they just die. Where in the first movie, they're friggin' ripped to shreds, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. It was fun watching them all. You think has Jack started up all night to play at the casino?
Up all night.
Yeah. I've been up multiple days. I don't know if I could stay up multiple days anymore. But we'll like Saturday I was up 36 hours. Because after the marathon, then I walked around Boston. I felt guilty because I had pizza and popcorn all night. So I was like, I feel guilty. So I walked like 10 miles after that. And then, but I will say I was freaking dead then after that. I had like a second win and then I just collapsed and slept for 12 hours. So the age is catching up. I used to be able to stay up like multiple days without maybe a few hours sleep, but those days are behind me. But I could still stay up a day or two. Do you think wearing socks with sandals are good fashionable sense? Nope.
I never wear sandals.
I don't either. I'm not a fan.
You're
crazy. No support on my feet, on my ankles. I need support on the ankles, or else I'll sprain my ankles.
I saw plenty of people in my neighborhood wearing that. Socks were
I wear
safe.
house slippers, but I don't go out in them.
I wear socks around the house.
Jack's gonna walk like the nurses in Silent Hill if he doesn't have shoes on.
But I do walk a lot, and I need good shoes that support my ankles, or else I will twist my ankle.
Yeah,
Especially because I walk on this road and then I also walk trails.
Look no further than Forrest Gump. I mean, he says you can tell a lot about a people and their shoes.
I have multiple sneakers. I switch them on off.
I think that just makes Incher right about him walking on the tracks being dangerous.
I've said this before. The dangerous part on the walk on the tracks is your ankles, because you can easily twist your ankle because of the unevenness of the wood.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The train itself, you can hear from miles away and feel it.
There's just 2 weeks ago, somebody up in Charleston got hit by a train.
Yeah, someone who killed themselves.
I don't know if they were trying to kill themselves.
That's what I'm saying. There's two things. Either they try to commit suicide, or they were drunk or drunk or on drugs out of their mind, or had some kind of mental issue.
Or they had face tattoos.
Is it going to have is it going to take a train just running into you before you'll just say,
I think me and Andrew is going to run a train on you. Like, yeah,
he's already running the train on you. It sounds like
his facial
train.
You're like, oh, don't be making fun of my buddy Andrew. I didn't know you had a friend that's making.
I kept telling you, and you just kept yelling.
No, I didn't. I wasn't picking up on your hints.
I didn't hint. I said it. Said it outright.
Oh, well, I was in the throes of passion of making my point.
You're freaking jizzing in your pants.
I had to express myself.
Lexa, the Wendy Williams Show website, Twitter handle, Instagram page, and YouTube channel has been erased from the internet. Are you sad?
Are you intrigued?
I could not give. Not 2 shits. I couldn't give a half a shit. I couldn't give a speck of a shit.
Fuck, right?
I could not give anything. Couldn't give a flying fuck. I couldn't give a standing fuck, a crawling fuck, a dying fuck, a crying fuck. Couldn't give 2 shits, 3 shits, 4 shits, a speck of shit. I could not possibly care less. I don't even know who she is besides you bringing her up. I've never seen her website or YouTube or Instagram.
One of these days,
her Grindr. I've never seen anything
about little videos, and the Wendy Williams Show is going to pop up. He's like, "Oops!"
I remember when we used to be able to look at Incher's the sites he visited on his YouTube.
On the YouTube?
Yeah, remember one night I looked at all the likes you had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then
I was liking
he's like big
Neil Jones death video.
Big dongs and hillbillies.
No.
I'm tapping out.
Yeah.
Alexa, you're not allowed to tap.
You're not even gonna listen to the answers to your own questions?
Yeah, really.
That was it. That was the last question.
No, you don't. You have like 15 more.
Yeah, 15 more. You ask them, you gotta stick around at least.
If you leave, I'm not going to answer the rest of your questions.
What is your favorite Filipino food?
No, I'm not. If you leave, I'm not going to answer them.
I gotta leave. I'm tired.
Why? You ain't got nothing to do.
Yes,
you gonna get up and watch some daytime talk show?
No, my mom has to go. I had to go on a trip with a church group over the weekend. So now
over the weekend. Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's fucking Tuesday night. Tomorrow's Wednesday, and you gotta leave because you gotta get up in the weekend. You gotta get up in 4 days from now.
She's going in a different country. That's why.
In 4 days.
Actually, it's gonna be more than 4.
You've got to sleep for 72 hours.
She's gonna be gone for a week.
Who gives a shit? She's not leaving for 4 days, and you have to go to sleep now.
You're gonna go for 7 days.
Yeah, but she's leaving in the weekend. You said that's 4 days from now.
I feel that family is your top priority. And if Lexar wants to go to sleep now so he can see his mother before she leaves on her big trip,
in 4 days,
that's what he needs to do. He needs to spend as most time as possible with that lady.
what a lying sack of shit.
Good night.
What a lying sack. But you guys, you two are a lying pair of liars.
A lying pair of liars.
A lying pair of liars. 2 lying
Like the animals?
sacks of lies. The most honest man in podcasting. The most lying man in podcasting.
Don't believe.
Dishonest incher. Not the power goat. The lying goat. Lies. Instead of lies. Lies.
I'm tapping out too.
What? Big two?
I gotta be up at 5 for work.
Yeah, I believe him. That's 4 hours, not 48 hours.
And he didn't
He's
say
good.
96 hours. I gotta get up at 5 hours. I get that. I gotta get up at 96 hours.
See you later, Vic.
He's got to collect the eggs from the farm.
The loat, not the goat, the loat, the lioness of all time. All right. See, he had more questions. Which version of Oh, yeah, this was the big news. WWE's going to TV 14.
Yeah, that was big news. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see what they do. I mean, can you really get away with much on television?
Yes. People keep saying this. Yes. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. These shows are way more graphic than they used to be.
I mean, like you can only be so graphic on wrestling. I mean, but like,
well, what do you want to
are they
see?
gonna do
What are they going to
storylines
show?
that-
They're going to show Vince McMahon actually banging the women.
I mean, are
I
they?
wanna
They
see
can't really go
bloody
back
old
to
man.
that if they're battling this whole thing with Vince McMahon. You know, they can't have like these questionable storylines where Trish Stratus is
find out.
barking like a dog. I mean, or
The
something
thing
like
is,
that.
WWE didn't go. They became like G-rated.
Yeah, they did go pretty hardcore. Like,
Yeah. My point is, look, I've seen great R-rated movies. I've seen shitty R-rated movies. I've seen great PG-13 movies. I've seen shitty PG-13 movies. The majority of wrestling has been PG. All the 80s was PG. Actually, all the 90s outside of the Attitude Era was PG. I don't really care about the ratings of the show. I want the show to be good. So if it's all shitty comedy and stupid stuff, but they're saying ass, I don't really care about that. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. So you can have a good wrestling show PG, you can have a bad wrestling show PG, improve the show. The rating, I think, really is it'll get people interested the first couple weeks, but if it's the same stuff, they just have some sexual innuendo, that doesn't make it any better to me.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jack, man up and watch Raw next Monday night. I don't think manning up is watching TV.
Like, are they
Man,
saying?
I'm a man now. I'm going to sit down here and watch 3 hours of television.
Are they saying that? Will you watch it because it's switching ratings just to see how it is? Is it next week?
I don't know
like,
when it starts.
Yeah, I've heard like they got in trouble because it leaked
Like
too
manning
soon.
up with space tattoos.
It was a TV. Yeah, Pepe put the TV series though. Freddy's Nightmare. There, not many of them were involved. Freddy.
It was just him as like the crypt keeper almost.
There was a couple
of commercial breaks. It's like booking breaks.
And there's also they didn't show Freddy versus Jason.
Like the pilot to it involved Freddy, and then I think there was another episode that involved him, but it was pretty much just different stories.
I think they put it out recently on
It's streaming somewhere, isn't it?
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of them. I've seen like the first 5 or 6 of them.
I don't think I even watched them back in the day.
I have the VHS of the No More Mr. Nice Guy, which is the pilot. Yeah. It was all right, you know.
No more Mr. Nice Guy, they say.
That was directed by Toby Hooper. First, like, Freddy thing he's ever directed, I guess.
All right.
I was watching, though, somebody posted up on Facebook about, like, I think it was from Without Your Head, the behind the scenes of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. And I watched the whole thing, even though it was kind of like just, you know, some camera footage of it. But they got to the part where the waterbed part, and Robert Englund started bitching about at the end. He was like, that was 20 fucking takes. If you ain't got it by now, that's your all's fucking problem. He was just like, we need out of here. That would be miserable, being on all that makeup and having to get underwater and stuff, and like you got this heavy ass sweater on soaked with water, and so that would be a hard job to do.
He said like he can't do it anymore because they want him to play Freddy. You know, he's in his 70s now.
He's an older dude. I mean, and that is pretty physical stuff.
Yeah, I know Jason is a Jason Bloom or whatever. The guy runs Bloom House. He's like, I'll talk him into doing it, but it's like if the guy doesn't want to do it, I don't know.
I mean, he's done it.
So won't find him in a parking lot.
Yeah, beating his old man.
I'd
like to see him. I'm not against it, but if he doesn't want to do it, and he also probably doesn't want to do it if it's like a half-assed version where he's not, you know, he's.
I mean, you got to sit in the chair for like a couple of hours.
Like 4 hours, probably just doing the makeup. Yeah,
it's pretty involved. I mean,
and he's done it. He's done it. He's got the legacy, you know.
I mean, I know it's hard. Like, people will not accept anybody else as Freddy Krueger until he's probably gone.
I agree. It's different. Like, not to diminish anyone to play Jason, but it is different when it's the character, you know, when he's talking, you know. Nikhil Callahan. 20 years ago today, Eric Bischoff became Raw GM. Do you remember watching it live and thoughts? Is that the debut when him and Vince, you know, hugged?
Oh, with Eric Bischoff?
Yeah. Or was that I guess that was probably it. That was, I mean, very, even at the time, I just thought, like, why would you had this natural, I mean, everyone wanted to see these two people have some type of conflict. And I guess the idea is like, oh, this will be a swerve, but it's a swerve that, you know, you ruin years of actual build of some type of feud.
Yeah.
Really huge missed opportunity.
And then he shared his wife with him later on TV.
Yeah, it's a big missed opportunity. You could have done something.
I don't think they were wife swapping back then, were they?
No, I was joking about him kissing Linda. I was joking about him kissing Linda.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm sure Vince was really hurt by that one. He was like, oh, I'm so destroyed.
Take my wife. She can cook.
Pepe said it's on Tubi. By the way, Pepe Potit, if you are a horror fan, we do Without Your Head on Thursdays. Andrew, did you see that? I did not see. I saw that it came out while we were doing the show, but the new Halloween Ends, I believe it is the trailer came out. So I'll watch it after. I've not seen it. I've not been a big fan of the last
new ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like that they got back to the original storyline, but
they did the same exact thing with H2O. This was just like H4O.
I mean, I am glad they got away from the Rob Zombie stuff, but I mean, yeah, the movies haven't been so hot. I mean,
no, I haven't liked
Evil Dies Tonight.
Yeah, that whole Evil Dustin night was so cheesy. I do think it was neat how they incorporated Donald Pleasance like into the new one, but I mean the scene was pretty stupid whenever he's like doing the execution. I was like, sorry, that's a spoiler for everybody else seen it, but I mean that was like, oh god, how could they do that?
Yeah,
I did think it was well done though, how they the guy who had the makeup on and everything. I mean, it did look like him.
25 years ago today, Johnny Bravo premiered. Did you watch a show? Nope.
I remember when Johnny Bravo was coming on, I was like, oh, it looks kind of silly to me. But
my brother's a big fan. I never watched it.
It's probably funny. I just wasn't.
I'm a grown man. I don't watch just bullshit cartoons.
I'd probably be more willing to watch it now, but like back then, it just didn't appeal to me. But
yeah, I never watched it. My brother likes it. 1 year ago, 1 year to the day, it was the summer of Cena. It was summer of Cena. Yeah, I don't remember that being a term.
Cena wasn't around, was he?
He returned to confront Roman Reigns. What?
Quite the summer.
I don't remember this.
I don't remember it.
I thought last year when they off making movies.
Is this a test? Is he just testing us to see if we know anything? I think he is.
Oh.
I don't think that didn't happen. You're lying to us, sir.
Scott Steiner told Dixie Carter in 2009 that Hulk Hogan would run her out of the business. What are your thoughts? I'll say she should have listened to Scott Steiner.
Well, I think the downfall of Impact was her own fault because she
brought in Hulk Hogan.
I think pissing off Spike was the worst thing she did. Like,
honestly, looking back, that bringing in Hogan and Bischoff, it was not good at all.
It seemed like it would be a good idea, but it didn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I think it turned away like their audience, their hardcore audience, to try to find a new audience, but I don't think it made any audience. I mean, at the time, I thought, it would probably be, I don't know. I don't know if I was that hip.
Andrew's saying that he did lose to Cena at SummerSlam. I don't remember that.
I don't remember it. I haven't watched WWE TV in 3 years, so I don't remember.
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I can't remember him at SummerSlam losing.
Yeah, I don't remember
Roman Reigns, or Cena lost to Roman Reigns.
Yeah, I thought Cena has been around a few years, but like I haven't watched WWE in 3 years now, so
I thought Cena lost to Reigns.
Andrew wants to know, where is MJF?
I think he's just off TV building this angle.
Yeah,
I think we'll see him. I'm glad that if this is an angle that they have kept him off for a while, because it does build.
It does help. Yeah.
Yeah. The rumor is Fuego del Sol has left AEW. That's not true. He's changing his name. I don't care about Fuego del Sol. WWE Hall of Famer Edge is set to return to the storyline soon. A new report from Fightful Select notes that the Rated R Superstar selected to be at next Monday's WWE Raw for Madison Square Garden in New York City, which is the SummerSlam Go Home show. Are you excited? Nope.
Yeah.
How many returns has he had since his return? Seems like all he does is return.
Oh. They love doing that. Returning people.
Rumors Paige might join AEW. Thoughts? I'm a big Paige fan. I'd like to see that. Even if she couldn't wrestle anymore, I think she's a good personality, good promo. You could do something, as long as you have an idea for, like as a manager or some type of role for her.
Did you hear
and she has a really big following.
Did you hear Sasha Banks is trying to get $30,000 for an appearance?
Yeah, I know. That seems like huge.
That seems insane. I mean,
I saw people defending it, but like besides like a Comic-Con or something, who can really afford that?
And she's not taking any wrestling bookings until after this year. Like, she's not going to do any wrestling until 2023. It's like, why?
I don't know.
Is she not allowed to just contractually with WWE?
I have no idea. I really don't know. Maybe. I'm
But,
a fan of hers. I like her, but yeah, that seems very, very high. I don't know.
I mean, 30 grand for an appearance? Good God.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to make your money back for that? You'd have to like have a huge, the only thing I could, like if you booked her for like a Comic-Con or something like that. Like, I don't think you could bring her in for like a wrestling convention unless it's like a giant following.
Would she draw that many people?
I mean, she's big and she's coming off WWE TV and she got the Mandalorian, but it'd have to be a place that has that's going to have a big crowd anyway.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd risk it though.
That's like Ric Flair money when he first started doing like the convention.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And even then, like he only did a few at that time because it was a big risk. I don't know. Eric Young thinks there were some missed opportunities in the AEW and Impact collaboration. Do you agree? Oh yeah, I was kind of excited for, even though I don't really watch it. Well, I don't watch Impact, but it didn't. There wasn't too much to it.
Yeah,
I don't know what you could have done, honestly. I remember watching Impact for the first time in a while, and it was not good.
I don't know. I guess they're doing fine with like their subscription service, I guess. I mean, they're not dead yet, so they're doing something.
Yeah. Mike Chioda.
Maybe I heard them by canceling mine. So they're like, damn it, if only he was around.
Mike Chioda believes. Mike Chioda believes
D'Lo Brown's match. He's back.
I like D'Lo.
Back. How could he cancel now?
Mike Chioda believes AEW can do a better job with refereeing, but commends them for always showing him respect. Yeah. The big thing is the tag team matches. Like, I don't want to see DQs and stuff like that, but they do. Even when I watch with my mom, she'll say, why are these guys in the ring forever? And it's like, I guess people do notice this stuff.
If I was Mike Chioda, I wouldn't say any crosswords with AEW. I mean, WWE's editing him out of all of their shit.
Yeah, they blur his face.
I would say.
Well, you see, he commends them for always showing him respect. So,
yeah,
they don't blur me out.
Thanks for not cutting me out of all the footage. Worked for a place for like close to 13 years or something, probably more. They cut him right out.
The Good Brothers are no longer contracted to Impact Wrestling of this past week, reports PETA.
You asked this before, haven't you?
I hate these
trying
guys.
to annoy you with this question.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these guys whatsoever. Fightful Select has learned that talent and staff in AEW have been told Kenny Omega is nearing a return. Details tentative creative plans and how he's changed other plans is told the talent and staff are now in the full story. I'm not going to go read this full story. What storyline would you put Omega in and against who? I think as soon as he returns, he has to go for the belt.
Yeah. See, like Omega always felt like it was that guy that they could have had like the big, like main event feeling type of match.
I think they did hit in his last run. I thought he was.
Yeah, that was good stuff on his last run.
Him and Punk, I think, is a big money feud.
It was just a shame that he was taken out though, and it's like they needed to keep going on with that, but I guess
they couldn't get hurt. But he was wrestling hurt for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Punk, I think. If Punk is coming back soon, I would wait and bring Kenny Omega back after Punk comes back and wins. If he's coming back soon, after Punk comes in and wins the title back, reunifies the belts, and then you bring back Omega, and you build to Omega Punk. I think that's a big feud.
Yeah.
And if not, if he's ready to come back and Punk isn't, Omega and Moxley, and then if Omega wins the interim champ, then you combine, then have him really defend it and do like he was doing before, and then you have the unification. Punk coming back as champ versus Omega as the interim champ. I think would be good too. I think that'd be
Most
better than Mox. I like Moxley, but I think
I like Moxley.
I like the traditional heel baby face. I like that better.
I just hate the whole interim stuff.
I don't like it either. I think it works better with the heel if you're going to do it, because it seems more heelish. Like, hey, I'm the champ without beating the champion. Is Incher going to the AEW show in Charleston, West Virginia soon?
Yes, I plan on going to that one, and I plan on going to the Columbus one. So, yeah.
Good boy. Very good. Very good. Pat on the head for you, Incher. Pat on your tattooed head. If you were going to get a tattoo, how about if you got my face tattooed on your head? Or right under like your eye or something? That'd be pretty cool.
Maybe a pinball.
No.
What if you just get like a whole pinball board like over your whole face? You got like a pinball like going up here.
IYH.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm good. I don't need that. Would you ruin this face if you had it?
I'd ruin it with my penis. Is anyone in the video chat thinking about going to Mania next year? I'll put out there, if anyone out there in the Hittyverse wants to pay my way and Incher's way, we will be there.
Triple Mania.
We think Incher.
Sounds good.
Hennyverse buddies want to pay our way out there, hang out with Incher and Jack, party with Jack and Incher, drinking some Rudy Tooty beer, playing some pinball.
In the hot tub.
Maybe we'll even break out the Parcheesi, huh?
Hell yeah. Play some Connect 4.
I don't even know how to play Parcheesi.
I'll teach you.
You bend over, Incher.
God, Incher's always going right to the butt.
And then we'll play Parcheesi.
It's like, oh man, I like this Parcheesi. Thoughts on this Twitter spat? Jim Cornette fires back at Kenny Omega. You made wrestling something to be laughed at. Then Mark Mann says, Cornette's right about one thing. Less people watch wrestling than at any... This kind of stupid. To blame Kenny Omega for less people watching wrestling on TV now than in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, there's so many channels nowadays, and it's just like, you can't... It's not even the same market anymore.
It's really stupid because there was people, not that many people watching Impact, like buying tickets to the arenas. People are buying more tickets to AEW shows to be in the audience than any promotion since like the WWE, since forever. They even sold out some stuff that WWE couldn't. So I'm not going to read all this, but I just think it's kind of
in the 90s, you had these mega stars too. You had The Rock, you had Stone Cold,
and you had decades of build to NWA was around for 100 years or something, 60 years, and which WCW was a continuation of.
I mean, it could probably still be just as big if Vince McMahon didn't decide he didn't want stars anymore.
They're making record profits, so it's not like I think it's just kind of stupid.
I don't know. The old man just needs to go. Somebody needs to bloody him all up.
The UK is experiencing a heat wave. It's currently 40 degrees, which I believe is 100 degrees for us. The highest records ever. Any memories of being in a heat wave?
You should have said any memories of seeing ECW Heat Wave. That was a pay-per-view.
That was, yeah. And it was, I believe, even before they did pay-per-views, I think it was like one of the events that they put out on VHS.
I remember like when I was growing up, there was like some heat waves.
Relive the night the kimono wanna lay you dance atop the ECW arena.
There you go.
Those ads used to make me like, holy shit, I gotta go buy these VHS tapes.
Oh,
I did. I would buy VHS tapes watching his ECW shows. Like, holy shit, this is sweet.
Kids don't know how easy they got it nowadays. I mean, you had to order a VHS tape, wait like 3 weeks before you get it, and then
I haven't told this story in years, I don't think. So back in the day before In Your Head and everyone was doing interviews, you had to buy shoot interviews, and shoot interviews were a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear these guys talk out of character, so it was a really big deal. It was before, podcasts, I think, really did ruin the shoot interview market as far as buying like a DVD.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so I would get the RF video lists and go through. Oh, we'll get this. And I remember, Abdul the Butcher's doing a shoot interview the first time. I mean, this guy never talked out of character, so it was a big deal. So I get the Abdul the Butcher shoot interview. I get it, order from RF Video, put it in the VCR, and it's a video of a guy shitting on a lawn, an up close video of a man in broad daylight. You couldn't like see their face or anything. You just saw their ass squatting and taking a shit. I'm this deadly serious, taking a shit on the lawn. I was like, what the fuck? And so I call up our video. I don't know who answered. I think it was Rob Fiennes himself. And I was like, I ordered the Abdul the Butcher shoot interview, and I got a video of a man shitting on a lawn. And he was just like, oh yeah, we'll send that back. We'll send it. He was not like, what the hell? Or like he was not shocked in the least. I'm like, what the hell is this guy up to? He's like, oh, I sent you, 87653 instead of 87652. Like this must be something he sells in like his other business or something. I would think if someone told you sent me a video of a man shitting on a lawn, you'd be like, you'd be fired. You'd be like, you think I'm lying, or like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, sir. Like, I don't know what the hell, how that got on there. He didn't bat an eye. He also didn't pay me shipping. I had to pay the shipping to send it back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the, I didn't even get, I got shit. I got shit on the line out of this guy.
Yeah. That's pretty
and then
bad.
I finally got the Abdul the Butcher shoot interview, and it fucking sucked. It was terrible.
Did he have an interpreter for him? Like he told the interpreter what to say for him, and then
no, but he wouldn't answer anything. Everyone was a good guy. It was all bullshit. He's like, oh, I won't answer. It's like, it was horrible. People who've seen it, they know. He's never done a good shoot interview ever. I've seen multiples, and they're all terrible.
One of these days, he's going to come out and be like, "All right, no bullshit. Let's just do it."
He only does good ones in Japanese.
And Dave Meltz over here is like, "Oh, I'm going to give this one 6 stars because it's Japanese."
I'll listen to it, mute it.
I bet.
Just like
him and Lex are. They're watching him.
I watched Kimono want to lay it on mute.
Well, that one you don't need to hear. The UK is she's probably done shooting.
Was there like just a bunch of like the ECW audience just ejaculating, or like feel bad for the guy who had to mop up the floor that day.
The UK, we did that one. It's Shark Week. It's Shark Week. What's your favorite shark associated film? Anyone who says anything but Jaws is either a liar or dumb.
Yeah.
You can have the second best. It's like your favorite exorcism movie. If you don't think it's Exorcist, your opinion means nothing. Jaws and Exorcist made it so hard for any movie about a shark or an exorcism to be good because you hold it up to those two. And it's like, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Does Lexar support the Ecuador football team? He doesn't watch that. He watches Wendy Williams and The View.
He texted me and he's
sleeping for 96 hours, so his mom
he
can
does
fly
support
to
the Ecuador
Cleveland.
football team. Why are they in the news? What's the deal with them? Are they mad about something?
What's one state in the USA you'll probably never visit? Interesting. I'd like to visit every state.
I'd go just about everywhere.
I've been to the WE. I'd go there again.
Maybe Maine, because like Maine, you pretty much have to be going to Maine. Like there'd have to be a reason to go. Like you just don't go through Maine, you know?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because it's like all the way.
But
up.
you wouldn't be like, I'm not going here.
I'm not saying I wouldn't go there. I'm just saying like unless I had to go there for a reason, or maybe.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go anywhere unless I was going there for a reason.
Yeah. I'm saying like driving through, you know, it's like you want to just drive through it.
Oh, if you're driving to Canada.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to Canada.
For me, not necessarily you. Like, yeah, I would go anywhere. There's none I would avoid. I mean,
there's not a state I would avoid. I can't think of any.
Like I'm not dying to go to Idaho or something, but it's not like I wouldn't go there. It's never been like, man, I really want to visit Idaho. But like,
yeah,
I would go there. I'd visit anywhere.
Is there anything in Idaho?
Anyways, you know, reason I'm not going to North Korea or something. But yeah, I'd visit any states in the United States and most countries. You know, within
North
reason.
Korea.
Well, you can't go to North Korea.
You can. You used to be able to.
You can? Okay.
I don't think you can anymore. But there was a time you could. Not that long ago. You could take like these tours with like government tours. That's how that guy, that guy, remember he stole stuff and then he was in the prison and they sent him back. Like,
fine.
Then you couldn't go to like Cuba for a long time. So that back up.
Yeah, you can go there now, but yeah. I don't want to go any place like that.
You don't want to go to Cuba?
I'd like to get a Cuban sandwich from Cuba.
I'd go to Cuba. I think it'd be interesting to see.
Smoke a stogie.
I don't smoke.
I probably shouldn't say this, but in your head box band sent me Cuban cigars. Never smoked them.
My dad got some, but his buddy was like in Russia. He bought them in Russia. So
fucking commie.
This was a long time ago, before the war and all that. But like he was working for the United States.
Like 20s?
No, he was like working at an embassy or something like that. Like a U.S. embassy or something. I don't know. He was something military. I don't know. But we had some Cuban cigars here.
Oh yeah.
I didn't smoke them. I don't smoke. Except when I'm smoking hot.
I liked Swerve in Your Glory won the tag belts. It was a great moment, but I thought this was it for Team Taz. I'm disappointed. Well, I mean, everyone can't win every belt at the same time. Ethan Hawke says, I'm at the beginning of my last act as an actor. What is he, like 45 years old or something?
With his black phone. That
was good. That's really good. I don't believe this. The guy's got.
I think he's just saying.
Every actress. Look, Gene Hackman probably is retired now, but I remember Gene Hackman would retire after every movie. Then he kept making movies. Jack Nicholson and stuff. Now they probably are stopped making movies now, but.
Unless he's got an illness we don't know about or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe it. The actors are always saying they're retiring. But what is my favorite Ethan Hawke movie? Black Phone was good. I don't know if it's my favorite, but Black Phone's really good. I really like The Northman too.
Ethan Hawke's in The Northman. I didn't know he's in that.
He's saying his favorite's the remake of Assault on Precinct 13. Who the hell is a big fan of the remake of Assault on Precinct 13?
Yeah, really.
What the hell's wrong with Nikhil?
He was in Reality Bites. I don't know. I'm struggling thinking of a good Ethan Hawke movie. I did like Black Phone. I don't know.
He's like, yeah, he's 52. Not, please.
He's going to act some more, I would think.
Yeah, you'll be acting for a good another 20 years.
The Hollywood ain't done with you yet, Ethan Hawke.
Oh, Training Day. Training Day is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he's just kind of one of those guys. It's just like no movie really stands out a whole lot.
Training Day is pretty good.
Yeah, that's probably one of his better ones.
My favorite is The Hottest State. I don't even know what that movie is, but he's in it. All right. That was it for Nikhil.
Excellent.
Jonathan Jackson!
Where is Jonathan Jackson?
I don't know. Where are you, bitch?
He's playing that new computer that he got. He's all playing some Elden Ring.
Better get back on here, Bo. The worst news possible in wrestling has happened. Jade Cargill deactivated her Twitter. Ah!
Oh my goodness. Are you all right?
Who has his voice?
Are you all right, Jackie Jones?
I
I'm concerned. Why she deactivated her Twitter?
I don't know. They all start crying.
I mean, like we had who was the last?
She cut the shit.
Somebody deactivated their Twitter, and we were all.
I love AEW. Yeah, their fans
Shotzi
are always.
Blackheart.
That's all these modern people. Look, I get it. I get you got on there and everyone's assholes. You just don't pay attention to them.
Mm-hmm.
She said, goodbye, Twitter. I was spending way too much time on social. I hate people call it social. One of my social apps had to go. I make money on IG. Fuck this shit.
On Instagram?
Yeah. When she probably posted new pic.
Yeah. Just don't pay attention to it if you don't want to use it.
Yeah, I don't care. This is news. People leaving Twitter. I don't give a flying fuck. All right. How hard would you jizz when Flair? How hard will you jizz when Flair, Jarrett, and last minute scrub Jay Lethal? Man, why does he hate Jay Lethal? All strut in the ring while Andrade watches in amazement of his dad's last hurrah.
I think Jarrett's gonna strut all over Ric Flair.
I'm just kind of concerned, really. I'm more concerned, I think, than like wanting to see this match.
No one can really. Who's ever been that excited for Jeff Jarrett?
Maybe Karen.
Maybe. When will the biopic Dark Side of Incher be released?
Dark Side of Incher?
Is that about your butt?
Maybe. Who asked that question? Who's wanting to see
Jackson?
My dark side? I have the dark side card here. That's what they want to see.
The what?
The dark side card. I can get a dark side.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'll show you my dark side. You want to see it?
You're not putting on blackface, are you?
No, I wouldn't do that. It's right here. Dark side. See?
Oh. Okay.
It's my dark side card.
Dobbs Dean Maya! Would Incher ever grace us with his presence in the UK?
Sure, I'd love to go to the UK. That'd be good times. I need to get a passport. I don't have a passport.
Do it.
But the Dobbs keeps wanting to fight me, so.
Yeah, but you always pretend you're like all tough.
I don't have to pretend I am.
What if you went over there and everyone just started beating your ass?
Look at this arm right here.
You'd be like, look at this. Mr. Bean just walks up and starts pounding you.
Look at that, Dobbs. Think you can stop me? This is my dark side.
I'll try and answer.
Okay, I'm done. Was that scary or it's just
You saw my dark side earlier.
Yeah, I know. You had the mask on. It's scary.
Has your life improved since Al Lube left?
I don't know.
I don't care. He's fine.
Yes. No. I mean, yes.
Will Incher do any?
This is kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if I say yes, he's probably going to come
boom,
back.
pop up.
Yeah. And if I say no, he's going to be like, well, I have to come back. Either way, I'm screwed.
I'm fine either way.
I'm fine if he doesn't want to come back. I really.
Yeah, as I said,
I don't miss him.
I don't either. Will Incher do any more oven versus microwave videos?
Yeah, probably. I need to do one.
What are you going to put in it? A hot dog?
Yeah. Which one's better? Microwave or oven? Yeah. Do you even do oven hot dogs? Like you can boil them. I don't.
I know. Throw one in the oven. See.
Probably wouldn't be that bad, would it?
No. How about make pot roast in the microwave?
No, I've never. I guess you could do like a hot. Have you ever
Meatloaf?
done a hot dog? Like I've done a big red smoky, which is like a spicy kind of hot dog, and they're pretty good out of the microwave. But like,
Yeah, I used to do microwave hot. I don't eat hot dogs anymore, but yeah, they taste fine in the microwave. They actually even get a little brown. Right, wrap them in paper towel, put a couple holes in them, so they don't pop. They actually come out pretty good.
You're wanting a hot dog now, aren't you?
I'm not against hot dogs. I just try not to eat that kind of stuff. I like hot dogs. Yeah.
He likes
Hot
porking.
dog.
I actually do not like all beef hot dogs. I like a Frankfurter that's like chicken and pork and beef usually. I think all beef hot dogs have this really intense grease to them that upset my stomach.
You want to taste my wiener?
What, am I going to floss my teeth with it?
Whatever.
Tony Obertar star wants to know. It's stated that AQA has left AEW to pursue other ventures. Do you have any fond memories of AQA? I remember her being on TV once, and I thought she was all right. Honestly, she was all right. It's very weird to me that someone in that level would decide to leave, but whatever. Well, she wasn't doing nothing, so
I don't know her.
Lexar wants to know, how many times do you masturbate every day?
I don't masturbate.
85.
85.
85 times a day to completion.
How do you have time for anything else?
I just like real quick. Sometimes I do it during the show. I've done it 8 times during the show tonight.
What? Really?
Which of these female personalities do you want to have sex with? Hooters girl? What? How the hell do we know who that is? Just a random Hooters girl?
I guess so.
See, Lexar says, "Oh, no, ask you more questions." He sent in like 500 questions.
There's got to be a reason that Hooters is in business because their wings are fucking awful.
Stripper or a talk show fan or a wrestling fan? I don't fucking know. Just a random Hooters girl or a random wrestling fan? I'd have to see these people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The hell kind of question?
I think he's just like, which one are you more turned on by?
Again, I don't know. I'd have to see them.
Is she not Filipino or is she?
A talk show fan? Like, what is kind of like? I'm just gonna start banging. That's stupid.
She's
some dumb.
Filipino.
This is some dumbass questions, Lexar.
Stellar Stevens all about the Filipinos.
Oh no, it's creeping me out.
Oh.
Before digital cable and the internet, why is he all about jerking it? Before it, who cares? He wants to know, did you jerk off to magazines before the internet?
No, never. I'm offended. He would ask me.
I didn't even know what masturbation was till I was on the internet. And I went to what's that website? The Urban Dictionary, and I was like, what is this? And I was like, what? People do that?
Oh my.
Dirty bastards. And I just start jerking off real fast. Does Jack has a 4-leaf clover that he takes with him at the casino? No, but I don't have my wallet here, but I do have a little coin that I bought in Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought one from my mom and my brother, and they both lost it yesterday. I went to the casino. I bought them each a coin. They both lost it. $2 each it cost.
Just gone.
Steven, Simply Ravish, and Carol. Will Jack be having another doner kebab? Yes. Big fan of the doner kebab, but I actually did find a place in Boston that sold them, and they were just like I had in London. Alibaba's. Big fan of the doner kebab. They slice it with a sword. Any food that you slice with a sword, I am all about.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce,
they should have Drew McIntyre cutting it with a sword.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a clip where he cut the rope.
Yeah, and it bent.
What was he trying to do? Literally just kill the guy?
I guess. It's so silly. I like it though. But his sword bent too, because it was like a bent in half.
Bruce Brisky wants to know, Lexar, hit her up. What are the best places to check out?
What? Lexar?
Some woman, I don't know what
to check out magazines.
So this person posts, I don't know what this means. 2 free days in New York next week. Where do I go and what do I eat? Please send. So this is like some bot. I don't know, whatever. So Lexar, here's this woman who wants to, have the naughty with you.
Is that like a Craigslist ad or something?
I think it's just I don't know. I don't recognize what that's from.
Any hot dog stand will do.
Brian Matthew Klutsak wants to know, have you watched The Road to Ric Flair's Last Match or whatever it's called?
I haven't, but Jack has.
Just that last one.
Oh.
Even Boots wants to know, who takes the figure 4 and taps out to Ric Flair in his last match?
Jay Lethal.
Yeah, but it should be Jarrett because Jay Lethal is still active.
That's true. Probably Jarrett would be better. I'll change my mind.
I bet WWE won't let him.
They say you can wrestle it, but you can't take the fall.
I hope David Crockett gets figure forward.
You just like seeing old men beat.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Mike Bessels wants to know, I'd like OAB's take on this story. Woman who woke from a 2-year coma and named brother as attacker said he did it because he's mean. And this happened in the WWE.
She just said it was her brother who did it because he's mean.
When asked why Daniel assaulted her, Wanda stated that he was mean. According to criminal complaint out of Jackson County, West Virginia.
Well, sounds like he was mean.
Daniel Palmer, you know this guy? You hanging out with him? You playing poker? You playing pinball? Playing bingo?
Daniel Palmer, you say?
Of Jefferson County.
Of Jefferson County. No, I do not know this person.
All right. Bruce Chickensaw says that is not me.
Good job, Bruce. Jackie Jones. I'm playing the Evil Dead game, and it's hard as hell. What the hell? Why did they make a game so hard?
I want to try. How's the multiplayer?
Yeah, it has multiplayer and it has like missions you can do on your own.
If I wasn't going to the wrestling this Friday at Coolidge After Midnights, they're doing a really cool thing. They're showing all three Evil Dead movies: Evil Dead, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness. Outside a cabin by the woods, you can rent a space to camp there for the whole night if you want to, because they're showing the night. It's really cool, very fun idea, I think.
Yeah. Have you ever watched this Ash vs. the Evil Dead? Have you ever watched it?
Oh, yeah. Really I liked it.
Did you like it?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know if it was any good or not.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I watched it.
Yeah, if you like Evil Dead, yeah, they're great.
Did you watch the new Better Call Saul?
Yep.
It's good stuff.
I'm watching it live every week.
I watch it afterwards, but I don't take long before I watch it. So I just like to fast forward the commercials.
Yeah, did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, spoilers. I'm not going to go into
Spoilers.
detail. I'm not going to go into detail, but they've really these first couple episodes of this is what 4 episodes of. They've really shown like they took care of the main villain.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of basically shown the end of their relationship. So what is left in the series? I think it's now the rest of the show is really going to be about modern day Saul.
I think that's what they're going to do because it was all in black and white. And they just showed them all. So I think that's all that's going to be done in this.
Because we've seen everything from the past, basically now.
So Kim's still alive, and everybody was saying that she's probably going to get killed. But I think the way they left it, she was still alive.
Yeah. It's interesting. Well, they meet up again in present day. I don't know, but it definitely has kept me guessing because the first episode, I didn't expect the main villain to die already. That was unexpected. I thought that would be the end of this. I didn't think it would be the final episode. I did think it would be probably the second to last episode, and the final episode would be the end of Saul in the present. At least seeing what happens to him.
I am very curious though with this black and white present day stuff that it's like I'm glad they're going this way because I am intrigued by all the little clips that they played throughout the whole season.
There's no one left in the show that we don't already know what happens to him besides Kim from Breaking Bad. So you can't really have him interact with. You can interact, but there's nothing like Gus isn't going to die or any of these things. So there's no real villain left. I think it'll be present day Saul to see what happens with him.
The scene with Michael, I think, was his last scene where he was talking to Nacho's dad, and he said, "You're all just the same, all you mafia guys." They like showed the difference between him because he was in the same situation with his son, and showed the difference between him and somebody who was trying to do good in their life, So
it's really good.
It's been great. I'm amazed how great it is. I mean, it's like
honestly, when I heard they're going to do a Better Call Saul show, I was like it's a fun character, but like, how do you really make a show about this guy?
Mm-hmm.
But it's been a great show. They made him a much more fleshed out character, made him much more sympathetic than I thought they could. I really liked I think Kim Wexler is one of the best female characters in television because they really went a different direction with her than I think I thought. I thought it would be like she gets sick of him lying and she just leaves him, but they made her very interesting character.
I think AMC's wanting more, but Breaking Bad universe or something, some other spinoff show.
Yeah.
I wonder where else they could go from here. I mean,
you could do a Pinkman show.
Desperate.
You could do a Jesse Pinkman show. That
they did
would
the
be
movie
after
already.
the movie. Yeah, I know, but I mean, you follow him after that. I don't know.
Yeah. So,
If he doesn't die, you could do. I know the writer has this, the end for Saul, but you could do him in the present day if he doesn't die. I don't know.
they did say that, but they can't do that. It's not going to happen though. They said that Bryan Cranston was called up to do a few episodes.
Yeah, well,
if it's all present day, then they can't do it.
No,
Maybe
but they could
forth.
even if they do present day, they could have a couple scenes from back, and you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
What they could do an episode where it's Saul still in the past, but a little bit in the future from where they are now.
I had a feeling that when what's the main guy, the main villain? I'm forgetting his name at the moment. Lalo Salamanca, yeah. When he was leading Fring down into the room, but it wouldn't have worked. But I was thinking like the room was going to be completed, and like Brian was in the back or something, and he hit him in the head.
Yeah,
or something. But it wasn't completed though, so that wouldn't have worked. But I thought that was going to be a big surprise.
Yeah, from my understanding, he is supposed to be him and Pinkman in one episode. So I don't know. It keeps me very interested. I love the show anyway, but it's
it's like one of my favorite parts during my week is turning that on and watching.
Yeah,
so.
There's something cool about binge watching shows, but you have more appreciation when you watch a show every week.
Like you digest it more.
Yeah. And you pay attention more, because if you binge watch stuff, you kind of know like, oh, I've got many episodes, so like, you can sit back. But there's this. I like both things. I like being able to watch them all at once, but I also like to just watch them every week.
Yeah,
I think you respect the show, the storytelling more.
It's like I hate seeing it end, but I definitely want to see.
Yeah,
it.
Whenever you get to the end of these shows, even when I binge watch them, it's bittersweet because you're like, yes, I can finally see how it ends, but you also are sad because like, there's only so many more, and then it's all over.
Yeah. So we got 3 more.
Both this and Breaking Bad, I think, are 2 of the best shows from beginning to end. A lot of shows that I really have liked had bad seasons or went downhill or whatever, but I don't think there was ever a bad season of either of these shows.
Yeah. God, and how they killed off Howard. That was insane.
Yeah,
I did not expect that. I didn't expect that they would come. That the storylines would meet.
I really like Bob Odenkirk's autobiography I listened to recently, the audiobook. Drama. I mean, comedy, drama.
Mm-hmm.
And he taught a lot about it ended right when he made that movie. I forget the name of it.
Nobody. Yeah.
But so he was making Saul, but he hadn't finished it. But he talked a lot about like he didn't think like the guy was serious. He kept joking like, "What do you think? Better Call Saul series?" While they were making Breaking Bad, and he just same way like I was saying, he didn't see how that could work.
Yeah.
And he dropped that there's a lot of like, which makes me want to watch Breaking Bad again. But he said throughout all Breaking Bad, he kept dropping little, things about like
Better
a lot of these
Saul.
Characters that are in Better Call Saul. And that's just crazy to me to think that like he knew like from the beginning of Saul, like with Saul in Breaking Bad, that like he had the idea of making this show for it.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat to go back and catch all those references. Yeah. It's not like it's bad either.
He even references Nacho in his very first appearance on Breaking Bad, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Can't recommend those enough though. Those have been really great. I mean,
I put them up with. I always thought Sopranos was the best show ever on TV, but I'd put both these up with and The Shield's really close for me too.
I've never watched The Shield, but
I would recommend it.
Yeah. Excellent.
But yeah, stuff I like too. I like Sons of Anarchy a lot, but I think it went downhill the last few seasons. The ending was very good, but the last 2 or 3 seasons were not. I still enjoyed them, but they weren't great. Whereas Breaking Bad and The Shield and I like the end of Sopranos. Some people don't, but Better Call Saul. I haven't seen the end yet, but I like the story arc of all those shows.
I am curious with the present day stuff though. I'm really looking forward to that.
Scenes. I always like the little bits we've seen in the previous season.
Yeah. It's like, oh gosh, we get to see a little bit here, and then so that's really a good way to draw people in.
Cyber Vash the Stampedes. WWE Mark likes the Shield. Well, actually, yeah, I did like the Shield in WWE. I think that was one of the best things of modern WWE was the Shield.
Yeah,
and if you look at modern day wrestling, the Shield. If you didn't have the Shield, that you wouldn't have had a lot. The matches then were great, and all 3 guys have been 3 of the biggest stars for the wrestling. Without them, like I don't know, WWE wouldn't be very good without Roman Reigns. I know some people want to bag on him, but I think he's the best thing in the company. And Rollins been the top guy for ever since then, and Moxley.
I mean, that stuff was better than what Rollins is doing now, that's for sure. So hopefully nobody's skipping around and they caught some Better Call Saul spoilers, but we did say spoilers.
Yeah, I said spoilers. Yeah. But yeah, really looking forward to how it plays out here. Was it 4 episodes left? I think so.
I think it's 4 or 3.
Yeah, still a lot of stuff then.
Yeah. But
unlike the Walking Dead, I'm way behind. I need to watch how everything ends, but I'm like a season or 2 behind because I really stopped caring at all.
Yeah, I gave up.
I like some of the later stuff. I actually like the Negan stuff that some people didn't like, but
Negan wasn't the issue. I just was getting tired of. It just felt like the same thing over and over and over.
It's so crazy to me because I see these ads when I'm watching Better Call Saul for this, like another spinoff of Walking Dead. I'm like, why would they keep making all these spinoffs when no one cares about this?
Isn't Terry Crews in it or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
It looked like it was Terry Crews. I think it was.
I mean, whatever, that's fine, but I don't know. I think unless you do something so different with zombies, it's so played out.
Yeah. I think that's how I was getting it. It was just like, we got to go to this town and survive. And I was just like, okay, here we go again. I mean, it just seemed like the same thing over and over.
Honestly, that's how the comic is.
Yeah. It probably did it.
The last story in the comic, once they're done in the comic with the Whisperers, I thought it was just terrible until the very ending was good.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seemed, I just kind of got like the characters I just didn't care for.
They killed off so many of the characters that you were invested in, and then they would introduce new people that like I couldn't even remember. Like I'm supposed to care about this. I don't care about this person.
Like that Jesus guy. I was just like, I don't really care.
And then they killed him off, and then they try to introduce other people, and it's just like you can't kill off everybody. Even Sons of Anarchy did the same thing. They started killing off too many people that you cared about, and then you're left with not that many.
Yeah, which I guess Daryl's still alive, but
yeah,
I know a lot of people love Daryl, but I wasn't so crazy about Daryl. So.
Yeah, he's fine, but I don't know. He's not in the comic at all.
Yeah, they killed him like the first couple of issues. Didn't they?
He's not even in it.
He's not even a character. Oh, I see. Jeez. Huh. But Merle wasn't he?
No.
Merle wasn't even in the comic? Oh, okay. I don't know much about the comic. I never read them.
All right.
Think everybody's entertained?
Probably not.
Probably not.
The Negan ending was much better in the comic too.
Was it?
Although I don't know, maybe they did. Maybe they ended up doing it. They didn't when I was watching the show. I don't know. I need to catch up. I hate not to finish anything I watch, so I have to go back and watch. But I think
that's why I stuck with True Blood, because I just wanted to finish
that's
it.
one I never did finish either, because I really didn't care about it.
And it's like it did get the quality really did go down on it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, they would do silly things at points in the show, and I'd be like, oh, that's pretty silly, but they're kind of making it work. But then it got to the point where it's like, that's just silly, you know. But I did care about the characters, so I still watched it to its end, but it did get kind of rough.
Yeah, I mean, I finished Dexter, even though I didn't like hardly anything after season 4.
Yeah,
I did like the new one, the newest one they did. I thought that was really good.
Are they going to continue with that, or are they?
I don't want to say.
Know.
I don't. You could.
See, I think my last season I watched was 4. So.
Yeah, that's what the Trinity Killer.
Yeah, was Jimmy Smits? Was that in 4?
That's season 3. I think is great.
Okay, I watched that.
That one's really underrated. I think the Jimmy Smits season, and then season 4 is a Trinity Killer, which is the best season. That and the first season. And
I haven't watched past that.
After that, it's just the shits for quite a while. There's like episodes that are good and stuff, but overall, it really just drops off. And then the season finale, the series finale was terrible. And then that's why I think they brought it back, because everyone disliked that.
Yeah.
And then they gave it a good send off.
Okay.
Yeah. And I won't to go into, in case you ever want to watch it.
Yeah. I might get around to it. It's not one of these days, but I got to finish Mandalorian. I watched Obi-Wan Kenobi. And
I've not watched Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
There's so many series. I do think there's a lot of great series now. But it is cool that you can catch up and watch all these, you know.
Yeah, it's like not that hard to do.
Yeah, it used to be back in the day, like if you missed a series, like you just wouldn't see it.
But, you had to order the VHS and wait 3 weeks for it to come in.
Yeah, and the VHS, like you'd get like an episode or something on one.
Yeah, you just get one. And like it wouldn't even come out like soon. It would be like
I remember back in the day, like if you want to watch the old, like the original Star Trek episodes, like it was like one episode on a VHS tape, and like you'd have to be spending like $1,000 to get like the whole show or something.
Jeez. That's crazy.
And plus, they'd be the big box sets. I remember even like the like Roots. I remember I had the box set I got at the VH, one of the stores when the video stores when they close, and it's like this big box, like it's like 12 episodes in this big giant thing. All right. Well, I had a good time. Hope everyone enjoyed the show.
Yep.
We'll apologize to any on the show soon. We may have to record it, so hopefully Inter and I can both be on that, and we'll figure out a time. If not, I'll redo it, but it would be nice to have both. We will have Keith Elliott Greenberg on the show. That one will be live at probably closer when this actually is released. I'm not sure the actual release date, but I need to start reading this. Follow the Buzzards, Pro Wrestling in the Age of COVID, which is about Lexar's favorite period, apparently, the when there was no crowd.
Hopefully he's not like the big proponent of it. In that
darn. Thought it was a Bray Wyatt bio.
No.
I can't imagine he liked, but I don't know. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
A new decade dawned. 2020 was supposed to be the best year to be a wrestling fan. Finally, WWE had a serious competition in All Elite Wrestling, and there were viable secondary promotions and a thriving international indie scene. Few in the industry realized that in China, a mysterious virus had begun to spread. By the time a pandemic was declared in March, the business and the world was in disarray. For the first time, pro wrestling was no longer seen as escapism, as were real-world events intruded on the fantasy. Still, when everything else was shut down, wrestling never went away. Despite cancellations and the empty arena shows, there were great innovations, like the cinematic match.
Will you do that in the interview?
Battle shot A battle shot to look like movies in the Thunderdome.
Thunderdome, we don't need another hero.
Which replicated the live experience with fan faces surrounding the ring on LED screens. God, I hope he's not putting this stuff over. I've got to be honest. On the indie circuit, matches were held outdoors with spectators separated in socially distanced pods. I didn't know that. The entire time, the New York best-selling author and historian Keith Elliott Greenberg was chronicling the scene, juxtaposing pro wrestling developments with actual news events like the U.S. presidential election and Brexit. The result, Follow the Buzzards, Pro Wrestling in the Age of COVID-19, captures the dread, confusion, and spontaneous creativity of the uncertain era while exploring the long-term consequences. Interesting. We'll find out.
Sounds good.
I will say, if any of those innovations were good, they would have kept them. But all of them are gone because
pretty much, yeah,
they sucked.
And who knows? It's all picking back up again. Maybe we'll be back there.
Yeah, I know. There's a new strain out there.
Hopefully not.
There is.
I know, but it's just like I just hope it doesn't all shut down again.
The strain.
Mm-hmm.
I have some friends who got it, and they say it's the new strain. Not necessarily like that they are worse off, but it lasts a long. It lingers a long time.
Just gets better and better.
You see a lot more masks lately. People wearing masks.
I have been noticing people wearing masks again. I mean, I've kind of stopped wearing mine, but I guess if it does pick up, I will wear one again. But.
Yeah, I wear it in Chinatown because they all do there, and I think it's disrespectful to go there and not wear one. But
yeah,
they started smoking again at the casino we went to yesterday. They had stopped that for a few years, and so my brother was happy, but I was kind of surprised by it.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to smoke in ours. I don't think you are.
All right. Well, until next week, this is Jackie Joe.
1 inch biceps of Power Goat.
And this is in
your head.
Rate, comment, subscribe. Thanks to Al Burke. Thanks to Trista Robinson for setting that up. Hopefully neither one listened to the rest of the show. They'd be like, what the hell am I getting myself involved in? But all of you loved every second of it.
There is that feeling after you get done with the show.